Hello, everybody. I was noticing you guys talking about the background, and yeah, I'm surprised this is the first time you guys have noticed the light swing. The light swing, the plant sway, and yes, it bugs me that they don't sway in time. The coffee steams, the moth on the computer is happy, and then, I thought at least the moth on the computer flaps its wings and the stars twinkle in the background. There's a lot of moving parts. Alright. Hello, everybody. Hello, Arith, Winterfell, Ghoulish Misfit, Documancer, Marks, thank you for the subscription. Magistrate Ironlung, you're blue today. I like you blue. That's a kind of a unique color. I'm surprised I don't see that more often. Steven Scrawls, welcome. You scribble on Discord and you scrawl on Twitch. Myself is in there. Hi, Marks. Happy Easter. Yes, it is it's gonna be the Easter stream. So happy Easter, everybody. I guess I should make that the bonus question. What you doing for Easter? Let's see. We talked about what months ago? Oh, the background. Yeah, notice the coffee and that's it. Gotcha. And then we have some folks in the Discord chat who are dying. I'm sorry that you're dying, Messa. I'm now just imagining, just seeing somebody bleeding out on the floor and being like, I'm sorry that you're dying. But yes, Documancer, Corian, I don't know if I said hi to you guys, but hello. So, welcome. If you're new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And then the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. And you'll see around the screen, we have some lovely mothcore bars. Thank you for the cheer, Desed. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, basically each moth, well, not basically, truly, each moth is an encore, and when you get all the moths to bubble, then you have them all unlocked. They all, I guess they are bubbling right now, but when they're full and bubbling. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish Badoosh. That's awesome. Skadoosh. I don't really know I don't know if there's a way to do it so that it's 1,000 to 2,000, 2,000 to 4,000. Right now, they all have all of them, so it's 1,000 to 8,000, And there is Encore 1 filling up nicely. The rug is the focal point. What are we talking about? Are we talking about over here? What rug? I don't see no rug. Oh no. Mako has no bits right now, but we'll buy some when I get home. Oh yay! In 2 hours. Gotcha. Well, we should still be streaming by then. I don't think there's ever been a time where I finished in 2 hours. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. Really appreciate it. What was I gonna say? So can be unlocked through cheering. Oh yeah, I messed myself up with the extra mothies. Looks like that's 1 encore unlocked. Awesome. And also a hype train. I love these mothcore bars so much. I love actually not having to ask the chat if we've unlocked one just to know. Oh, Mars, thank you so much. Thank you too, Mako. Oh, you guys are awesome. We're about to read some stories. Moths drinking up lots of pineapple juice. Yeah, I guess it does look like some tropical juice inside of them, doesn't it? And that's 2 unlocked. That's awesome. I thought I moved them. Oh, I must not have moved them on this screen. I moved them on the other one. Okay, I can still do that. It's actually even better on this screen because there's nothing that they're blocking. There we go. Okay, yeah, so you can unlock the other 4 through cheering. That's really appreciated when you do it. The people who are getting their stories read appreciate it, and I also very much appreciate that support. So to become a guaranteed person, should this, to have your humanity guaranteed, should that be the new, the new phrasing for that? I often say it as a joke, but maybe it should just be the phrase. Then you have you go over to Server Shop, and then you have a $3 tier. This gets you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions. And then the $5 a month tier gives you access to all those things, and then also you will be in the guaranteed section when you are selected. And then you can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6 word prompts instead of just 5. And then the $10 a month tier gives you access to all those things, but you can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7 word prompts. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat will automatically go directly to the final vote, provided that there are no issues with it. And then you can also have a universe tag upon request, so make sure you tag me and or DM me weekly for that. And then you also have some emojis, and now I actually have some custom emojis that I'm proud of, rather than just the set that I threw in there. Yeah, I commissioned, maybe I should put them in the emoji chat, next to Caitlin. Where are you? What? Oh, I was like, where is he? Surely I called him Victor. Why? Yeah, Victor, think. Why is it so high up? It should be at the bottom. Oh, it's still tiny though. It's still very hard to see. Yeah, so I looked for, actually, let's go back further. I was thinking that it'd be really fun to, no, go back further than that. So we have all these Christmas emotes, and, you know, someone was asking about them one stream, and I was like, yeah, I want to delete them, but what do I replace them with? And then I realized that, I could, like, get some emotes for whatever show I'm currently reacting to on my reaction channel to as sort of serve as a advertisement for that. And so I looked for arcane emotes, and there were a lot of them. And of course, since Victor's my favorite, I wanted some of him. But I didn't love the selection. But so these Caitlyn ones were my favorite ones that I saw, and so I decided to message the person who made them, and then ask her to make some Victor emotes, and so she did, and I think they're very cute. You got 2 season 1 emotes and 2 season 2 emotes. So yeah, I don't know if anybody else will like them as much as me, but there are some custom emotes that you can use if you are a supporter. I just made them available to every supporter tier. So yeah, oops. So our prompt for this week is a great sacrifice, which is a great prompt. It's very, very dramatic. I knew it would be dramatic, but I don't think I was prepared for how dramatic folks would get with it. But you did a great job. And of course, it's for Easter. I asked you guys to submit Easter prompts, and you guys did so, and it was lovely. I got an emote from the hype chest that was respectfully no. But what was I gonna say? There's something else I was gonna say about that. I've completely lost my train of thought. I was talking about the emotes. And then what was I? Oh, I was talking about the prompt. Yes, the prompt. The prompt is our Easter prompt. It was I think that, you know, this person was thinking about like the crucifixion and stuff, and as a Christian myself, I really appreciate it, but I also understand that this one probably won because it's the most versatile and you can use it in a lot of different situations. You don't have to make it religious or Easter-like or anything like that. Yeah. Somebody lost their keys at the trolley stop. Is there somebody new? Hi, Spaghetti Bread. I love that name. How many stories do y'all go through in a stream? At least 4. Pretty much always at least 5. So, guaranteed 4. Pretty much always at least 5. Often 6. Little rarer, but still happens. 7. And then, rather rare, 8. I don't know if you heard my intro, but I mean, I guess I can show you the list and then I can explain it through that. So our list is, for our guaranteeds, we have CM Weller, Arith Winterfell, Documancer, and myself. Then for the Encores, we have Stardustfaire, The Missing Link, Steven, and Spectre. These are all fantastic stories. Once again, I would really love for them all to get unlocked. I think it'd be so fun to discuss them all. I think they're all very different and all very cool and good and fun. And, so basically, right now we have both the Stardust and Missing Links stories unlocked, which is awesome. So if you'd like to read 7 stories today, then you'll have to get us to 6,000 bits, and then if you want to unlock Spectres, you'll have to get us to 8,000 bits. Be deeply appreciated if you would. There was a lot of boom a couple weeks ago. What was this about? What is that in response to? Prompt 238. Humanity guaranteed. I kind of love that. Yeah, Stephen, I've been here for about 4 weeks. I've seen a lot of fantasy. Yeah, fantasy is where we lean. There's lots of different ones, but yeah, that's where we lean. Okay, there's your arrival. Can I hang out as a regular fantasy writer? Absolutely, you can. Yeah, there we go. That's a good description. Choo choo. Yeah, but it's very challenging to get a full story in that many words, but it's quite rewarding when it comes together. Indeed. Hello, Redrum. Mako. Aw, did I not contribute enough? English, you contribute plenty. Redrum. Makokam contribution is uncountable. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to there. I appreciate your contribution. I don't know if there's a cheer I missed, so if there's a cheer I missed, thank you for your contribution. It is appreciated. But yeah, you contribute, emotional support in like thousands of dollars, and the equivalent of thousands of dollars of emotional support. So you contribute plenty for sure. Welcome. Oh, Norman, sorry, I inadvertently perverted the chat once more. I swear I don't do these things on purpose. I do think it's funny, and you like mentioned that in the stream, that there was like a mermaid story you wrote, and I was like, is she topless though? And you were like, I was too scared to say. And then you're the one who accidentally well, I guess not exactly. I was going to say you're the one who accidentally drove us into boob territory. But no, it was Mako's story. Mako's story started it. It was a response to a moment about fantasy peen. What was that about? I saw that, but I don't understand. Is fantasy peen fantasy penis? What is this? Why are we out here talking about fantasy penis? I think spaghetti bread meant I tend to lean towards fantasy. And Norman, we do on occasion write fantasy peen. Okay, I see it now. I don't know, do we? I feel like you guys are pretty good about not writing about the fantasy peen, except for the pants prompt where it was kind of a challenge. Booby traps and ball peen hammers. I'm not sure I like where this is going. As an ancient ruin, I don't like where this is going. Oh, you didn't get anything from the hype train. Gotcha. Yeah, I did that. I mean, I don't know if this will be funny to anybody but me. But one of my stories this week had some talk of some sexual topics, and I was, like, unsure if I should post it or not. And I was like, I think it's mild enough, and I'm kind of interested to see how people thought I tackled this topic. And so then when I, like, saw a new person typing on it, I was like, no, new person, don't go for that one. Go for the one about chopping people's legs off. Go for the story where I talk about chopping people's legs off. That's much more palatable. Yeah, there's definitely some of the pants prompt for sure. As JR look, hey, at least Ibrahim, as a lich, has no unmentionable parts anymore. New Ibrahim lore dropped. Blue-footed boobies. Yes, exactly what we were talking about. Oh, hello, Drago. Do you have 2 encores already? The moths are so pretty. Yes. I'm glad you think so. Yes. No, not the story about sex. Read the one about permanent maimings. Exactly. Well, I feel bad because we're having such a good time and we're laughing so much. I have something serious to talk about. I'm trying to decide, I was going to talk about it here at the beginning, but now I'm trying to decide, should I not break up our happy flow and, like, talk about it at the middle or the end? Well, what do you guys think? Serious topic now, serious topic middle, serious topic end. Both are about anatomy, just extra steps. Maybe serious topic middle. We have 1 vote for middle. We have 1 shrug. Serious topic, and then say fantasy peen at the end. Oh gosh. Just rip the band-aid off. I think we have 2 votes for now, 1 vote for middle. I want to get a few more votes before I decide. I try to go serious topic now because I'm going to sleep later. Well, that makes me want to read the stories. The stories are way more fun for you to hear before you sleep. Seriously, I have 2.5 hours left. I mean, it's hard to judge exactly how to answer that question. The people on the council know what it is. Maybe they can answer how serious it is. Speed read the serious thing. Okay, it seems like we're getting more votes for do it now. Okay, I did write down at least some of how I wanted to talk about it, so let me pull that up. See the submission of "I'm sorry that you're dying" as a potential prompt. Incredible. All right. Okay. No Discord. Stop it. Thank you. Okay. So I have a bit of a dilemma, and I need to be transparent with you guys. So after the last stream, let's see, I'll put it up. I think I have a version where it's in here. Oh yeah, okay, that works. After the stream, last stream, someone in the community messaged me to let me know that the spring starting soon screen had some elements of AI art. So that's this screen right here. And that when they looked at Pookie Chip's page, Pookie Chips is the artist, they saw other signs of AI in their other works. I went to do more research. I noticed that I either didn't look at Pookie Chip's item descriptions when I first bought them from them, or they changed it in the time since I first bought from them. It does say, to bring you the best quality designs, we combine our own custom creation process with AI-assisted tools via Adobe Creative Products. Now, this is unfortunately explicitly saying that they use AI in some way or another. However, firstly, they are being transparent around it, which many AI artists wouldn't be. And it also says that there is a custom creation process. I decided to dig some more and look at their reviews. They have 645 reviews total. 17 of them are one star. 13 are about AI. 7 of those are just one person reposting the same review over and over again, which means that 6 total out of 645 reviews are about AI. Now, I might just be ignorant, but I like to think that a good chunk of the internet is not okay with AI. So I would hope that if this person was truly, completely using AI, their reviews would be flooded with talk of AI. Now, granted, maybe others like myself simply didn't know. I myself reviewed them positively in the past, not knowing about this. But 638 reviews being positive and having nothing to do with AI, and 7 that are negative and mention it, to me that reads like they don't truly use AI, or they don't use it enough to get called out on it. Again, maybe I'm just ignorant, though. Many of those negative reviews, Pookie Chips responded to, so let's see how easy it is to bring up those responses. I do have a picture of the responses that I can use if I can't just, get to it myself. Oh, Discord. Okay. I think I should be able to get to it from here. Okie dokie. Okay, so let's go to reviews and then sort by not that. Where is my least? Before it had a worst option. Where did that go? Why is that not what? Okay, I guess I need to use it. I guess I need to just use the ones that I sent in messages. Okay, here we go. Alright, so this person, 1 star. I'm not happy with the fact that this obviously has AI generated into the drawing. Pookie Chips responded, "Thank you for your feedback. Just to clarify, our listing clearly states that we use a combination of hand-drawn artwork and AI-assisted tools within Adobe Creative Suite for minor refinements. We always strive to be transparent in our descriptions, and we put a lot of care into creating high-quality, unique designs. We're sorry for any misunderstanding and appreciate the support." Let's see. And then another person, Talking about exclusive rights. It was not disclosed prior to working with them. Any aspect of the work would be AI generated. They claimed it would all be custom. I've gone back and forth. Not sure if it matters to read the whole review. The important part is the response, which is, we appreciate the feedback, but we'd like to clarify our designs are custom made. And while we occasionally use Adobe AI for assistance, every piece is carefully crafted and finalized by us. You approved the designs, requested multiple revisions, which we provided, and even returned for more work, yet now claim they weren't custom. AI detection tools aren't always accurate and don't reflect the full creative process. They said they ran it through an AI detector and it detected AI. Most customers review our work beforehand, so they know what to expect. We stand by the quality and effort in every project. So, you know, a lot of the reviews and responses, or a lot of the responses are the same. And so they clearly, like, in some part of the process, do custom work, as long as they're not just lying through their teeth. I went away from my message. Okay, go back to the actual draft. Yeah, so it sounds like they do create custom work, at least use their custom work as a base, it sounds like. That's not to say they aren't lying or using misleading language, or that I myself am not just being too hopeful, but still, there is some hope in there for me. To be honest, this is more than I can say for a lot of overlay artists. A lot of overlays that I see, you know, trying to look for other overlays to find something decidedly not AI. A lot of overlays I see either are explicitly AI when you look at it, or they do not say one way or another on their descriptions, so you can't tell. So at the very least, Pookie Chips is being transparent about it, and at the very least, Pookie Chips says that at least some parts of it are definitely custom made. Regarding the AI detectors, I did some research into AI detectors and learned that it's kind of a crapshoot. I watched a video about somebody, you know, testing them out and stuff like that, and the best one that got the most right got 7 out of 10 right. So the best detector didn't even detect all of them. And then some of them would be like, this is totally made by a person, and it's not. And another one would be like, it's totally AI, and he made it, you know, the person who made the video made it. So do Pookie Chips' backgrounds and stuff, do they come up by AI detectors as AI? Yes, they do. But I don't know for sure if I can trust that, because they are kind of a crapshoot. Yeah. And then, I want to contact Pookie Chips and just be ask them directly about this. I'm gonna be honest, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't like confrontation, and I have had extensive conversations with Pookie Chips because I got a custom overlay from them, and so I was talking with them about the customization and if I was happy with it and stuff like that. And so if genuinely most of it is handmade, or the only way they use AI tools is more you know, I don't know how you'd use it in art exactly, but you know, ChatGPT, you ask them a question and they give you help, you know, that kind of thing. Or, you know, AI can help organize your files or whatever. There are other tools besides literally, you know, throwing art into there. And so, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, I want to ask them, hey, what does AI-assisted tools mean? How much of this is your own work? But if they really do, make custom work, I don't want to ruin my relationship with them entirely just by asking that question. And I also don't want them to be, you know, like they were with that other person, why are you asking this? you got a custom overlay and you asked for refinements. Why are you asking this now? Kind of thing. So I kind of want, you know, a friend to go over there and be like, I'm interested in your work, but is it AI? But maybe I do need to bite the bullet and really ask and try and get more info. But anyways, so I want to be absolutely clear. I am completely 100% against AI art. AI art is theft. It takes the art of hardworking artists across the internet and Frankenstein's their work together to make something. I do not think I do not think that this is okay. I do not want to support it. I don't want to use it. However, at this point, I have given this person $300 or more. So this custom overlay with the standby and the backgrounds and all those screens, this was all the custom work, and this cost, I'm not gonna remember the prices exactly, but I remember roughly this was like $150. And the badges that are currently still by your names, I don't remember the exact price, but it was $70 to $90. And this, it was $150 on sale. And then the ones that I bought recently, including the spring one, this plus the other two that I got was $70 together. Again, all on sale. And so, especially because the spring one I've used one whole time, and the other two I bought I've used no times at all. I hate the fact that, it would basically just be me flushing money down the toilet. I don't know about you guys, but $300 is a lot to me. That is more to me than I make in a month. And so, I don't want to use AI art. But I do not currently have anything that looks remotely this good to use. And I spent so much money on it. I am also still not 100% sure how much of this is AI and how much of it is art that they genuinely made themselves. I have already started talking to actual artists about commissioning backgrounds from them. However, that is going to be over $300 for just 2 of them. I don't even have enough money to buy both backgrounds this month. And it may take a month or more for them to give me the art, depending on how fast they work. And also, a side note that I didn't write down, the expensiveness is another thing that, I'm hoping is a tick in the it's not AI, or a good chunk of it is not AI, because, when you make AI art, you press a button. It costs you nothing. It costs you no resources. It costs you no time. Unless you, have a subscription to the site or something like that. And so you can sell your stuff for cheap, and you can still make a profit off of it. And so I would hope that AI artists are at least not so big of swindlers that they would price things that expensively. I would hope that they would at least, keep it cheaper. And so I'm hoping that the expensive price tag on Pookie's work does mean that it is custom work. It is, handmade, at least in some way or another. So my plan right now is to continue using at least the spring overlay and the custom one that I got from Pookie as I sort this out. I want to get my money's worth while I'm waiting for the actual art. But I want to be transparent that I am not okay, that it is not because I am not using it because I'm okay using AI art, but rather because I don't feel like I have any good options right now. If you guys can help me figure out for sure if Pookie's work is AI or not, then I would love that help. And it is you guys cheering and subscriptions that are going to help me have the funds for the new art. So if you really want me to have new art for the stream that is decidedly confirmed to not be AI, please consider cheering, subscribing, or upping your subscription to a higher tier. So yeah, that's that. And there's your serious topic. Yeah, the irony of AI failing to detect AI. Yeah, Norman, I don't think it ruins your relationship, but you have the right to know. I appreciate that encouragement. Steven, I think there's a big difference between posting in bad faith, 1-star review, and privately messaging to say, hey, can I have some clarity on how much AI you use? Yeah, that's fair. I probably should have clues in when that one background had the moon in front of a cloud. Yes, I was thinking about that too. I don't remember which one. Oh, is that? It's not available anymore. My computer no longer remembers the pathway, so I can't show it to you, but I'm gonna get that off the screen. So yeah, the Christmas ones are also from them, and so yeah, that could be part of it. And like, but another thing is like, I mean, I don't know what it means, that the fact that I've been using it for Christmas, I've been using the custom one ever since Christmas, and it's only when the spring one came up that there was even a site to it, and it wasn't even one of these. It was the overlay thing. And so I'm like, again, maybe I'm just being too hopeful, but it's like, either it's, so good it's hard to detect, or maybe, like, hopefully maybe they didn't use AI in those ones. I don't know. I think making an inquiry about the process behind how these backgrounds are made is a necessary first step. I would need to see how the cow gets slaughtered to know if I find it unethical. Yeah, that's very fair. Documancer, I have to agree with that. I don't see any AI here. Yeah, I mean, and you're talking about something different, but that's also kind of the thing, is like, I don't know how to get Pookie to tell me the truth. I don't know what method to go about to try to get the most truthful response. Because, like, if Pookie is lying or is twisting the truth, and granted, maybe no way that I phrase it would stop them from lying. But, yeah, like, I think once I start asking them about it, they're gonna know, oh, hey, I'm gonna lose a potential really good customer over this. I'm gonna make it sound as palatable as possible. And so, how do I do my best to avoid that? How do I, yeah. How do I, get them to tell me the truth? What's the line of questioning? What's the phrasing that I use? I don't know. Arith, I feel like it's fine to use something like this because A, you're transparent about how much you don't agree with AI and AI art, and B, you're trying to get the proper use out of money your community gave to you. Finally, these are a holdover till the new art gets created. That is all really valid. I think it's fine in my view. I really appreciate that, Arith. That's very comforting. Let's see. Korean, okay, Adobe. I know some artists are looking for other programs to use that's not Adobe because of Adobe's stance on AI. I'm not an artist, and I just take note from other artists, and I don't know how much Adobe, let alone how to use it. Yeah, so I have heard that about Adobe, that Adobe's like, I don't know what all programs, this applies to and everything, but the, like, video editing software, Adobe's like, hi, yes, we're gonna use your stuff, for AI, even if it's confidential. Like, even if you're, like, making some confidential, like, government video, yeah, we'll still use it for AI. And, understandably and rightly, everyone's like, excuse me, no. And I learned about this because I used DaVinci, and DaVinci was like, hello, yes, we will never use your stuff in AI. And I was like, thank you, DaVinci. But yeah, so, and that's another thing, that it's like, their phrasing doesn't sound like this, but that's another thing I was thinking about this. Are they just being transparent that, hey, I'm using Adobe, and because I'm using Adobe, Adobe's gonna use my artwork in AI? Doesn't sound like it, but it's a thing that came to my head. Drago, oh, it's about AI. Anyway, I don't like AI, but it's not that serious. Gotcha. Honestly, the AI opinions vary greatly depending on what part of the internet you're in. Creative places most often are anti-AI, and then you start talking to some random non-artist people and they don't care. Yeah, that is something I was like, I hope that the majority of people are against it, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, enough people are in that camp of like, I don't care, that they, would buy it and give it 5 stars even if they know it's AI. Um, let's see. Pulls out Art of War to look for tactics. No, right. Again, I think as a customer, you're worrying too much about how this affects them. They're the ones selling something. Full transparency is a perfectly valid thing to want when you're the one forking over money. If they get defensive, that says a lot more about them than it does about you. Yeah, that's very fair. I guess, like, that is part of the fear, but more the fear is them lying to me or twisting the truth. That it's like, I want transparency, how do I get it? You know, kind of thing. Even my Google Assistant has AI stuff, and because I disabled it, I get prompted to enable it every time I use Google Assistant. Everything uses AI. It's so exhausting. Yes, agreed. I can't remember what it was a while ago, but there was, like, it's something I saw that was like, oh, like, do you want to use AI in, like, this thing? And I'm like, I explicitly don't want to use AI in this thing. No, thank you. Yeah. If I sell fruit, people have the right to know, is it organic, is it genetically modified? Yep, very true.
Kitty, you want out? Put your boxes in here.
Alright. I'd be like, I need to see the exact process you used to make these. That's not a lot to ask given the amount of money they're charging. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a good point. Yeah, even finding writing platforms that's against AI can be hard to find in terms of using our writing to train their AI. Yeah, that's, I mean, as a writer, that's the part that scares me the most. And, like, I don't think you can, I don't know what the deal is with Discord. I know that on Discord, like, you post, like, your art into a channel, and then Discord has a built-in AI. It has, like, a built-in AI thing that's like, oh, you want to, you know, switcheroo this art around and make it different? We can do that for you. And I think, last I heard, like, you can do it totally privately and the person would never know. Like, you don't even have to do it, like, it doesn't even have to show up in the chat. I hate that. Hate it. And so I don't know what that means for writing. I don't know if we're putting our writing in danger by posting to Discord, but I also don't know where we wouldn't be putting our writing in danger. I don't know how to keep our writing safe from AI, even though that is my desire and intention. I don't know if there's anything I can disable on, you know, my server to keep our writing safe. You can't disable the art thing. So yeah. Hey, I'm looking for a picture of a fantasy peen. Could you whip me up one real quick? And if they get back to you within 5 minutes, you know they're all really reliant on AI. Oh my gosh. Even Google Docs and Grammarly have AI built into it. Gosh. Is there a way to disable that, or is that, like, fully enabled all the time? Furry artists are working hard? What progress are they making? What are they doing? What if they have a folder full of peen, locked and loaded, ready to go? Oh yeah, I draw lots of peen in my own time. Scrivener is what I use at home, but there's an upfront cost because you're paying for the license for it, yeah. I mean, I use Scrivener too, but I also use Google Docs as a storage space. I mean, A, to share it with people, and B, as a storage space. So, like, and has Scrivener guaranteed that they won't, you know, give our stuff to AI? Aw. Makokam, I regret to inform the stream that my phone refuses to accept power from the battery pack, so I'm going to vanish in about an hour. Documancer. To be honest, I have no idea if there's a way to disable on Docs or Grammarly. I write as limited as possible. Gotcha. Your phone is dumb, Mako. Mm-hmm. So what's the recommended way to write then? Use Scrivener and then, like, store it on a pen drive? Is that Is that what's recommended? Yep. Steven, I think AI is inevitable. Pretty much anything we do is entering the theft soup. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I remember a statement about Scrivener being against AI. But please fact check me, fair. If anybody wants to go fact check Documancer, please do that. Aw, that's an encouraging viewpoint that said nothing is inevitable. I love that. That is a great that's a great note to end this conversation on. Yeah, I mean that's a good note as well. All we can do as individuals is try and be mindful of what we use, which you clearly are. Well, I didn't know that about Google Docs, and so honestly, I'm experiencing a lot of pain and fear right now over that. But I'm trying, at least regarding the stream and everything. Okay, that's a nice comedic place. For some reason, I'm imagining a soup thief with a really long spoon reaching across the table when you're not looking. Amazing. All right, is CM Weller here? I don't think I have seen any bitsers in the chat. So, are you here? Yeah, very fair. I'd say how do we help our government do that? But our government is pretty effed. I don't think that there's a way to encourage them to do that. Thanks for the tag, Wolf. There's an ad coming, so, and like if I snooze it, then it'll probably happen in the middle of the story, so I'll let it go. Oh my gosh. How to stop governments relying on AI, yes. Unless big names like celebs do lawsuits, but that has happened, so... Huh, interesting. Yeah, I thought there were some lawsuits going around, but I haven't heard the results of those lawsuits. Like, I remember, I think, like, is her name Elizabeth Wheatley? That, like, her book was used to train AI, and then, like, you know, herself and a group of, a lot of the authors were like, were like standing against it, but I didn't hear how that ended. I mean, I guess I could during the ad try to look up, you know, how to disable stuff.
That's a cute kitty.
Well, the first thing that comes up for Google Docs is to disable the Help Me Write AI feature in Google Docs, you need to click on Tools, opt out of the Labs program, confirm your choice. I don't know that the Help Me Write thing, you know, is what we're looking for, though. This is not helping. Users can opt out of these AI features by adjusting some settings in Google Docs. Turn off Google Docs AI-powered proofreading. To disable Google Docs AI-powered spell and grammar checking, open the settings, gear icon, general, and toggle the proofreading off. Disable real-time collaboration. To suspend real-time collaboration, disable autosave from the settings general. This action will prevent AI-powered grammar and spell checking. The catch, Google Docs remains AI-powered regardless. While you can modify some settings to reduce or disable AI-powered features in Google Docs, most AI features are still in place. This includes entity recognition, language translation, and content suggestions. Why opting out may not be enough. If you opt out of Google Docs AI-powered features, your data may still be processed. Here's why. 1. Google's Cloud AI platform. Google Documents are stored on the Cloud AI platform, a data processing service that combines AI and machine learning technology. 2. Customer data. When you input data into Google Docs, it is stored in an unencrypted way, making it vulnerable to data breaches or unauthorized access. Privacy policy. Google's data collection and usage policy prioritize data sharing with third parties, affiliates, or other Google services. For users who want to completely opt out of Google's AI, options are limited. However, you can take additional precautions to protect your data by using pseudonyms or nicknames instead of real names, avoiding sensitive data, refrain from saving sensitive information such as passwords, financial data, or personal addresses into Google Docs, regularly deleting unused or unnecessary documents. Oh my gosh. And then at the end of the article, there's an ad for an AI writing generator. I don't know if this is one of those articles where it's like, oh, like, I don't really actually care. I'll inform you, but I don't care to turn it off, you know? F lawsuits. Let's bring back dueling for honor. Fantastic. The voice actor unions and such are actively striking over this. That's good. Yeah, was the writer's strike, you know, in like Hollywood and stuff, did that have something to do with this, or was that totally unrelated? Yep. Hang on, I want to read that at the end. Yeah, it will lads be like, I heard you were interested in AI writing. Well, this is a Windows computer, so it's Bing. Yeah, the writer's strike was in part over AI. Did that get any results or not? Because I haven't heard much about it in a while. Just because that's what my computer gives me. I don't prefer it. I prefer Google, but I've been too lazy to like switch it. But as I said, I find the fatalism just odd. There used to be asbestos everywhere, lead in the gasoline, a hole in the ozone layer. Now those have been fixed. I love that. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate the hope. That's very nice. That's very good. Well, I don't see CM Weller, so I guess we're going to Arith. Has that happened like 3 times to you, Arith, lately? Where you were after somebody, but then you were first? Alright. Saying Goodbye. Nimere Setting by Arith Winterfell. 350 words. I stood there, my heart twisted into a knot. Anna leaned in the doorway, looking at me as she carried her packed things. I'm leaving, Arith. I'm not happy in our relationship anymore. It's me, not you, Anna said, trying to soften it a little. It was me. I devoted too much of myself to my craft as a wizard. Spent time, energy, and passion into the art of my craft. In exchange, what I'd really spent was the time and energy she wanted me to give her. I'd sacrificed her to the altar of my studies into magic, but only now can I see that. Look, if it's space you want, I'll give you that. If you want me to let you go... Here I struggled to even speak. I wanted to be kind or gracious or just to make her happy. I'll let you go, Anna, I said, finally looking down away from her. When I looked back, I was met with an angry glare from her, as painful as if she'd slapped me. You're not letting me go. It's my choice, not yours, she said. I could see from the way her gaze was set, it was too late for apologies and promises of change. I didn't want to be bitter, sad, or scared, but the pain of it was suffocating me, knowing she was leaving me alone. Goodbye, Arith. Anna said to me, finally, after a long pause. She turned and was gone. I knew charming magics and love potions I could call upon, but I knew then it wouldn't be her. Not her real choice. Not what she wanted. Later that night, miserably, I went to the tavern. I sat at a small table alone. There, a barmaid came up to me to ask my order. She looked tired, world-weary, and deeply disinterested in even talking to me. I silently cast my charm, and suddenly she smiled at me with interest. "What can I get you?" she said. I smiled back, thinking over my life. Perhaps that's how it all began down this road. Oh, sorry. Ghoulish, or not ghoulish, Norman says, "It's not on the screen! I'm yelling, but Kaylie can't hear me!" Yep, unfortunately. Do you guys want me to reread it with it on the screen, or are you fine? Oops, that's a little too big. Throw up those that's the first time I said that in a while. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheers. Magistrate Ironlung said, and Ghoulish, very heartfelt. Arith says, nice. Oh, that's neat. Thanks for putting the link to the story in the chat, Norman. It's okay, since you're going to go over the story, giving your critique and such. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I saw a cat while I was...
Oh, he just went and sat down. Okay. He just went and sat down. Yeah.
Alright. Okie dokie. And I apologize in advance if I'm a bit out of sorts after that conversation, so I apologize if you don't get my best work. Alright. Indeed, quite a heartfelt tale. So, let's see, I'm trying to think how to explain it. So I guess a summary of my thoughts on this story is that, the first half, made me really feel for Arith and have a lot of empathy for him and was like, oh yeah, that's sad and heartfelt. But then the second part very much flipped things on its head and made me feel rather icky. So we're gonna go into each parts of that. Alrighty. This is a small thing, but it's my first comment, so I'll say it. I do think that always stating your character's relationship to somebody first, if not only that, is better than stating their name. Now, granted, it's a lot less grievous a thing here because you very clearly show that this is his wife as the story continues on. There's only two of them, you're gonna conclude that. But I do think saying, my wife Anna, or my wife leaned in the doorway, or something like that, I do think would be a little clearer, a little faster. I'm a bit torn on how I feel about the "it's me, not you" thing, because that's very much a cliche, and it's so cliche that it feels like not something someone would actually say, but I absolutely love the response. I absolutely love it was me. And so it might be worth using the cliche just to be able to get that line in, but that's definitely a question. I really like your use of the prompt of sacrifice, that it's this very, even though it's about wizardry and stuff, it is this very real, realistic sacrifice of, I spend all my time basically in my studies / in my work and not enough time in my relationship with my wife. And I feel like real people do that, even if it's without magic. And so I think that's very, powerful, painful, relatable. I especially like the phrasing of, in exchange, what I'd really spent was the time and energy she wanted me to give her. I think that's a really cool way to phrase it, of because you could have said something like, I spent the time I should have spent with her with my magic, and that would have worked. But saying, like, I was spending the time that she wanted me to give her, you know, creates this image of time being a tangible thing of, like, I'm out here spending it, but she wants me to give it to her. I love that image. And then I'm torn on the sacrifice image. On the one hand, I like it. On the other hand, it's a little on the nose with the prompt, so I don't know about that. So I'm curious about his response here, because he says, look at what space you want, I'll give you that. And the first thing to say about that is, she clearly doesn't want space. She wants attention. And you just said that. You were like, oh wait, I've been giving you too much space. I need to be closer to you. And so it's a little strange to me that he's like immediately like knows what the problem is and identifies it, but what he says out loud is the exact opposite. And then it's also a little bit strange because if it's space you want, I'll give you that. It sounds like, please stay with me, I'll give you the space that you need, you know, that it's like, oh, have I been smothering you in our relationship? I can stop, like, I can fix the problem, you don't have to leave me to fix the problem. And then the next line is, you know, okay, I'll let you go. So one line is, please stay, and then immediately with no real transition, it's, I'll let you go. And so I think either keeping him on the wavelength of, no, wait, please stay, and she's not having it, or having him be like, I don't like it, but okay, I'll let you go. You know, and just that wavelength, I think that would have flowed a little bit better. But I do really I especially like the middle thing here, you know, I struggle to even speak. I wanted to be kind or gracious or just to make her happy. I think that's neat. I'm always a fan of the, like, word, like a list of word, and then, like, a longer phrase. I'm always a fan of the cadence of that, and I like the simplicity of just to make her happy, that it's like, and actually, yeah, I didn't think about this, but it's neat because kind is, like, something I am to somebody else. Gracious, something I am to somebody else. Make her happy is more about the other person. Sure, it's still about you doing the making, but it's more about I want her happy. And so I think that's part of why that one hits the hardest. I do like, you know, I like I was met with an angry glare as painful as if she'd slap me. I think that works very well. You could imagine that in this kind of conversation, someone might be getting slapped. And so I do like the use of, like, she didn't actually slap him, but, like, her emotions, her her look was like a slap, you know. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to with, I assure you to something real people say. I've had it said to me in real life. I'm not sure exactly which part you're referring to there. But let's see. Yeah, so, and then I think this is very realistic. Like, I can definitely see somebody actually saying that, of being like, no, like, I mustered up all this courage to say that I want to leave you, and now you're even taking the choice to leave you away. It's my choice, you know. I think that shows a lot of depth of understanding of how, like, people in relationships work that you have. But of course, like, you know, especially because we're seeing this from Arith's perspective, it is very sad, and like, oh no, he was just, he wasn't trying to say anything bad though, you know, he wasn't trying to take your choice away. So I think that worked very well. I don't know if you guys are talking about, it's me, not you bit. Oh, gotcha. So you guys are saying absolutely people have actually said that to you? Wow. that's wild. I mean, that's bad and sad. But, like, I remember I have not, you know, I've never broken up with someone or been broken up with, but in a romantic sense, but I have had friends, and I've had to break up with a friend, and granted, it did come to mind, that, like, I mean, actually, I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, did it come to mind? Because, like, it was definitely her. But yeah, like, I don't know, I feel like I've like, it's come to mind for me before, and then I've been like, no, you can't say that. Like, you can't say the cliche. They'll obviously know it's them then. But it sounds like other people don't have the, don't have that, that compulsion to go, wait, you can't say the cliche thing, then they'll know. But anyways. Let's see. I don't know, I'll see, I'll read what you guys are talking about later. I don't know if you guys are talking about, like, this stuff. I absolutely think all of the things that Arith says here are things that people would and could and do say during a breakup. I do think that people absolutely say, oh, if it's space you want, I'll give you that. Or, if you want me to let you go, I'll let you go. Absolutely, like, I don't think that's unrealistic. It's, like, for a breakup or something. It's just for this particular situation that it's, like, if somebody was like, you're smothering me, I need to get away from you, then the person would be like, wait, if it's space you want, I'll give you that. But in this situation, she's like, please give me attention. And he's like, oh, if it's space you'll want, I'll give you that. It's like, that does not match up with the situation. Like, it's not unrealistic to say during a breakup. It just doesn't match up with what's going on. And then, And maybe, like, that is something that genuinely happens, that someone can turn on a dime from, wait, no, to I'll let you go. But I want the dime here. I guess I feel like even the dime isn't here, because it goes immediately from, if it's space you want, please say, if it's space you want, I'll give you that. If you want me to let you go away. Rather than, look, if it's space you want, I'll give you that. I looked into her eyes and I could tell she wasn't budging on this. I sighed, deflated. If you want me to let you go, I'll let you go. Like, I want the turn in there. I want to see what made him turn, rather than it sounding like he is having two contrasting views simultaneously, if that makes sense. And then I like the description of, Gaze said it was too late for apologies and promises to change. I can imagine, again, I haven't broken up with anybody, but I can imagine the pain of that, of just like, I so want to apologize, I want to change, I want to do something to fix this, and I can just tell it's too late. I think that's powerful. I didn't want to be bitter or sad or scared, but the pain of it was suffocating me, knowing she was leaving me all alone. I really like that too, of like, I don't want to take this in a bad way, or use this out in the world in a bad way. I don't want to get bitter. I don't want to be too sad. I don't want to be too scared, But at the very least right now, I'm overwhelmed, that I am feeling suffocated by this pain. And I think that's very realistic, real. I think it's very honest. I love the honesty of that, of like, rather than just going like, I'm mad, which is honestly fair. But instead of being that, there, like, Arith gets down deeper into the real root of his emotions, and instead of being like, I'm feeling bitter, or I'm feeling sad, he's like, I don't want to feel bitter or sad or scared, but I'm in pain, and I'm overwhelmed. I think that's very powerful. Kitty Boo? So, like, I really like all this. Like, I can really, despite, like, my critiques and stuff, I can really empathize with, despite my critiques, and despite the fact that I myself haven't gone through this, I can really empathize, or at least sympathize with what Arith is going through, and really feel for him. And I know that you are drawing from your personal experience, and so that makes it even more real to me, of, like, I know that somebody who has actually gone through something like this is writing about it, and so I can know, like, this is real. This is how someone really feels and how people really act and stuff like that. And so I do think it's very powerful on that front. Okay, so now we get here, and this is kind of the start of the turn. So I knew Charming Magics and Love Potions I could call upon, but I knew then it wouldn't be her, not her real choice, not what she wanted. So, good side. The good side is that he's choosing not to. And, like, that's a fair thought for him to have. Uh-oh. What's the lag? What's the lag situation? I saw myself freeze. So no lag here, says Norman. That's good. All right, fine for Just said. Good. So it's very good that, like, he's a wizard, he's dedicated all his time to magic. It makes sense that his mind would go to magic, and it makes sense that, you know, he's like, you know, I could make her stay, and then immediately he shoots it down and is like, no, like, I don't want to do that. If I did that, it wouldn't be her. That he straight shots to the problem with it. That, you know, because it's kind of interesting, because in situations like that, there could be multiple steps. Of course, she's back. Because, like, there's kind of an element of, like, being told that something is wrong and just going, that's wrong, but you don't know why it's wrong, right? And so it could be a situation of, like, I could charm her and make her stay. Wait, but that's wrong. But why is it wrong, though? But he just goes straight to why it's wrong. He's like, no, like, if I were to do that, I would still it would seem like I still had her, but it wouldn't really be her because it's not her choice. And so I think that's powerful and cool, and I do really like that thought and that dilemma and stuff like that. There does even then start to be a little bit of sinisterness to it, though, because once you read that, then you go, oh, he really did let her go. That him saying, okay, like, if you want me to let you go, I'll let you go. Especially because, like, that's a huge focal point of the fight, is, like, him saying, I'll let you go, and her saying, no, it's my choice. Like, as much as, like, I don't know, as much as it's sad and snippy and, like, maybe a little bit selfish, I understand her point, and I think she has a right, you know, to want that to be her choice and stuff. Like I said, like, if this is something that she's been struggling with for a while and finally mustered up the courage to do it, it makes sense that she's like, at least let me have this choice. I'm not necessarily saying that it's a good choice or that it's the right choice or that it's a painless choice. But I understand, you know, both their sides on that. And so him being like, okay, like, I'd like to make you happy. I'd like to be with you, you know, but if you want to go, I'm not gonna, you know, I was gonna say I'm not gonna fight for you, but that sounds bad. You know, I've meant it in a more good way of just like, okay, I will accept your decision, I guess. Like, I'll let you go. That's very different from, okay, I could make you stay, but I'm not gonna. You know, now that completely negates her choice. And, like, I don't know exactly how to describe it. We'll talk about it more as the story goes on. But that adds some sinisterness to that part of the conversation. That it really isn't her choice at all. And it's not him nicely being like, I accept your choice. It's ultimately him being like, yeah, oh, it's my choice. So I do like this whole description of the tavern and stuff. I think it's fair that he's going miserably to a tavern to drown his sorrows. I really like the description of tired, world-weary, and deeply disinterested in even talking to me. I think it's very evocative. There's lots of different ways you could describe just somebody being tired at their job, and I think this is one of the more creative and unique ways that I have seen. I really like that. And now we get to the crucial issue that I have with this story. I don't know if it's really a problem with, like, the writing of the story itself. It's just a moral issue. Which is, I silently cast my charm, and suddenly she smiled at me with interest. So, to me, this immediately reads as a love charm, because we are not given any clarification on what this charm is. So the only thing we are left to do to go, what kind of charm is this? Is to go back to the last time that charms were mentioned, which is here. And so it's like, okay, he knows charming magics. He casts a charm. Well, the last time charming magics were mentioned is that he was going to force his wife to be in love with him. So it's been an hour or less, maybe a couple hours, couple hours to less than an hour since his wife left him. And he's already charming another lady. Like, charming her to love him, charming her into his pants. Like, whatever it is, it's not good. And so then it's like, oh, like, I felt really bad for you in the whole situation. But if you're gonna be doing this, like, less than an hour after, less than an hour to a couple hours after your wife left, sympathy gone. Like, that is not okay. And, like, it almost reads like, like drugging someone at the club kind of thing, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make her into me for tonight. And then she's gonna wake up the next morning, having slept with him and basically that's pretty much rape at that point, and so that's very not okay. And, like, if all the charm did was make her feel better, if it cheered her up, if she felt sucky and he cheered her up, that would be fine. I would not have a problem with that. That it's like, oh, she's not having a good day. Let's kind of help her out a little bit and help her have a better day. That's fine. That's great. But honestly, even if it's I feel sucky, I would like someone to be nice to me tonight. And, like, there's nothing romantic or sexual going on. Even if it's just, I want someone to be nice to me tonight. Even that is still icky to me. And, like, all I can really describe is that you're taking another human being's will away. For selfish reasons. That it's all about you. It's all about you, wanting to have someone nice to you. And you're taking away her will, her emotions, herself to do it. Not okay. And, like, I think I have even more sympathy for the waitress because of how well you described how she felt. Because how she felt seemed like your average retail worker at the end of the day. It just seems like she has just been like, okay, I just a couple more orders and I can go to bed, kind of thing. And so, like, retail workers all the time are always forced to put on a happy face. And so for him to not only go up to a retail worker and be like, you should smile more, but to literally force her to smile more, not okay. Like, extremely icky. And, like, the only way that this isn't icky is if it's more about her. If it's about, I want to help her. If it's about, I want to make her feel better. And not in a sense of, you should smile more, hun. But instead as a, like, genuinely, I don't want you to feel icky, stranger. Help me stop you from feeling icky. You clearly are having a bad day. Let me, like, improve your day a little bit. And it's for you. Then that's fine. Then that's benign, then that's good. But if in any way it's about him, it's about, I want somebody to be nice to me. I want somebody to sleep with me. I want somebody to have a romance with me. All of that extraordinarily icky. And, like, Arith did talk to me about this in the council, and I don't know if you're gonna repeat it in the chat or already have or whatever, but Arith was kind of talking about how he feels powerless, and so he's kind of trying to remind himself, oh wait, I still have power. And so there's kind of, like, two questions to that. One is, why does he feel powerless? Because, well, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say, why does he feel powerless? Because, like, obviously he knows he's a really strong wizard, but, you know, like, he just got broken up with by his wife. I feel like that's a fair time to feel powerless, even if you are a powerful wizard, so slide that critique away. But the other side of it is, I actually like that idea. I like that idea of like, oh my gosh, like I'm feeling powerless, but let me remind myself I still have some power. It's the power that I basically gave up my marriage for, you know. I still have some power, and so he shows himself, hey, I'm not powerless. None of that is conveyed. I would not have gotten that he feels powerless unless you told me. But second of all, there are better ways to have him do that. So if he's like, I feel powerless, and then he like telekinetically lifts up a rock, a really, you know, a boulder, or he goes down to that inn that people have been working on building for weeks and he helps them build it with his magic or something like that, then it's like, yeah, that's nice, and he can use his magic for good, and that helps him feel like he has some power back. But for him to turn around and actively take another human being's will away and actively harm another human being, then I'm like, I don't care if you feel powerless. That is an awful, evil way to use your power. Especially because it's related. Especially because, like, if he lifts a rock, that's not related to his marriage. But him, like, you know, an hour away from breaking up with his wife is charming another lady. That's very related, you know, so that's part of the ickiness of it. And the other aspect of all this and why it seems so icky is this last line of, perhaps that's how it all began down this road, is like, okay, so he's going to continue down this road. Well, the road that we have been presented is that he is going to charm ladies, you know, against their will. And so I'm like, oh, so not only are you telling me that you have taken this lady's will away, you're going to continue to do it. So you're telling me you're going to be a serial womanizer? Like, is that the road you're falling down? You know, sympathy gone, you know, kind of thing. And so, like, if the road is not this or something different, then again, I think that needs to be more clear. Like, if he just picked up a rock with his magic or helped build the inn, like, especially the inn one. If he helped to build an inn, then I'd be like, oh yeah, he's going down a road of using his magic to help people. Like, that's awesome. I'm trying to think if there's, like, a more neutral magic thing that you could do that isn't lifting a rock. I can't really think at this moment, but, like, the rock one would just seem like, oh, he's, like, gonna continue honing in his magic. Okay, like, for good or for ill, he's gonna use his magic. But the only step down the road I've been given is him actively harming another human being. And so that sounds to me like he's going to continue actively harming other human beings for his own personal gain. And so, you know, that makes me leave the story with a sour taste in my mouth. I start the story feeling super empathetic and sad and stuff like that, and then I leave the story feeling super not. And I don't think that was your intention, you know, from, like, what you said in the council and stuff like that. I don't think you intended him to be even romantically or sexually involved with the waitress at all. But again, the problem is you didn't define your charm, and so we were left to go to what the last charm was. And so if you just said, I silently cast a cheering charm, then, like, I don't know if I would have had the same critiques for it. Maybe I still would have had, like, questions about, like, taking her will away, but I do think that would have helped a lot of, like, oh, he just tried to cheer her up, not, like, oh, he's charming her. Like, he is charming her like he would have charmed his wife. You know, that's what I know about charms. Kind of thing. I don't think you had any questions. Yeah, I don't see any. So let's see what folks have been saying. As someone who has been dumped twice, I can confirm that this is the exact language of breakups. You try everything you can to keep it together until you realize this no longer works. Aww. Saying, I won't fight you on this might be a better response in general. I don't know, would it though? Because I feel like I guess saying I won't fight you on this is better, but if you're saying, okay, I won't fight for you, it's like, okay, well, I'm definitely breaking up with you now, you know. At least my first breakup was like that. Which says the second was literally just stop playing games with me. Oh gosh. I feel like that sentence is self-fulfilling prophecy. It's in the zeitgeist. People have heard it and then thought to use it. Yeah, that's fair. They're cliches for a reason. Fair. Wow. That's not good. With the space thing, I see what you're saying. It does turn very quickly. In part, I was word limited, but I was also drawing stuff out of order, I think. Yeah, very fair. I mean, like I said, for regarding the word limit, I just say, like, I just go straight to, if you want me to let you go, I'll let you go. Or just keep it at, you know, look, if it's space you want, I'll give you that, and then have her respond. But I do think the let you go thing is what you wanted, so I'd probably recommend to just, you know, maybe you could instead have him say something like, you know, something along the lines of, well, I really want you to stay, but if you want me to let you go, I'll let you go. I think that could work of like, well, I would like you to stay, but I'm going to respect your choice, rather than like, wait, no! Okay, but go though, you know? Aw, I'm sorry, Ghoulish. Hello, Decoy. Happy Easter indeed. Okay, there's some stuttering for Ghoulish, but his people messing with the wires. Arith, interesting. I should have clarified it was more of a friend charm, not love, but I should have clarified. Your point stands. But your comment does highlight the question I did want to search over. How does the nature of charm magic affect ethics? So yeah, I wanted to explore these things, and you're doing that. So thank you for that exploration and critique. That's good. Yeah, I think the thing is that, like, it's good to, like, explore ethics and magic and stuff like that. And, like, that itself can be a sacrifice of, like, sacrificing morals and ethics and stuff like that. But I think that the thing about this here is, like I said, it's firmly not okay. Like, if this is selfish, if this is about him, if this is him going like, oh, you don't want to be my friend? Sorry, you are my friend. You know, like, even that is, like, flat out not okay. And so I think, you know, and I don't know that it would work in this kind of story, but, you know, when you're playing D&D and you're like, oh, we need to get into the castle. I'm going to try and charm the guards to try and get into the castle. That's very different. Like, there is some unethicalness in it. If you actually have sex with the guards, then it's actively not okay in my book. But if you're just like, oh, hey, hon, and you're just getting a little flirty with the guards and maybe casting a bit of a spell on them to make them reciprocate your flirtiness, like, yeah, like, that's a question. That's a question of ethics. That's less of a, like, oh, absolutely no, not okay. But it's also not, oh, yeah, that's totally fine. You know, that's a situation where a charming magic is much more of a question. I'm trying to think why here doesn't read like that. I guess maybe it's the goal, because in the D&D example, your goal is not to flirt with them. Your goal is to get into the castle. They're a means to an end. But in this case, it seems like the goal is love or sex or at least friendship, you know? And so, like, okay, let's apply that to, like, the D&D example. If, like, you cast a charm on someone because you want to sleep with them and you're gonna, you know, make them sleep with you because you cast a charm on them, now that's not okay, you know? Thank you, new follower. Hello. if you, you know, cast a charm on someone to make them love you, you know, because that's the goal, then that's not okay, you know? Whereas if it's just like, oh, I'm gonna, like, flirt with you for 5 seconds to get in the castle, then, like, there's a lot more leeway for that. That's wild. I cast dopamine boost. Yeah, if you just dopamine boosted her, then that would be fine. Documancer. Maybe even then, I hope it finds you happiness. Oh, yeah, like, you mean up here? Like, you know, if you want me to let you go, I'll let you go, and I hope it finds you happiness. Yeah, I think that would work very well. Of course, I can't help but think of, I hope you're happy! I hope you're happy now! Whenever I hear that. Magic really needs an ethical review community. Magic HR, I love that. These aren't the droids you're looking for, but I could be. What? Is that your rendition of Obi-Wan being like, these aren't the droids you're looking for, but I could be. The Ministry of Ethical Magical Usage, Mimu. I love that. Mimu. Prompt idea. Ethical conduct guide for adventurers. Love that. How could you make it more general, though? I guess just like, would magical ethical conduct, would that be? Yeah, I think that would be more general. Obi-Wan has the rights to pull that off. Incredible. Marks, are you gonna be here by the end? If not, DM me what made you think of a little bit of a spoiler, but the prompt is tied right now. One of them is Marx's, and so if you're not going to be here for the end of the stream, DM me what made you come up with the prompt so that if it wins, I can talk about, you know, what made you come up with it and stuff. If you're going to be here, you can just tell me then. Obi-Wan Rizobi. I love that. Oh yeah, Norman suggested how to practice magic responsibly. Yeah, that could work. To see Arith casting smile charms to cheer people up. I don't know if I can do it. It's a creepy goblin smile. Oh, Steven, this reading that is the SpongeBob "that's hilarious, that's horrible" meme. What if, bear with me, we use magic to gather, collate if you will, the ideas of other people's magic, and then we develop spells that can draw upon those works and generate new spells from simple prompts. That's hilarious, and that's awful. All right. Well, I hope you enjoy the discussion of your story. I hope I wasn't too harsh with it. It was very enjoyable. I really did enjoy the topics it brings up and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's keep going. Mark said, gotcha, I'll probably be here just watching WrestleMania as I'm listening. Gotcha, Norman. WrestleMania's on! That's great. Well, I still don't see Bitzer, so I think we'll do Documancer. Very good. Thank you for all your feedback. You're welcome. Wait, Bitzer is here? Oh, Sam Willer. I'm over here. Okay. Let's go over here then. Alright. A Critical Decision. A Devil's Tale. By C.M. Willer. 350 words. What do we help her do? Asked Kosh's handler for the lootman. He had to confess it, even if it was in his own head. Kosh had been falling for the Lady Cordelia ever since he realized that she'd put her lips to his. Not a real kiss, she said. She was the first person who thought his life worth saving. But that wasn't the only reason he fell. The Lady Cordelia was magnificent in many ways. The tenacity to survive the Everdark on her own with few resources, when most of her status would curl up and wait in misery for death. She learned lightning fast, fought like a tiger, and did something very few had ever done before. She talked to him like he was a person. Further, she listened to him like he was a person. He'd been falling for days. What a mess it was inside when he finally hit the bottom. What an absolute mess he had become. Oh, my Eliza, he thought. What a terrible mess I am for you to clean. Gosh had promised his loyalty to a bride he'd yet to meet, and he could still feel the ghost of Lady Cordelia's lips on his. That ghost would haunt him, even after he met his promised wife. The Lady Cordelia's memory would haunt him if she were close by, too. This was for the greater good. For the Lady Cordelia and her escape from Spitebane. For his Eliza, when he finally met her. For the good of Whitekeep, or at least his marriage. If she and the feel of her lips was just a memory, there was a slim chance he could forget it. Forget her. A very slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. Teach her how to feign ordinariness, he said. Help her find somewhere Whitekeep will never find her. She's a fast study. And so she would be away before he knew it. He wanted to tell them how magnificent she was, how far she'd fly once she was free. For the greater good, he never had to see her again. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Alright. I thought it was very cute. I think you had questions, didn't you? I think you did. Where are they? Where are you, questions? Here we are. Okay, so the questions. Toast, constructive, and helpful, please. 1, does this feel like people are making decisions for Cordelia rather than endorsing her decisions? 2, how is my feel of longing in this piece? 3, have I used the word mess too often? 4, was my vague D&D reference in the title subtle enough? I didn't even think about that in the title. I'm assuming it's like critical role, critical success, you know, the crit, that sort of thing. Critical is just a word. It just happens to be a word that's used in you know, TTRPGs, so I'm fine with it. I didn't notice. I'll answer the others after. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Steven. Really appreciate it. Alrighty-roo. I can't remember if I already asked, but those who don't know this universe, did you feel like you understand it? Was there anything you were confused about? I do love we'll come back to the framing at the end, but I do love he had to confess it even if it was in his own head. I thought about it for a bit, but I do think that there is an element in which you can not confess something even in your own head, that you can kind of convince yourself, no, I'm not falling for her, like, kind of the thing where someone's like, you've got a crush, and if you're like, no, I don't, like, she's just cool, you know, that you can basically do that to yourself and be like, no, like, I'm not in love with her. It was just a nice lip touch, you know? So I do really like that, and I do love that that's kind of the start to everything. Oh no, Mako is at 3% and dropping. Oh no. When will we see you again? How long will it take for you to get your phone back? I just realized that if I can, I should add the victory emotes to the, to Twitch too. And yeah, so I think you set up well, like, hey, this is what the story's about. The story's about him falling in love and, you know, confessing it to himself. I think that works quite well as an intro. I'm very curious about it not being a real kiss, and I'm sure that's why you phrase it like that. Like, she put her lips to his, but apparently it wasn't a kiss, you know? That's interesting. But it kind of feels like it might be important, because if she kissed him, what's the problem? You know, then it's like, she clearly loves you too. And so I think that why it's not a real kiss is rather important. But I do like the idea. I like the continuation of the falling idea, that it's not just the original, he'd been falling for her, but you continue it throughout the piece and he hits bottom and stuff like that. I think that's super, super fun and cute and well written. And then, you know, of course, this is really nice. As many things are with Kosh, I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's so sad. You know? It's so sweet that she thought his life was saving. Really sad she's the only one. I really like just the simplicity of she was magnificent in many ways. And then going into the ways, I think that's great. I think this is a good example of, like, so many writers are like, no. You can't tell people anything. You gotta show them everything. But telling is good sometimes. And, like, this is a great example of just, like, just tell us she's magnificent. Well, at least tell us that Kosh thinks she's magnificent. There's nothing wrong with that, and it's super cute and actually quite impactful. You don't just have to go through, like, showing us all the ways he thinks that. Birdie. I do like the list. I'm not sure what other word you could use, but I'm assuming Everdark is a D&D thing. Especially for people who aren't super familiar with D&D, I would definitely recommend using a more general term. I mean, you can kind of assume Everdark means a place that's always dark. It doesn't sound like a great place. So, you know, I don't know exactly, I don't know enough about it to know what to say. Like, I don't know if it's like the dark forest or the dark caves or, you know, a prison world, or, you know, a hellish landscape or something like that. But I feel like any of those things, you know, even just saying like the tenacity to survive a hellish landscape on her own, I think tells people who don't know what the Everdark is more than using the term Everdark, especially because you're not going to define it as the story continues. I really like the lightning fast fought like a tiger. Tiger especially is a great image for someone that you're in love with. And then I really love that, you know, she did something few had ever done before. Ooh, what was that? She talked to him like he was a person. And again, it's another one of those things where I'm like, oh, it's so sweet and cute. Oh, it's so sad. You know? So yeah, I like that this is kind of what I like that everything is building up to this, and it's this cool dichotomy between, she talked to him like he was a person and listened to him like he was a person. To him, absolutely is the biggest, most important thing. That is, like, the most difficult thing for him to get from people. And also, like, just in general, it's, like, a basic thing. Like, the thing that we're building up to is, like, a basic human need. A basic thing that everybody should be granted. But also, it really is that big of a deal to him because he hasn't been getting that. You know, I think that's very powerful. And then, yeah, like I said, I really like this. I didn't really quite, I don't know, I didn't quite notice that you were repeating mess. I thought it worked, that it was like, yeah, what a mess it was inside when he finally hit bottom. What an absolute mess he'd become. Like, it feels intentional that you were repeating it. It didn't feel like you used mess one too many times, you know, just feel like, yes, I'm a mess. I'm an absolute mess, you know, that kind of thing. So the Eliza thing kind of comes back around to what I was saying with Arith's story about introducing the relationship first is, you know, pretty much always what I would recommend. And I do think that's important here because we haven't been introduced to the fact that he's betrothed to somebody else. And so he's like, oh my Eliza. And we're like, who is Eliza? You know, anybody who doesn't know the story is like, who's Eliza? And then even when you say he'd promised his loyalty to a bride he'd yet to meet, hopefully people will connect that's Eliza, but even then you don't repeat Eliza here. And so it could be like, okay, he has this bride, but still, who's Eliza though, you know? So, granted, I don't think he would think in his head like, oh, my promised bride. You know, that might be a little bit weird. But if you put, you know, like this paragraph earlier, so let me actually read that. So she talked to him like he was a person. Rather, she listened to him like he was a person. Kosh had promised his loyalty to a bride he'd yet to meet, Eliza. And he could still feel the ghost of Lady Cordelia's lips on his. That ghost would haunt him, even after he met his promised wife. The Lady Cordelia's memory would haunt him if she were close by, too. He'd been falling for days. What a mess it was inside when he finally hit the bottom. What an absolute mess he had become. Oh, my Eliza, he thought. What a terrible mess I am for you to clean. Yeah, I mean, as I read it, I am understanding why it came first, that you're basically introducing that he's thinking that, and then afterwards clarifying it. But I do think that saying, hey, he's promised to somebody, like introducing that idea and introducing who the Eliza would be, I think is important to go first. You know, of course, I always love ghost imagery. Oh yeah, about the mess thing. I didn't notice there were 3. Reading it that second time, it did start to sound like a lot when you put the third one in there. But then again, I didn't really notice it. Like, that's not something I wrote down at all to critique you on. So I think I only really noticed it because you called it out. It seems like I didn't really have a problem with it on my own. Like I said, I like the ghost imagery. I think that's great. We're 10 seconds away from an ad. That felt very fast. A mess totally bugged me like 5 minutes after I posted it. That's fair. Very fair. I mean, we're gonna go into ad, but I'm trying to think how you could, you know, change it up. Well, let's just look at the thesaurus. The thesaurus and see what it has to say. Mr. Saurus. I'm sure somebody has a picture of the thesaurus as a dinosaur. Thesaurus, yes. What an absolute wreck he had become. Oh, wait, are you? Wait, what are you? You are a twitching cocoon, so you should be able to still hear me. Yeah, so if you said, you know, oh, what a mess it was inside when he finally hit bottom. What an absolute wreck he had become. Yeah, I like that. I think the last one is most important because what a terrible mess I am for to clean. Messes are something that are cleaned, so how do we change the other one? I don't know if the sandwich is too strong, but like what mayhem it was inside. Maybe that's too strong of an image or too different of an image. There's a word Thesaurus is giving me that I've never seen. Salmagundi. What is Salmagundi? I mean, obviously it's I can click on it. A mixed dish consisting usually of cubed poultry or fish, chopped meat, anchovies, eggs, onions, oil, etc., often served as a salad. Any mixture or miscellany. Gotcha. Can you tell me the origin? Where's that from? Oh, it's gonna give me an ad. Discord, if you will. What Discord it was inside when he finally hit the bottom. That could work. Turmoil, maybe? What turmoil it was inside when he hit the bottom. I like mess, though, because mess gives the image of him, like, falling down a dark pit and, like, falling into a trash heap, or falling into, you know, a bunch of clutter, or falling into debris and stuff like that, which is different from, like, you know, turmoil, which is more like an image of him falling into a storm, or falling into, falling into a crowd, you know, a crowd that's all up in a ruckus, you know. I like the mess image, but how to keep it without keeping the word mess. I mean, I don't know if something like, you know, he was, I don't know, I don't think that would work. I was gonna say he was surrounded by debris when he finally hit the bottom, but I think that's trying too hard. No, I don't think it works. But, it said muddle, and I was thinking of puddle, like, what a puddle it was. He was inside. That's kind of cute, but I don't think it's quite right. What a puddle he was inside when he hit the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. Okay. Oh yeah, so same thing with the spite vein thing that I, even not, like, I, as somebody who knows at least some parts of the story, but doesn't keep up with the stories weekly, I was like, wait, but Spitebane is Kosh's brother. Why does Cordelia need to escape him? And why is she with Kosh, escaping Kosh's brother? Wouldn't he be beside his brother in the castle? So what's the situation there? And granted, maybe this isn't one that could be fixed with a simple relationship, because just saying, and her escape from his brother would be equally as confusing. But, you know, any new reader won't know Spitebane at all, and even somebody who has at least some understanding of Spitebane still doesn't really get what this is about. So I think either A, just taking the line out, because you don't need to know why she's in this situation, you know, she can, like, it really is about Kosh, and about Kosh having to let her go. We don't really need to know that she's escaping Spitebane. Or you could give it a little bit more. You could, I don't know exactly, I don't know what the situation is, but maybe you could briefly explain it without wasting too many words. And then, again, I know what Whitekeep is, but any newcomers won't, and so just saying the good of the kingdom, or the good of, you know, his family, or the palace, or whatever. Yeah, or yeah. Yeah, one of those things. I think would be a lot more understandable for newcomers. And then I do like, you know, the idea of, like, maybe, just maybe there's a chance that I can forget her. Narrator, he could not forget her. You know, that kind of thing. And then, yeah, but he does admit, like, it's a very slim chance, but at least there's a chance that maybe, you know, yeah, there's a chance that maybe he can forget her. Maybe there's some hope, but it's slim. I do like that. And then I do like the ending. I do like that the ending is this sacrifice of, like, I love her, I want to be with her, but I have to sacrifice her. I have to not be with her. I think that works well. I'm not really sure why you use the phrasing of he never had to see her again, because I feel like he had to never, like for the greater good, he had to never see her again would have worked better for me, because this is sounding like, oh, I have to see her. And like, okay, for the greater good, he never has to see her. And so that kind of sounds like, yeah, good, if you think you have to see her, as opposed to like, I have to never. And that it's like, I want to, but I have to stop seeing her. That kind of thing. My main critique for the story has to do with the frame story. So I think what you're going for is great. I think this is a great writing device to have a frame story and then have a story in the middle. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly a frame story, but it's just like, okay, here's what's happening right now. Here's like the story in the middle of all that. I do really like that device. But unfortunately, this one didn't really work for me. So what do we help her do? We don't know who we are. We don't know who she is. We don't know what anybody's gonna do. We don't know what the situation is at all. Cautious handler? Why does he have a handler? For the lootman. What's a lootman? Is it a bard? Is it a lute playing bard? Like, what's happening here? And then the answer is teach her how to feign ordinariness. I don't really understand how that's related to anything. I don't really understand, what that means. And I can get, this part of like, oh yeah, like he wanted to say how magnificent she was and how she'd be great at it. I do love that, and that really shows how in love with her he is. But like, I don't know why her being ordinary means he'll never see her again. And I don't know why they're teaching her I don't know why that's the answer. I don't know why they're teaching her, to be ordinary and stuff like that. And I don't know why, by the end, I still don't know what the lootmen are. And so I think just having it be the middle story of, like, even if you just started with, he had to confess it, even if it was in his own head, he'd been falling for the Lady Cordelia. I think that would work perfectly well for your opener. You could, if you took out the framing, that you could just explain it more exposition-y and go like, oh yes, like, I must escort this woman away, but I've fallen for her, something like that. And then that could work as well, but you really don't need to know exactly what's going on. You just need to know he's in love with her, but he has to let her go. And maybe you need to know the kiss. Maybe that's the thing I might add more than anything. Let's see. And then, does this feel like people are making decisions for Cordelia rather than endorsing her decisions? So for the first part, are they making decisions for her? Yes. It definitely reads like he's like, yeah, goes through a whole thing in his head and is like, I can't see her anymore. It's for the good of the kingdom. And like has no idea how she thinks or feels or anything like that. And then endorsing her decisions, well, we don't know what her decisions are. All we know is that she kissed him, but told him it wasn't a kiss. And, like, this could mean so many things. This could mean it was a very genuine, passionate kiss, and she's like, not a real kiss, hun. It could mean that, like, I don't know. It does say that she put her lips to his, so it's not him doing it, but they could have accidentally bumped each other and accidentally, smushed lips. And then she could have been like, oh, that was not a kiss. What is it? Prompt. We're on like prompt 2, like 26 or something. No, I don't know. Prompt 227. Involuntary lip smush. He could have been sleeping, and she could have, lip smushed while he was sleeping, and then he could have woken up, and she could have been like, oh, that wasn't a kiss, she might have given him CPR and told him that it wasn't a kiss. Like, there's so many scenarios, and so it could be she full-on kissed him, but just, like, cheekily told him it wasn't a kiss, and so then, like, clearly she's in love with him, and too. It could be genuinely it was not a kiss. She was just trying to, like, do CPR, and she's like, no, don't get any ideas, boy. I was saving your life. That kind of thing. So I really don't know what her decisions are, and so I can't say that, oh yeah, people aren't endorsing her decisions when I have no idea what her decisions are. How is my feel of longing in this piece? Yeah, I definitely get cautious longing, for sure, that he's like, I want to be with her, but I can't, and like, there's two forms of longing, right? Because on the one hand, it's like, I love her, I want to be with her, she's awesome, and the other side is like, oh, but I want to do what's good for my kingdom, There's two longings that are at odds, and he has to pick one, he has to sacrifice one and pick the other. If I use the word mess too often, we talked about that, it was my title, I already talked about that. Alright. Let's see. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. And look at all the non-monetary cheers from Mako. And thank you for the monetary cheers, Coalition's Demon. I might have already thanked you. But I have an hour from home right now. Okay, that's not too bad. Documancer. As someone coming in blind, it was kind of hard to immerse immediately, but I was able to get a gist of the feelings. The context was lost to me, but the feelings were easier to read. Wow, apparently there was not much comments in the middle, because Documancer said, I mean, CPR isn't a kiss. That's the point, right? Like, he just says she'd put her lips to his. That happens during CPR, and she says it's not a kiss. And so, like, that can be the point, that it's like, yeah, it was CPR. It's not a kiss. Genuinely. I'm not flirting. Genuinely. It wasn't a kiss, And that is a really interesting thing to think about for these stories, that, not the CPR thing, that feelings can get across even when the, I don't know, like the meat of the story or like the context and everything doesn't. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll remember, but like, I guess I'll write down like, challenge about feelings. Because that could be a fun next challenge. But yeah, so like that's something to think about with these stories, that a character's feelings can come through even when you don't really understand, what's actually going on in their head or in the plot or anything like that. And that's kind of like a thing that happened in like the Arith story too, right? Where it's like, I really got the feeling of loss, and then I really got the feeling of the ickiness, even if I didn't understand all the details of everything. Oh yeah, Desta says, I just noticed Steven Scrolls is a bookworm. Should I add 300 bits worth for unlocking a story? Yes. Let's see. Let's go over here. In case it, like, comes up. Is it over here? It's over here. I guess this should... Yeah, okay. That seems to be proper. Okay. Custom. I don't know what this message is, but I'm gonna let it play and see what it says. Okay, it doesn't come through, but there was like a message of like, born too early to do something about this world or something like that. Yeah, so that came through, right? That seemed to work and add to it. So yeah, so that's a new thing I can do as well. I mean, I could technically always do it, I just didn't know how. But yeah, so now you don't have to keep that in mind. Now it's actually in there. He doesn't get the bare minimum often. He's smitten, yep. Yeah, she talked to him like a person, heart. She talked to him like a person. Sobs. Yeah, because the bar is that low. Ah, yes, the thesaurus, my favorite from the Jurassic era. Is a children's story about kids using a dinosaur as a mnemonic device to spell thesaurus and a caveman named Thod to remember how to spell method and nice. Puddle, now Kosh gets polymorphed into an ooze. Hello, Albus Blade. Welcome. I think you're new. I mean, you're not showing up as new, but I'm unfortunately not recognizing your name. So if you are new, we are a writing group, and we, excuse me, you write story, microfiction every week, and post it to the Discord, excuse me, and then I read some of it here on the stream. Yeah, thank you, Dessa. Dessa explains it better in his paragraph. We read stories. We read short stories and praise and critique them. Technically, the current standard excludes rescue breaths from CPR outside specific situations like drowning. Interesting. Prompt, you hurt my fifis. Time for a fields trip. Feels for the feels, God. Feelings have feelings, too. Oh, incredible. What? Challenge about feelings when you think about Uncle Roger. Cook with feeling. I'm assuming that's pussies. Only pussies use measurement. What? Uncle Roger's out here throwing out the P word? Yeah, I think that it didn't get through. Doc says, I'm kind of nervous for my story because I renamed mine and I'm notorious for adding edits to my entry. I need to cut myself off on Saturdays. Yeah, so it's not going to get through if you do it on Saturday because I copy the stories over on Friday night. Oh yeah, so is there anything else to say about this one? I liked it. I thought it was super cute. Once again, very happy that I can read your stories again. Let us go on. Okay, so I can... Oh, no, that's Arith. I mean, since you told me about it, I can add your new title. Alright. Okie dokie. Hold 'em tight by Documancer. 350 words. Content warning suggested under the influence of violence. That locket always hung against Danica's neck. It was a pendant on a braided silver chain. It was the last bit of proof that her mother ever existed. Her chain snapped under somebody's sticky hand. He oozed with notes of whiskey. It might be handsome. His savagery forced Danica into a scowl. Bar trash. Dan, let's leave. Danica's friend whimpered behind her. Their wrists bruised, as if someone had tried grappling them. The hellhole already reeked like moldy carpet and disappointment. There were 3 other gruffy patrons and a listless barkeep, as they busied themselves with an intense card game. A bottle of gin perched on the tabletop like a lavish trophy. Danica would leave, but the trash held her locket and dangled it like a carrot. That was the final straw for Danica. An aura of cherry red surrounded her sky-blue eyes. In tandem, a scarlet mist plumed off her shoulders and lassoed around Trashy's neck. His stupid grin changed. She watched his expression stretch wider as his maw grew in ilk to the features of the infamous scream portrait. He choked for air, the same stale air Danica inhaled. She couldn't have that. Danny, please, don't use that on him. He isn't worth it. Not until he drops it, she hissed. Or if he simply drops. The man tried desperately to reach out, as if to grab her, but she flicked her chin, and his breath writhed. A strangled sound escaped his lips, and his grip on the chain started to slack. Then a chair clattered to the floor. The mist froze in place as one of the poker players gripped another. Rabid behavior. Drool hanging on the corner of their mouth, a daze leering through their eyelids. They were pissing over a bottle of gin. He looked stupid. Danica looked stupid too. It was easy to get caught up in the rush. She flit her eyes back to her mist. The mist dissolved quickly. The man clattered to his knees, wheezing for air. Danica took her friend by the shoulder, and they both went for the exit. Those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you looked. Sorry about... I don't know how obvious it is when my nose starts bothering me, but it do be doing that, so sorry if you can tell. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung and Death said. Well won, Dr. Pepper. Down, I still feel like death warmed over. Instead of hell frozen over, death warmed over. Amazing. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. Where are we at? 5623. So around 400 to unlock our third one. Thank you for the cheer. Ghoulish hype train incoming. I don't think I've seen that emoji. What was that? Dancing pizzas? Okie dokie. I really like the atmosphere that you set up in this story. Let's see. Where do I want to start? I guess I'll do a summary for yours too. I really like the action. I like the scene. I like the setting and the atmosphere, and the characters are interesting. But there are some things about it that I just feel like I don't understand, you know. Yeah, I guess I'll just get to that. I guess that's the summary. There's some things I don't understand, but everything around it I really like. Alright. I really like the introduction of the locket. This is a very good and simple way to explain, like, why this is important to her. And I do think it's interesting about they're using the word existed, that it's kind of seems like she might be, like, adopted or from foster care or something like that. And so it doesn't seem like it's, hey, like, she was raised by her mom and her mom died. It seemed more like this is the only thing I have from my mom to find her or something like that. Either way, it works and it's interesting. I do feel like that phrasing is a little bit choppy with the 3 sentences. I wrote down something down. Let me see. Where is that? Oh, yeah, okay, just kind of combining it. So, that locket always, or maybe the locket, always hung against Danica's neck. A pendant on a braided silver chain. It was the last bit of proof that her mother ever existed. Yeah, so just making it into one sentence I think would be a little bit smoother. I do like the sticky hand that immediately is like, oh, gross. That adjective does a lot for you. I like it a lot. I don't know how I feel about the some ones, and we'll talk about this in a sec of, like, the setup of the situation, because it's just kind of like, ooh, mysterious someone, as opposed to, like, her chain snapped under, you know, a thief's hand, or, you know, a bar patron's hand, maybe, you know. I don't know if you could use bar trash there. Maybe even just a man's hand might be better. I guess it's the distance of someone, that someone is like, I don't know anything about this but person, you know? But even at least saying a man is like, yes, we know this is a male human being, you know, even if we know nothing else. Because he's not, like, in the shadows, presumably, grabbing it. He is a man there being sticky, you know? So yeah, so I like the sticky, I like the ooze notes of whiskey, sticky ooze whiskey, all of that is a great description. I'm already like, I hate it. That's great. I do think it's very interesting that she notes, like, he could be handsome, but he sucks though. I do think that's cool. I think the phrase, there's a little bit of clunk in that phrasing because it goes from he might be handsome, like he did this, so he oozed, he might be handsome, but Danica scowled. And so it goes from him being the subject to switching to Danica being the subject. And so I think saying, he oozed with notes of whiskey and he might be handsome if he wasn't so savage. He might be handsome if he wasn't, exhibiting such savagery. That I think that would work really well. And then that could address the next issue of we don't know who says this. You can get it, and we'll talk about it in a sec, but it would be helpful to have that, and so that would allow you to do that as well. That if you go, he oozed with notes of whiskey, and he might be handsome if he wasn't exhibiting such savagery, and then bar trash, Danica scowled. I think that could work, and I don't think that, I don't think it would cost you too many words to do that. Oh yeah, then the other thing is, homie, just ripped your necklace off your neck. If somebody did that to me, granted, I'm very timid, so I probably wouldn't have the strength, but she clearly is not timid. She's so not timid, she's choking him by the end of the story. But, I feel like if somebody steals the necklace off your neck, you're not gonna be like, bar trash. You're gonna be like, give that back, or else, you're gonna start making threats, or at least be more angry than this idiot, kind of thing. I forgot to fix it, but this should have been up here because that is what her friend whimpered, and that's pretty important. This is another thing of having, we don't know who says this, and then with this on its own line, we also don't know who says this. And unfortunately, because Dan is also a male name, it's actually a little bit difficult. I mean, difficult is maybe too strong, but it takes a second to get Dan as Danica, because, actually, at first I was like, Dan? Oh, is Dan bar trash? Is Dan Whiskey Man? The Whiskey Man Dan? Is the speaker telling Whiskey Man to leave? And so it is important to put the whimper next to the speech so that it's not two lines of not knowing what somebody's saying. Or not knowing who is speaking, I mean. I'm also wondering what the situation is with her friend getting grappled, because I don't really have enough information to draw that conclusion, because it seems like her pendant just got snatched off of her neck. And that doesn't really read like there was an altercation. It reads like an altercation's about to begin, which it does. And so it seems a little weird that her friend is already bruised and stuff like that when the altercation is only just starting. And so it's the altercation's just starting, yet the altercation already happened, so much so that the friend is already bruised. So what's up with that, And I think just removing the wrist being bruised, just saying that she whimpered, fixes all that confusion. Love this image. I always love when somebody goes for a, actual physical description and then a, more, metaphysical description, it's an actual physical thing and then it's an emotion. I think that's fantastic. And it's using a physical sense, smell to, smell something emotional, spiritual. I think that's great. Gruffy is a great word. So is listless, though nobody seems listless in this situation. Excuse me. And then I really like this description too of yeah, okay, she would leave, but he still got the locket. I like that. And then I also like the image of dangling it like a carrot, because just that image itself, I'm like, oh, I get why she's mad. Because if he's just sitting there holding it, that is already like, hey, I want my locket back. But if he's like, come get it, then it's like, click, click, like, kind of thing. So I think that is a great way to straight shot us to the emotion and make us understand this next line. I like the cherry red and sky blue. I don't know if it quite gives the image you want, because actually I don't know about you guys, but using cherry to describe red actually makes it a lot less violent. It makes it a lot more benign, because I'm like, oh, an aura of cherry red. And like, I'm thinking of like, I mean, this isn't quite right, but I'm thinking of like cherry Coke and stuff like that. You know, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm just thinking like a pinkish red. I'm like, cherries. Sky blue. Nice, peaceful. Oh, wait, but actually it's spooky magic, you know? So I really like the image. I think it's very evocative, but it might be evocative in the wrong way, because I think you want it to be scary. I think you want it to be like, oh, we're locked in, scary red eyes, you know, kind of thing. And so I think, you know, a little more cliche, a lot more cliche, but blood red would do that better, or fire trek red. I mean, ambulance red could be fun, because he's gonna need an ambulance, basically. And then what about the blue? Not many things in nature are blue. I'm just like, flower, no. Butterfly, no. Ocean, no. Ocean's scary, but still would seem serene in that image. Ice, maybe? Ice is a little more jagged and cold, so yeah, maybe an aura of ambulance red surrounded her ice blue eyes, maybe? I don't know. Ambulance sounds weird. So yeah, so if you wanted something more violent, then maybe not exactly what I said, but I think there are other red things that are more violent than cherries are. But I think that if you ever want red to not seem violent, cherry is a great descriptor and very unique and much more evocative than like blood red or anything. I do like her magic. I do think it's really interesting. Kind of reminds me of like the Black Rose in Arcane, and stuff. I like the image that you're going for here of like, you know, his expression stretches and then turns into a scream image. But there's a lot of words used on this that kind of adds clunk and muddies the image. So she watched his expression stretch wider. First of all, there actually is something a little bit confusing there, because it reads like his grin is getting wider. Because changed doesn't necessarily mean it's a frown now, or it's an now. That can mean it's changing in that it's getting wider. Okay, so, you know, so his stupid grin changed. Let's read the sentence. So she watched his expression stretch wider as his maw grew in ilk to the features of the infamous Scream picture. So his maw grew in ilk to the features of. That's a lot of words that is kind of adding muddiness. So I think saying his stupid grin changed. Now his face looked like the infamous Scream portrait. You know, I think that would actually be clearer and would take some words out. You could say his face stretched if you want to keep the... I mean, I don't know. Maybe that would seem too literal. But even taking a little bit out of, like, his maw grew in ilk to the infamous Scream portrait, or his features stretched... no. Yeah, like, she watched his expression stretch to model the features of the infamous Scream portrait. Like, even taking one of those parts out could help, but I do think that just making the sentence as a whole shorter and punchier of, it looked like the Scream portrait, you know, I think it would work a little bit better. But I do like the image, for sure. And then he choked for the same stale air and Danica inhaled. She couldn't have that. I do kind of like that of like, oh yeah, like she's breathing in and he can't and stuff like that. But it kind of sounds like it's saying, oh, she can't have him breathing the same air. Well, I think you're trying to get at she can't have him breathing like she is, but he's not breathing. And so it sounds like instead you're saying he choked for air. She couldn't have that. It's like, wait, isn't that exactly what you want? You know? And then I like the emotion of like, please don't use that on him. He isn't worth it. Especially as a voice of like the whimpering friend back here. But I don't understand why not. First of all, I don't understand if she's saying like, there's like her special move that her friend knows she's gearing up to do. And she's like, don't use your special move, Danica. He's not worth it. Or if she just means this, what she's already doing. And, like, if she's already doing it, you know, the locket was taken by force. The locket was ripped off her deck. If Danica is already in the process of using force back, why stop her now? Like, I get that, you know, fighting fire with fire only creates more fire. But she's already in the process. She's already lit the fire, you know? That it would be different if, like, Danica was about to use her magic and then her friend is like, hey, wait, don't do it. But the fact that she's already using it, she's already choking him, and has been for a second, and then she's like, oh, wait, no, he's not worth it, is like, I mean, come on. The locket is. He's not, but the locket is. Like, you know, I like the emotion of it, but I'm not sure I get it logically, if that makes sense. I do like the not until he drops it, or if he simply drops. I think you can make it punchier. I think saying not until he drops it, or drops, or not until he drops it, or simply drops. I think either of those would be a little bit punchier than adding in the, or if he, you know, sort of thing. But I do really like the mirror of that. I am wondering why the guy is so attached to the locket. Like, you know, I could understand maybe he wanted to sell it, or maybe he wanted to piss her off, or maybe it's his messed up way of flirting. All of those options I can think of are not reasons to hold on to it literally while your life is in danger. Like, okay, you want to pawn it off? Like, not worth your life, drop it. You're trying to flirt with her? Failed, drop it. You know, what was the third one I said? I don't know, being mean? Well, clearly she's out meaned you. So, you know, drop it. No matter, like, what I can think of, I don't know why he is holding on to it for dear life. Also, another question. Why doesn't she send her magic to his arm? I get that she's super mad and, like, you go for the jugular when you're mad, but ultimately what she wants is the locket. So why doesn't she wrap the mist around his hand and force, like, his hand's about to get cut off, you know, by her magic, and then, you know, he drops it, kind of thing. So this paragraph here was the one that my first 2 or 3 reads was my most confusing paragraph. It was the part I was the most confused at, because the Miss Frozen plays as one of the poker players gripped each other. I honestly didn't remember that they were playing a game. I do think saying poker earlier would have helped. And I was like, one of the poker players? What poker players? And still relevant. Why do they matter? Like, she is in the active process of choking somebody. Why are we looking at the poker players? Why do we care about them? And then rapid behavior, drool hanging on the corner of one mouth, and days leering through their eyelids. That's strong imagery. I don't get the purpose, though. Like, it's beautifully and horrifyingly described, but I don't get why it's there. It's like, okay, we might want to leave the bar so that we don't catch homie's rabies. You know, I mean, I know he doesn't actually have rabies. You know, homie is not doing okay. Like, this almost seems like more than just drunkenness. I don't know. So it's a very strong image, but I don't know why the image is important. I don't know why it's mentioned. Pissing over a bottle of gin sounds like an expression, but it's not an expression I've heard. And I tried to look it up, and the first thing that came up was Reddit. Have you ever pissed in a bottle of gin? So the internet, it isn't telling me what the idiom means either. And so I'm like, okay, I don't know why we care about the poker players. Okay, strong imagery, don't know why that matters. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, he looks stupid. Okay, I can get that someone looks stupid, but also it was they the whole time. There were multiple people, so why is there now only one he? But I can get, okay, somebody looks stupid. Okay, Danica looks stupid too. Okay, now we're back to, the topic at hand. And so after like 2 or 3 reads, I think I understand that what you're going for with this paragraph is that, like, the chair clatters to the floor and that jerks her attention to them, and she sees them, and they're fighting just like she's fighting with this guy, and she's like, oh, well, they look stupid and rabid. Do I look like that? I don't want to look like that. I don't want to do that. Let's stop. I think I understand that now, but it's not really clear. And like I said, it took me multiple reads to even understand, because I just thought we were, camera was turning over here for a second, and then we came back. We came back and everything changed, but I didn't know why. I think maybe, something like, a chair clatter to the floor, and putting that on its own paragraph, because putting it here sounds like it's it's his chair. I was assuming he was standing up, but this is making it sound like, oh, she's choking him in his chair, and his chair clatters. It seems like it's related, but especially if it's cutting through the scene so much to draw her attention, it should absolutely be at least in a new paragraph, if not on its own paragraph. Whoa! Thank you for the big cheer, Mako. Really appreciate it. I think that got us our 3rd encore, so that's awesome. We're pretty close. Well, fairly close. We're like 300 bits to the final encore, aren't we? That would be awesome. That'd be pretty cool if you could get that unlocked. But yeah, so putting it like this would help, but adding in her saying, like, or thinking in the narration, like, that a chair clattered to the floor, drawing Danica's attention, just tell us that it drew her attention, that it's like, because she's hyper focused right now, it would take a lot to draw her attention away, or something really shocking. Thank you for the cheers, Steven. It take a lot to draw her attention right now, so just, like, clarifying this drew her attention. And then you could do, like, the mist froze in place as she watched the poker players, she watched the poker players getting into a fight. Let's see. They looked rabid, drool hanging out of the corner of their mouths, a daze layering on their eyelids. I'm guessing this probably means they were getting upset over nothing. I guess that's what the idiom means. And so, like, I don't know how to describe that in a short amount of words without using this, but, they were fighting over nothing, or, like, they were fighting over, I don't know. I want to say they were fighting over, like, someone forgot to carry the one. I don't know. But somehow conveying, in more explicit language, they're fighting over nothing. So, a chair clattered to the floor, drawing Danica's attention. The mist froze in place as she watched the poker players grip each other, and then keep the rabid stuff, or they looked rabid, and then they're fighting over nothing. They looked stupid. And then maybe you could even say Danica realized she looked stupid too. So I guess just the critique there is just add a little more telling. I get that you probably didn't have a lot of words, but if you take out the he's like, or if he, or just the if he, if you take out, was there something I said to take out earlier? I thought there was. maybe not. I mean, you could, like, I'm assuming this is, like, what they're fighting over, but you could take it out. Like, especially if you just say, like, something along the lines of, they're fighting over nothing, you could take these words out. Yeah, so, I think the critique is more to add more telling there, just to show that it's not, like... Because I think it feels very disconnected, because it's like, there's a chair, not connected to anything. There's poker players, not connected to anything. But if you draw that connection of, like, the chair clattered and that drew her attention, she watches the poker players, you know, I think that helps connect things. I like flit as a verb here. I think that's great. And then at the end... I don't know why they left the locket. I get that, like, I think the sacrifice is either, the sacrifice is either, like, this, like, he isn't worth it. She's sacrificed, like, some morals in some way to do that. Or, more likely, it's the locket. That she sacrificed the locket, like, for her own morality or whatever. But, like, I don't really get it because of what I said before of, like, she's already crossed the Rubicon, you know, to reference our last prompt. She's already choked a guy. And so it's like, I don't know why he's hanging so tight to it, but I don't think it should be hard to get it back. Again, go for the hand or something. I mean, don't kill him. Like, maybe that's the situation, is that she genuinely was gonna kill him, and she decides not to. That's good. But, like, it doesn't seem like this should be so difficult for her to get her locket back, and her locket seems really important. It's the last, like, note that her mother existed. And so I totally get why it's important, and this is just some creepy little bar trash who has it. Go ahead and get it back. Like, you don't have to sacrifice it. You don't have to sacrifice it to keep your morals. Like, he used violence. You used violence back. You're already deep in the midst of your violence, and then you decide, wait a second, violence isn't okay. You know, I'm not sure I quite follow. That does remind me. I did like your metonymy with the bar trash. I think that is a great thing to do, to have a character, if a character doesn't know another character's name, use a defining factor to refer to them. And so in this case, he's bar trash, so he's just referred to as trash. And we know exactly who is being discussed. I think that works very well. I really need to blow my nose, so give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I tried. I don't know that I fully succeeded. Okay, what's that? Oh yeah, I was just going to the chat now. Okay. Arith, things I didn't understand. Why are the guys peeing over a bottle of gin? I'm just confused. I mean, was it some kind of literal peeing contest of some sort? Gross. I love that you, like, confirmed my confusion with that line, but much more strongly. I was like, I think this is an idiom of some sort, but I'm not I haven't heard it. And you're like, they're peeing in the gin? Oh, prompt 237. They're peeing in the gin. Yeah, Documancer says, pissing, angry, I'm pissed. Yeah, I think it's just like, because of course I know that, like, pissing, you know, means, like, I'm pissed means I'm angry. But I think pissing is not I mean, it can absolutely be used in this way of just to mean, like, yeah, like a pissing contest, you know, kind of thing, isn't a literal peeing contest. But generally it's like pissed off. I am pissed, rather than like verb I am pissing. That's not usually that. Again, it can be used for anger, but it's not commonly used for anger, and so you can run into the issues that we had of us being like, what does this mean? Are they actually pissing? I see. I didn't get that. I like a sticky Kaylie 2025. And so I could definitely good frame it more on him than to end on Danica. That might have been a complex sentence. Dan, that's fair. I think that makes more sense. Grappled. I was starting in the direct middle, leaving hints the trash had tried to drag the friend out of the bar, but Danica stood in the middle to break him off. Oh gosh. Yeah, like that's awful. Yeah, I think it's just a little too much context. Like, all we need to know for this story is that he took the locket, and like he's established as bar trash, so I can believe that he could just like grab it and be like, "Get your necklace." I don't necessarily need something worse to happen for him to grab the necklace, and knowing this guy tried to grab her friend, like she should not be going bar trash. Like, she should be it should be way worse. And also, now that I know that, the locket doesn't matter. Now that I know he tried to kidnap and or rape and or murder her friend, that's way more important than the locket. And so it is all on the friend. Like, either she should be trying to choke him because of what he did to her friend, or they should be leaving because that's what her friend wants. The locket doesn't matter, Documancer. Cherry. I was trying to show some of her mannerisms through the colors of cherry red and sky blue because she's more of a peaceful person in a shitty situation, being bullied into infighting. That works then. That works. I like that. That works as an image of like, she's not usually this violent. She isn't a blood red person. She is a cherry red person. Inferno red. Interesting. I like that, but I think of Inferno as orange. The screen is a little clunky. I really like the idea of using a porch as a reference, and I'm still struggling to clean it up. But fair. Like I said, I like the reference. It's just the sentence. I could play around with it, omit some extra words. Hey, you're back. Anybody got bits for another hype train before I drop this fat cheer? Nice. Joke for I can see it as contradictory. Oh, there's an ad coming. I was trying to say, ew, he's breathing my air. I can't have that. Yeah, I think the problem is that he is not breathing, or he is in the process of not breathing. I don't know if it would be weird to, you could have him like stumbling around and wheezing, that he's kind of panting and wheezing. And so like, I don't know if it would be weird to say something like, he panted the same air that Danica inhaled and exhaled. She couldn't have that. And then she chokes him. Like, that could be pretty cool. Don't use it. I was trying to convey that she's not using her full force, and this is just a build-up. Okay, so it is like she hasn't used her special attack yet, and her friend is encouraging her not to use her special attack. Holding on to the necklace, he's stunned and losing oxygen. I don't think he knows to just drop the necklace. Well, I'm no expert on these things, but when you're like choking for air, like, don't your hands go to your throat, or like go to try to get her, or just loosen, like, I don't know. It could be that when you're gasping for air, your hands do tighten. I'm no expert on this sort of thing, but I feel like even if it's just that, as a reflex, your hands would either loosen or go somewhere else, So yeah, and then like, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think about I don't think he knows to just drop the necklace, because on the one hand, it's like, yeah, he's not thinking about the necklace, he's thinking about his life. But on the other hand, it's like, you have a very simple way to save your life, and 3 seconds ago, you knew what it was. So why would he forget it, now? I don't know. I'm of two minds about it. Is Documancer twitchy too? You are twitchy. Okay, I can keep going. Decoy. Yeah, my brain got stuck on this paragraph too. The poker one. Mm-hmm. Documancer poker players. It's supposed to show Danica that she's being exactly like them. Okay, so that was correct. Yep, pissed off, angry. Correct is supposed to mirror her own actions. Kind of a reality check. The chair is meant to be its own paragraph. That was a mistake on my end. Gotcha. 277 bits to Encore 4. Oh, but it's so little though. you can do it. I think Steven after that made it 177, right? Sometimes I have a problem between it needs to be 5 sentences to it needs to break off to make sense. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to there. I forgot to watch the moths fill up with that. Oh, the ones that you did. Marks, you cheered 300. Yes, you unlocked all 4. Yay! That's an awesome Easter celebration. Clap for yourselves at home, even if the other people in your house think it's weird. Just start clapping for yourself, and when they ask, say, I'm clapping for myself. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate that. Documents. I think I did forget to add Danica's attention. I'm starting to realize that I need to add more pronouns to frame the sentences. Very fair. Yes, they're fighting over nothing. I could probably tweak a few words to add more telling. She sacrificed the locket for her morality and saving her friend. Yeah, the friend thing is interesting because the friend thing is, like, that does make a little more sense as to, like, as I said, the locket no longer important. And so her realizing that actually works now, that it's like, oh, okay, she wants the locket, but she needs to save her friend, and so she's gonna sacrifice it. Like, that makes sense. But it definitely was not clear that the friend was in danger. But if you did make it clear that the friend was in danger, then maybe that would be a boon. I was gonna say, then the whole story, I would be like, I'm sorry, like, I get that the locket's important, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Like, let it go, save your friend. That kind of thing. And, like, I guess it just kind of adds an element of, like, your friend was about to get kidnapped and or raped and or murdered, and you care about a piece of metal. So, like, that, that makes her seem, I think, more selfish than you want her to seem, if that makes sense. That, like, without that, I'm like, yeah, he just took her locket. He's a thief, and this is an important locket. It really matters. But in the face of that, in the face of what almost just happened to her, well, what started to happen with her friend, and what could have happened with her friend, and what could still happen to her friend if they stay, maybe, in the face of that, the locket doesn't matter. And so it would make the sacrifice make sense at the end, that it's like, oh yeah, she needs to recognize her friend matters more. But it also would make her seem, maybe a little more self-absorbed than you want her to be, if that makes sense. Well, wait, you didn't... So Mako asked what was going on with Danica's friend, and Documancer says the friend had been hurt by the guy, and the friend is really freaked out by Danica's magic. You didn't say the friend was hurt by the guy. You said the friend almost got dragged off by the guy. Those are very different things. Started the conflict in the middle of the fight rather than at the beginning of the fight. Yeah, I think it just needs to be clear that, what actually happened, because all we know is that he took her locket, and for some reason friend is bruised, but we don't have enough info to know why she's bruised. Left some context clues, because the word economy, need to shift things around. Yeah, it's meant to suggest a pissing contest over a gin bottle. Gotcha. Michael, I have heard they are pissed, or they're pissed off, or I'm pissed, but I've never heard someone described as pissing to mean they were mad. I assumed that's what you meant, but I've never heard it before. Yeah, totally agree. Boiling piss irritates someone. I've never heard that either. That's exactly what I'm saying that the sacrifice was. The locket doesn't matter anymore. Her friend is more important. Okay, so you are okay with her seeming a little bit self-absorbed, and then... Narrator, no one had bits to go with the fat cheer. Fanning and wheezing could probably tweak it to something like that. Mm-hmm. Boiling piss means irritating someone? I've definitely been making tea wrong then. You pissing in your tea, Steven? Quotes from Kaylie. You pissing in your tea, Steven? I tried to get her. He did try to reach for her, yes. Well, again, even trying to reach for her is different from he was actively in the process of dragging her off. I mean, granted, maybe it was clear in him gripping her that he was about to do that, so maybe that still works. But there is a difference between, like, they're playing a poker game and then he, in his drunken state, like, punches her and hurts her. Or he, like, you know, is yelling at her and so he grabs her and hurts her. That's very different from trying to drag her off. And so I think that if you did go with more of that, like, oh, he was super mad, he lost, and so he, like, grabbed her to insult her or punched her or something like that, that might provide a little more balance of, like, hey, friend is not okay, friend wants to leave, you should leave for her, but also it's still like, well, hey, that locket is the last thing of her mother, that still is important. Those balance out a little bit more and makes it a little bit more of a conflict, if that makes sense. I was about to ask how much more do we need? I have some bits left, but I have to go soon. I think it's, or no, there's nothing anymore because Mark's did it all. Yep. Yeah, Mark's did it right there. Clap, clap, clap. 5 sentences break off the chair sentence. If you look at my other paragraphs, they're 5 sentences. I have a hard time remembering to break off sentences for them to make sense of the pacing. Well, so wait. So did you, like, learn in school that paragraphs are 5 sentences and now that's ingrained in your brain? Because that's definitely some pedantic English teacher making a rule of something they shouldn't be making a rule about. Because paragraphs can be, like, all sorts of different lengths. They can be 5 sentences, they can be 10, they can be 20, they can be 2, they can be 1, they can be a word, you know? The paragraph is just, like, how, like, this is all one subject, and so it's all contained in this paragraph. Oh, new subject, new speaker, new paragraph, you know? You don't have to get pedantic with yourself and go, it's gotta be 5 sentences, you know? Yeah, Mako school, a paragraph should be 5 sentences. Reality, no, it doesn't. Yeah. Marks, I'm watching a huge wrestling show. Clapping is the most normal reaction I'll be giving tonight. What other reactions do you have? Are you yelling at the TV? Are you pissing in your gin bottle? Oh boy. Yeah, so, I mean, hopefully it's clear by now that the difference between just she had been hurt versus she was about to be dragged off. The locket is her flaw. That is her flaw. The locket is supposed to be a pivoting point for her. Gotcha. Magistrate, like, as a member of the Tea League, I'm upset with talking about tea with urine in it. What is the Tea League? He did try to reach for her. I mean, when he was trying to reach out to Danica when he was choking for air. Oh, okay. So why didn't he drop it then, you know, as he's reaching for her? Yeah, so learned paragraphs are 3 to 5 sentences, and 5 was drilled in my head until college. Then they wanted me to do 10 to 16 sentences in the paragraphs. Well, your personal challenge, Documancer, is that next week or the next time you write, try your best to take this rule that you've learned and set it aside and just look at your story, and actually there's a couple ways you could do this. One is just like to really try to think about, okay, has the subject ended? Let's move on if it has. Or you could just like write the whole, this could be an interesting challenge for other people if other people would benefit from it. Write the whole story without paragraphs. And then paragraph it out. Then figure out, this seems to go with this doesn't. I'll write it down. I mean, it's not that it's fallen into obscurity. I'm not a tea person. I'm a coffee person. I'm American. Spectre is very much asleep, yeah. All the claps. I think I've been missing some of the private chat. The not so private chat. I'm not sure. Wait, what is this referring to? D&D tie-in Lootman equals Harpers. I don't know what Harpers are. The quick thing, I think it's the same thing as before, but about the Lootmen. I mean, granted, I don't know what they are, but presumably you can describe them in more general words, because just saying Lootmen and not describing it, I'm like, I have no idea what this means, besides they play the lute. But if you just describe, like, soldier or guard, or just a handler, then that's something easier to understand. Yeah, sounds like the British terminology differentiation between taking the piss and taking a piss. Yep, totally. Nice. The Tea League is an inside joke between Larry Behave, a mystery element, and myself. It's a secret society that protects the secret of bone apple tea, a tea that allegedly gives the drinker immortality. Each operative is themed after a specific type of tea. Oh, that's so cute. I see now what you say about the obscurity, because it's like this group sort of thing. Larry had Earl Grey and chamomile. I had Southern Sweet Iced. Nice. Her says prescriptivism is just weird, and that you encountered this at multiple points in education, so it wasn't an isolated event. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because, like, the thing about writing rules is that, I described this exactly. When you have, like, new writers, especially when they are, like, kids or teenagers and stuff like that, like, a teacher might have a lot of, like, pretty bad writing to go through, and you might see, like, a teenager using adverb after adverb, and you're like, oh, like, these don't work, like, please stop using these. But, like, you might, I mean, I don't know that this is true, but you might feel like, as a teacher, oh, if I try to tell my teenagers, well, here's, the importance of adverbs, here's how you can use them well, here's, why they don't work in a lot of situations, maybe, like, teachers feel like students won't get that, you know, or that it's like takes too much to explain, that they don't want to use all that effort to explain it and then have them not get it. And so it's easier just to say, oh, don't use adverbs. And so similar thing with the paragraph thing, like, I don't feel like it's that hard to explain. Like, oh, hey, you know, once the subject is finished, move on to the next paragraph. But then again, I can easily see, like, kids and stuff not really knowing, okay, well, when is the subject over? Is this a place to end the paragraph, or is it not? And so instead, the teacher is just like, 5 sentences. You know, like, it's easier to say, just make them 5 sentences and then move on. As opposed to, like, trying to explain how to actually do it properly and then critiquing their writing when they don't and stuff like that. So I think that a lot of writing rules are created just because teachers want to take the easiest path to not have to slog through a bunch of really bad writing. That it's like, yes, it technically probably improves the kids' writing to tell them don't use adverbs and to, you know, have 5-sentence paragraphs and stuff like that. It probably makes the assignments easier to read, but it doesn't actually teach the kids. It doesn't actually teach them why, you know, you would separate something into a paragraph, why you would use an adverb or not use an adverb. It just creates a hard and fast rule, and then if the kid believes in it, then they're forever on, they're like, oh, adverbs are evil. Pulled out crucifix, adverbs, you know, as opposed to going like, wait, no, adverbs aren't evil. Here's how you use them right, you know, that kind of thing. I'm actually starting to attempt to break that. I write the whole thing in bullet points instead of paragraphs and then see where the subject ends. Thanks. Gosh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and it's not something, if I recall, it's not really something I've noticed as a problem in your stories. Like, I think you're generally quite good with that. But, like, I see rule that a teacher has implemented to you, and I'm like, no, the teachers have corrupted you with their rules, you know? Writing group gag about people who enjoy tea as their sippies. There were enough of us to make a league. Nice. Documancer is also a tea drinker. Shall we create a new tea league? Do we need more tea members for the tea league? Coffee gang, rise up. Tea league and what? And coffee gang? Coffee league? Oh no, this is most certainly not the last submission for today. There's 5 more. Norman, I need not choose. I drink both coffee and tea. The true Canadian way. You're a little bit British and you're a little bit American. Mako, I don't actually like tea. I just dislike it less than coffee. Oh, that's wild. Wait, so... Well, I guess I'll say. For me, I don't like warm coffee, but I do like cold coffee. Have you sufficiently tried both warm and cold coffee and disliked them both, or only tried one kind? Documancer. I still have literary professors still telling me that outlines are the only way to write and the most important way to draft your stories. It's subjective. I tend to hate my English and literary departments because they're so dry, stingy, and highbrow. Oh man, that's so aggravating. Because yeah, like I've had teachers like that too, who are like, outlines are the only way. I don't really like outlines myself. Maybe I'm not understanding, you know, enough about them to appreciate them properly. But yeah, I don't like them. And so I write better, you know, using my own methods. And it's a similar thing with, like, plot stuff, that it's like, you must have the rising action and the climax and falling action, or, like, you must have the hero's journey. Where's your mentor? Where's your crossing the threshold? And it's like, they're more like guidelines than actual rules, you know, like, you know, and that's part of it, right? That, like, on another side, like, it would honestly even help if teachers were like, hey, I have a guideline, you know, maybe don't use adverbs, rather than like, rule in my class, I will never see I don't want to never see an adverb ever, you know, but what about yesterday? Find some other way to say yesterday, you know? That's something to clip. So they're not rules, they're guidelines, but teachers treat them like rules. And the outline thing, outlines can be great for a lot of people, but they're not a solid rule, they're a guideline. Steven, I'm actually in New Zealand because I'm on the run. As a British person who doesn't drink tea, King Charles is legally allowed to kill me on sight. Around 2:38, adverbs are evil. A week without adverbs. Once again, another challenge. No adverbs. We have fun here. Around 2:38, corrupted by rules. I like that. That's genuinely not just as a joke prompt. I like that. Go throw that in prompt brainstorming. Mark's definitely more tea than coffee. Nice. The teachers have corrupted you. Yes, amazing. I think you said so. I'm just realizing I think you said something about violence that I didn't see or didn't read. I'd go to Starbucks exclusively for their s'mores frappuccino, but they haven't had that in years. Gotcha. Well, I don't know what ingredients are in it, but you might be able to find a way to make it, because I used to get the Java chip frappuccino, and they discontinued it. And when my mom told me, she was like, I have bad news and I have good news. So I'm going to tell you the bad news. So just hold on and hold on for the good news. And so she told me that they discontinued the Java chip, and I was like, and then she's like, but I figured out how to make it. I think I did. Here it is. Please try it. And then I tried it, and it tasted exactly the same. And so it truly was the good news outweighed the bad news. But a round of applause for my mom being awesome. But yeah, so depending on what the ingredients are, you might be able to find something that's similar and then tell them what pumps or whatever to put in it to make it taste like you like it. Documancer. Sometimes I revert back to the way school taught me to write, and then I remember, wait, I'm a writer, damn it. Why am I going along with the written rules? I write the rules. If it's a decent coffee, I drink it black. If it's lousy coffee, I add cream. That sounds positively diabetical. Oh, I love that. In place of diabolical, diabetical. I say this, avoid adverbs and you will write more rules. Use adverbs if you want to use less words. More words. I was like, less words, yeah. Idea, prompt brainstorming channel. Oh, you mean a channel in the Discord for brainstorming prompts? It could be. Right, for Mrs. Hat, she is. Yeah. You can't write like that. It's against the law. I am the law. It's not about the rules you follow, not the rules you disobey. It's about how many pages of the rule book are dedicated to preventing your shenanigans. Yes, I love that. Oh, no. Hey, teacher, why are there so many rules? Well, it's really not about the rules you follow. It's not even about the rules you disobey. It's about trying to prevent your shenanigans. Absolutely. Okay, let me see if I can find the violence thing. Marks, at the moment I'm rhythmically waving my hands up and down while saying yeet. Makes sense if you know the wrestler. Incredible. Now just imagining how he's saying clap for yourselves, no matter if people think it's weird. Now I'm like, okay, everybody, if you have a gin bottle in your house, go ahead and piss in it. And when anybody asks you what you're doing, just say, oh yeah, I'm pissing in a bottle of gin. Documancer. I personally think that even if you do resort to violence, that you can stop at any point and not finish off and walk away from the situation, especially if it's unnecessary. Gotcha. So you were kind of thinking of it as A, let's not kill him, and B, just kind of goes back to like, because the thing is, without the information about the friend, it seems like it might be necessary. I mean, granted, she didn't really try more peaceful methods, and you didn't have the words for that anyway, so that could be a clue that it's unnecessary. But, like, he seemed to violently take it from her, and violently tried to hurt her friend, so it seemed necessary to use violence to, you know, stop him, to get her to lock it back. Now that I know it's more about, hey, we should go, like, going is actually a goal of its own because her friend's not okay, that changes things, and that does put it into perspective of being unnecessary. I just remembered that I have a hidden liquor drawer. It was so hidden I hid it from myself. Sounds like me and my necklaces a couple weeks ago. I have no alcohol in my house. This is ghoulish nice. He's a good Christian boy. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't really know if I have alcohol in my house. I don't drink it if we do. And my parents rarely drink it anyways. I can probably find a way to tweak the words, like, to add that. I really do like the idea of the goal being to leave, and I could probably add that earlier. It's gonna take some Frankensteining. Fair. Alrighty-roo. Very fun times. I don't know how long we've gone on this one, but I'm always going overtime in your stories. They're so fun. Thank you so much for submitting. Now we're on to mine. Yeah, that was kind of my initial thought of, like, if you stole the locket and you've already committed the violence, you might as well get the locket back while you're at it. Very fair. Documancer, thank you, I appreciate it so much. Glad to hear it. Alright. Pep Talk. The Ballad of the Monsters. Savion. I prefer the term antihero. /Kaylie. 350 words. Content warning, suicidal ideation. I put a hand on the sink, feeling the cool porcelain against my newfound skin. The other hand I raised near my face. I forced my eyes to the mirror. I barely knew him. I recognized him as well as someone I'd seen in passing. How could this human know the deepest parts of me, and I of him? I slapped my cheek as hard as I could, the skin ringing with a glorious chorus of pain, leaving a red mark. "Listen to me, you bastard!" I spat, beginning a staring contest with his multicolored eyes. "You chose this! You chose..." His Adam's apple bobbed as I swallowed. To be human. And for one horrifying moment, we were the same. You thought this was better than death. You did what you swore you'd never do for him. Your species, your body, your identity, your will, your wants, your every wish. You gave it all up to be at his side. I lost the contest, shutting my eyes tight, my voice turning timid. So, you have to stay alive, okay? If you kill yourself now, what was all that for? Do you want to sacrifice everything for a new life, only to throw that life off the roof? Exhaling, I opened my eyes. I could see my war written on his face. "Can you stay alive?" I whispered. Running my hand through my hair, watching him do the same, I turned and walked out. My brother came over. "Why don't we take a walk outside?" "Sure." He looked away. "Promise not to do something stupid." Last time I was in the garden, I made poison out of the flowers. I can't promise that, but I'll try to stay alive. He smiled sadly and nodded. We walked through the halls out into the grounds, the sun beaming on us. We talked about nothing and everything. We were just here, together. I spent so long without this, without him. This is why you did it, I told that man. Hey, Xavier. I winced at the fake name. Yes. Thank you. For what? For becoming human. You've already thanked me. Not enough. Those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it, but for no other reason because all the stories are unlocked. Maybe save your cheers for next time. Going to lurk mode, says Documancer. Fair. Alrighty, room. I have once again not written down my questions. Little bit of wackiness. So, I have a confession to make, which is that I don't usually read my own stories to my dad. I've said many a time that I read some of the stories to him just to get a different perspective and stuff, somebody who really is not familiar with any of the universes and stuff. But he's kind of a harsh critic. And so, especially because, you know, he's my dad and I want to make him proud and make stuff that he's going to like. It's hard, you know, to have him harshly critique my stuff. It hits too hard. So I usually don't read my stuff to him. But this time I had a little more extra time than I usually do. And so I was like, all right, I'll try and do it. So I have some questions from him. So I'll have some questions from myself and some questions from him. But of course, first question is just, what did you think? Did you like it? Did anything confuse you? If you aren't familiar with the universe, did anything confuse you? A general question that I have, you know, for people who read all my stories this week, or at least the 3 Savion Lestaire ones, were my stories this week too similar? Because the thing is that I was thinking about it, and I was thinking it would be, like, hard. This probably would be hard because I would have, like, too many options. But then I thought about it, and I was like, well, there's lots of, like, points of no return in my series, but I don't think there are a lot of sacrifices that, yeah, a lot of intense stuff happens, but it's not necessarily, you know, somebody sacrificing themselves dramatically and stuff like that. The biggest sacrifice I have right now in my series is Savion choosing to become human. So 2 of the stories were directly about that, and the 3rd story wasn't directly about that, but it was still like a story in the hospital and them, you know, discussing him becoming human and stuff like that. So thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. So were they too similar? Did it get boring if you read them all, or do you think they were all, like, unique and different? Also, the last story of mine I read on stream was the scene where Savion's in the fitting room, and he's also looking at the mirror and forcing his eyes to the mirror and stuff like that. And granted, like, yeah, that's a thing that's gonna happen a lot when you read, like, the actual book in you know, consecutive order, yeah, he's gonna have a lot of scenes looking in the mirror, and stuff like that, but I am curious if you're like, this feels like a repeat of the last story you read on stream. And then, let's see, does the slap work? So the slap is meant to be serious, but does it read, you know, comedic? Does it read weird? It is also supposed to be, I don't really have a hint that he is suicidal, and, like, that's him self-harming himself, even if it is in maybe a smaller way, is kind of your hint about that. And so, does the slap work? Does it seem weird? Did you need more of a setup that he was suicidal, and if so, where could I put that? Let's see. So a dad thing. My dad was saying that I basically separated Savion and his reflection too well, to the point where he actually thought that it was two separate characters, you know, that it was like a Gould in Stargate or something like that, you know, that two people are inhabiting the same body and stuff like that. So did anybody else have that confusion? And if so, how could I fix it? He suggested basically saying, like, I barely recognized myself, use myself a little more, and then, what else did he say? Oh yeah, or say the person in the mirror. So like, I barely recognize myself. I recognize the person in the mirror as well as someone I'd seen in passing. Do you agree that was something you kind of needed? And then down here, well, I'll come back to that one actually. It's the same thing, but well, I'll say the first half of that, and then I'll say my other half of it later. You know, was that man, was that confusing? Did you think he was actually talking to a different man, you know, not himself? And then here, did you get, like, that, it really is kind of a thing where it lasts for a moment, that, like, you know, I mean, I kind of talked about this in the other one, that, like, it's a journey going from calling his reflection him to calling it me. And I think there's, like, gonna be some patchwork in the middle and stuff like that, where he, says I and me and stuff like that. And so since this is so early, then it really felt like a hymn time. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and so like this part was just kind of like, for a second, like he's recognizing that is me, and then immediately like it goes back to looking like a stranger, you know. Did that come through? And then, so this was another thing that was kind of true of all my stories, is that I didn't really want to write the moment of him, like, choosing to be human, because that would have just been, like, pure exposition. The whole story would have just been, like, explaining how we got to this place, and then a little bit of the sacrifice at the end, and, excuse me, and so that actually felt less powerful to me than doing it like this, where it's after the sacrifice and talking about the sacrifice, which is why multiple of my stories are about that. But the question is, does the sacrifice actually come through? Do you feel like you understood what the sacrifice was? And I think an element of that is, like, I don't think I really went into, like, how much he hates his body, how much he hates being human. Did that need to be clear for you to get, you know, what the sacrifice was? Because, you know, I'm saying throughout it that he chose to be human, you know, you did what you swore you'd never do, and then he just lists all the things that he gave up. But this is kind of a telling versus showing thing on the showing side, right? That he's telling himself and the audience, look at all the things you gave up. Look at all those things you gave up. But I don't know if that actually has impact. I don't know if it's like, well, like, sad, I guess, but, like, I don't get the emotion of it, you know. I don't get why he gave these things up or what the sacrifice was, you know. I also don't say he used to be a wolf. Is it important to say he used to be a wolf? Or does just you became human? Is that all that matters? And then does the suicide stuff, does that come out of left field? And you know, is that a problem? I guess that it's like all of a sudden he's saying, don't, you know, if you kill yourself now, where you're like, oh, what? You know, and that also is part of what's meant to convey, like, this is bad, he really hates this. And that is kind of the two sacrifices to the story, that he gave up everything, you know, to be human. but it's also right now he wants to die and he's giving that up, you know. So there's that too. But I don't know if there's something else I should have focused on instead of the suicidal stuff, if that threw a wrench into things and stuff. I don't know if maybe him just talking in the mirror about, like, you gave everything up, like, you know, just saying, like, you chose this, you gotta live with it, rather than, like, you chose this, don't kill yourself. I don't know if that would have been better. And then, was this, like, overly poetic, or did it work? I think originally it was something more along the lines of, like, what was all that for? Or, I don't know how easy it would be to find. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the sacrifice one? Where's the sacrifice? Oh, okay, yeah, so you have to stay alive, okay, for him and for me. Otherwise, he lost his leg for nothing. Otherwise, your sacrifice was for nothing. Do you think that would have been better than what I have? Also, reminds me of another question I had, which is that I also had, you gave it all up, and he gave up his leg for you. But then I was thinking about it, and I was like, hey, that kind of muddies the waters, because, like, we're talking about Savion's sacrifice here, and so while I love having multiple prompt uses, I felt like that veered things a little too much. And also, can we call Lestaire losing his leg a sacrifice? Because, like, I feel like there's multiple sides. Like, it wasn't something that Lestaire intentionally gave up. And so I don't know that he did intentionally go to Savion's castle knowing he might get hurt, but he also didn't intentionally go take my leg, you know? So, you know, there's kind of some nuance to that. And so I'm not sure if that would have helped or hindered to have that in there. I should have put this in italics. And then, yeah, did this work? Did the emotion of it come through? I mean, the emotion in the whole story, but, you know, that emotion of, like, he's like, oh, how do I even describe it? The Whisper has a very specific emotion to me, where it's like, can you stay alive? You know, like, can you do this? Like, kind of doubting, but also kind of, like, still, like, trying to, not exactly hype himself up, but being like, do you have the strength for this? Can you do this, please? You know, kind of thing. I don't know. And then, did the ending and the beginning feel too disconnected? Did they feel like two different stories, or did they work together? Did the transition feel okay? I kept feeling like him turning and walking out and Lestaire walking over immediately just felt too fast, but I didn't have the words for anything slower. So I'm curious, you know, if that transition worked and stuff like that. Also, yeah, I had to give some context for both, like, the suicidalness and why Lestaire is asking. But, you know, I'm just kind of throwing out exposition of, like, hey, yo, I tried to make poison out of the flowers. And so I don't know if it's like, you did what now? You know, I don't know if that feels confusing in and of itself, that I just throw that in there, or if that worked and was helpful. And then, you know, Lestaire is kind of repeating, like, I appreciate your sacrifice and stuff. But another question is, by the end, were you left with the impression, like, he's not going to kill himself, or that he is? And why? You know? Because I definitely wanted the story to leave with the impression of, he's not going to, that he genuinely is trying. Like, that is the point of it, that, like, he did all this. Oh, hello, Lorenzo de Boss. Everyone gets a flower. Oh, that's so cute. Love it. what was I gonna say? Oh no, I lost my train of thought. Like, I feel like the other, like, there's a complicated balance with this. There's a complicated balance with, like, he chose this, and he did it for a reason, and also he really hates it, you know? And so, it's kind of this balance of, like, you know, is just, like, the mere premise of him being suicidal, like, does that for you really negate the sacrifice or make you go, well, you don't really care about your brother if you'd be willing to, if you did this for him and you're willing to leave him after all? Or does it make sense that it's like, you do care, but also this really sucks, you know, but also this is really bad. And so this is kind of addressing that, where, like, he himself is recognizing that of, you know, in, like, another scene when he tries to kill himself, then I could see, you know, audience members being like, what? Like, why would he, you know, choose this and then throw it away? Why would he give everything up for his brother and then throw it all away? Like, does he really love his brother? And stuff like that. And it's kind of him addressing that himself and him going, wait a minute. Like, I chose this. I did this for him. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing, you know, trying to throw it away? Like, that is kind of the intent. But I'm not sure if that comes through. I'm not sure if his desire to kill himself seems stronger by the end. Definitely not the intent. So I definitely wanted to kind of have an air of hope by the end of, like, he is at least going to try. He's going to try to stay alive and stuff like that for his brother. But again, I'm not sure I explained well enough how much he hates it. And so I don't know if you're kind of lost for that, you know, nuance, that decision, those things. Which is kind of interesting that I feel like 90% of my stories are explaining why Savion hates this so much. And then, like, this 1% where is, like, that's super necessary and it's not in there, you know? I don't know if I wrote it down, but, like, my dad had a very funny reaction somewhere. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, this actually gives a good question, too. So, you know, I'm assuming, at least to my dad, it seemed recent. It is recent. He did transform recently. And so he was kind of thinking, like, wouldn't it take some time for it to sink in and for him to be like, it has sunk in, I hate this, I would like out, rather than immediately being done, you know, and stuff like that. And he said something along the lines of, or even spending a single second in a human body is utterly detestable to him. And I was like, yeah, it's that one. You are correct about that one. Yeah, so he did something he knew would be abhorrent for his brother, and even though he chose it, he's still struggling. So that's kind of the summary of what's going on. Did that come through? Yeah, how do I communicate his care for his brother? So that could be a reason why you think the desire to kill himself is stronger, because the care for his brother is not strong enough. That this is more told, that he's telling himself in the audience that he cares, but maybe you're not shown that he cares enough. How could I show that he cares, you know, more? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, so did you get that this was him talking to himself and did that work? Honestly, I'm not even sure it totally works to be in his head. I just kind of liked that image of, like, he's wrestling with the fact that he's now a man, and he's like, this is why you are man. This is why you did it. But, you know, maybe it would be better without that. I don't know. I thought it was cool, but maybe on a couple levels it would be better without it. I also, yeah, this is a question too. I had to use words to say that it's a fake name. But I wanted to say that it's a fake name. And so I'm curious if it would have been better just to use those words elsewhere and let people think the fake name is the real name, you know? Yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. That's fair, Lambs. Yep, Savion is a wolf who magically became human. Yep. There's more to it, but that's the main point. Yep. Aw, Norman. I will admit, every time I start to read one of your pieces, Kaylie, I start to think yet another piece about Savion lamenting his transformation, but then I read it, and it's good. Every damn time. Aw, that's very kind. I mean, like, that is something I fear, that it's like, yeah, so many of his stories are about his transformation, and I like it. But I could absolutely see other readers being like that and being like, this again? Like, or going over this again? But yeah, so I'm very encouraged to hear that you actually read it and then you're like, oh, but actually it's good though. So I'm glad to hear that. But I don't know, is there any way to combat, you know, that? I mean, other than to write stories other than that. But is there any way to, you know, make it more interesting, you know, that I keep writing about the same thing? Yeah, and like, that is kind of the thing with Savion's story, right? That it's like, so many stories, a lot of fantasy stories have one character, like, transforming into another species, whether it be temporary or permanent. And almost always 3 seconds later they're good, or like 1 day later they're used to it and stuff like that. And like, yeah, I don't think that that's accurate. I don't think that that's how it would be. I think it would be very difficult to get used to. Now, granted, if it's something you wanted, like Lestaire has a much easier time getting used to it because it's something he wants. But especially if this is something you don't want, like, I don't think that's something that you're gonna get used to in a day, and I'll be honest, I don't think it's something that he's ever going to fully get used to, because, you know, at least in my experience, not liking your body is not something that just goes away. And so, personally, I like it. Personally, I think that, you know, I like the idea of going against the norm and really, like, going into it and not just being like, oh yeah, he took a week rather than a day, but it's like, no, like, this is basically the story, is him being upset about it. But there's a balance there of it can easily become boring or repetitive, so if you have any advice for how to make it less boring and repetitive, then do let me know. And like I said, I am encouraged that, that you don't leave it there. I am encouraged that you do still end up liking them. Repetitive blows might work better. Oh, him slapping himself multiple times? Interesting. I'm curious why that would have worked better for you. Norman, every piece helps hammer home what a visceral experience it would be to actually go through this transformation. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's very cool. Ghoulish says, I also had trouble with the mirror thing, the him versus I. Gotcha. Norman says the mirror thing did not throw me. That's good. Ghoulish, I now have this dying soul in my head because of the opening lyric. Hello, mirror. So glad to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Nice. So, Lorenzo DeVos, everyone gets a flower. Ghoulish, thank you. I made poison. Whee! I don't know if that was in response to Lorenzo or just to what I was saying, but that's kind of perfect. Norman, the thing is, suicide isn't a particularly rational response. It's an emotional one. Usually when somebody ends themselves, nobody goes, that was a sensible choice. That's very fair. That's a really good point, yeah. Oh boy. I got the mirror thing, Ditsid says. Nice. I feel like for a story like this, you could just say his actual name. That's a fair point. That could be a, what was it Mark's called them before? Like a continuity ghost? that it's like, I know that they wouldn't say his name, but for this story we can just say his name. That's a good point, yeah. The reason he uses a fake name is because they're out in the garden, and presumably there's other people or doctors or nurses or whatever out there in the garden. And so if he just says Savion, they're gonna get a lot of eyes, or at least Grenda over there is gonna be like, did he say what I think he said? You know? Exactly. Yeah. I know you guys have defined shibboleth for me before, but I don't remember what it means. Hetty, fun fact, if I weren't so busy with work for our first prompt after moving to this server, I was going to write about Thoth being mad that Maltz kept appearing in his archive and telling Ra to move his light elsewhere. Aw, that's awesome. Keep that in mind in case we do another redo of prompt. Or just still submit it. Like, there is no rule against, like, submitting something to a past forum. If you want to, you can. Drago, I find your use of narration very interesting here. How Savion is talking about his own reflection as he, the line between narration is so sharp. How you basically, it's like, I don't accept this new human look as I. Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like Drago got it and liked it. That's nice. Yeah, so Savion is body dissonance personified. I like that word. I like that instead of dysphoria or dysmorphia, dissonance. So that's a good one. The person in the mirror works nicely, I think. Gotcha. Drago, him wasn't confusing to me considering we had set up with a mirror. Gotcha. So I remember reading this, and the idea that Savion did not own the image of his human body was pretty evident to me. I was pretty convinced by the end of it that Savion despises his new existence, but is prepared to live with it for Lister. That's good. All good things. Norman, a shiva what? This a word or saying used by adherents of a party, sect, or belief, and usually regarded by others as empty of real meaning. Huh. Yeah, I don't feel like that fully describes what's going on here. Ghoulish defined it as a custom principle of belief distinguishing a particular class or group of people, especially a long-standing one, regarded as outmoded or no longer important. Yeah, I don't think it's perfectly relevant to this context. Because of the fakey name thing that I was like, what was it Mark said? Like, I think he did say continuity ghost, but, you know, if I used Savion, you know, instead. The man in the mirror, yeah. We had the monster in the mirror a while back, and that was, like, I saw that prompt continually get submitted, and I was like, that's the first prompt that I'm gonna reveal that because I was writing about Savion as a wolf before that, and so I was like, that's the prompt where I'm gonna reveal that he becomes human. And it came pretty early after I started writing about Wolf Savion. I don't think I even realized how early it was. Either that, I was like, well, I made a promise to myself that I'd reveal it then, so I'm revealing it now, even though it's early. But yeah, so I would have a field day with the man in the mirror, bringing that back. But yes, thank you all for your discussion. Your enjoyment. Hopefully you seem to enjoy it. Really appreciate it. Alright. Let's add I think Man in the Mirror has been submitted a few times, but it never stuck around. Gotcha. Well, maybe it could be my new prompt if mine wins today. Yes, ad incoming, but I think I'll just go to the question anyways because we're here. But yeah, so this was submitted privately by Mako, but do you prefer stories that are one-offs or stories that are part of a larger universe? I guess I should say, do you prefer to read, not to write? And then I'll add a Y. And then, what would you like to see in a spring background? I guess I'll also add, and or a Castlevania background. So this is for what I was talking about before. Yeah, I guess it was important that I talked about it before because of this. But this is for me commissioning people. So I'm commissioning one. Oh yeah, this, I don't know. I don't want to wait around 3 minutes to talk about it. So this is for what I was talking about. I'm commissioning, new art, commissioning a spring one, and then commissioning a Castlevania one because I also have been using this setup for my reaction videos. And now that I've been using it, I'm like, oh, it looks so much better than what you can see in my current Arcane video that's up. And so I don't want to abandon it. And so now I need a Castlevania background. And my idea so far for the Castlevania one has been the artist that I'm going to, I've actually commissioned before. And I was thinking of just doing something similar to what I commissioned before from him. Which is basically the character and then Castlevania. And so it would be like, a character down here towards the bottom left, and then Castlevania, the castle, at the top right, and you would see both of those things even in the background as the setup, but it would be just a dramatic wallpaper background sort of thing. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and so I was thinking it would probably be Alucard because he's the through line of the different shows and stuff. But I could also do have him do the his rendition of the good ending of Symphony of the Night, because Symphony of the Night has Maria, Richter, and Alucard over here, and a crumbling tower over here. It is framed the right way. So is there a library in Castlevania that could be turned into your background? Yeah, there is in season 2, the Belmont Hold, has a background, so has a library, so I might be able to do that, but it's not as cool as commissioning art though. The struggle. Commission cool art because awesome art and supporting artists, but are expensive though. And then the spring, I haven't really decided what to do, but I was just thinking I could, ask for a moth thing. I don't know. I'd have to ask. I don't know if they could do a springy archive, an archive with plants growing out of it and then a moth or a couple of moths or something. I don't know if that would be too much for them. Oh, I meant commissioned art of the library. Oh, gotcha. So let me know your ideas and stuff like that, and then bonus question of what you did for Easter. And so, and now the ad's actually over. That took 3 minutes to explain. All right. Well, I will let you go temporarily. Oh yeah. So let's turn off the starting soon. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then we can go to our tunes. And I'll see you, in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Okay, I scrolled up while we're waiting. I don't know if you saw me do the mistake that I often make. I mean, I don't know that it's a mistake I'm making. I feel like it's a quirk of the Microsoft and the mouse that made my wallpaper show up for a bit. That just says, it really depends. Having the stories all part of the same series can build up characters in a setting, but if an author isn't careful, it can seem impenetrable for someone to go in blind. 2, green flowering hills. 3, nothing, I don't think. Aw. Yeah, I like that phrasing of impenetrable. That's a good way to describe it. Of like, I'm trying to get into the castle, but I can't penetrate it, you know? I'm trying to see through this window, but it's all dark. But yeah, very, very fair. Very fair. Bits or universe. I do like a universe that has familiarity to it, and I know the rules for it, the people, etc. I also like standalones, so ¿por qué no los dos? So I assume that means why not both? What I'm doing for Easter is eating chocolate while I do the same thing I do every day. Write phenomenal amounts of fiction. That's amazing. Same thing I do every day. Try to take over the world? Well, yes, through fiction. Sounds like a good day. But yeah, that's a great point about universes, that it's like, oh yeah, like I have familiarity with this. I like the characters. I know I'm into this, you know. And then I know the rules can mean like, oh, I know how the magic works, but it could also mean like I know how like intense the content might get and stuff like that. That's a great point. Mako, personally, and to no one's surprise, I love stories in ongoing universes. Why am I once again sounding like the I love refrigerators? Can I find that? I've talked to you guys about that a while and nobody replied, so I don't think you know that meme. Let's see how easy it is to find quickly. Yes. Okay, let's hope the internet doesn't fail me with typical Stan's video.
I love refrigerators.
I don't know if that's exactly the one. I think it might be. I've heard it so much, so little that I don't remember it. But yeah, even if that's not if that's a recreation of the meme, that is the meme. Anyways, I love stories in ongoing universes. I love getting to know the characters and putting their stories together like a puzzle and having them put together for me. And getting my question about the answer, like, why does she have a tail? As opposed to true one-shots where all my interest and questions turn to dust in the wind. Oh yeah, that's a great point. I talk about the stories with Mako a lot, and I'm putting together the fact that Mako is often like asking lots of questions about like, why is it like this and why is it like that, and it makes a lot of sense that it's like, if there's a universe, then you have hope that you will get answers to those questions, but if it's not, it's just like, well, it's just what the author decided for today, I guess. Also, the why does she have a tail was something in my first review of the first story of his I read. But yeah, very, very fair. Yeah, and then putting it together like a puzzle. Mm-hmm. Fields of flowers for a background, for a spring background would be cool, maybe with something fantastical in the background, or a cool gothic punk library for Castlevania, which also fits our general vibes as well, or, you know, just fantastic beyond realism library. Nice. I have no plans for Easter, couldn't even afford to get stuff for baskets this time. Aww. My dad is coming down though, and I think he's going to cook a ham. Nice, nice. I've slayed my lag goblin. Oh, beautiful. Anybody who has lag and comes back should use that phrasing.
Oh, you're going to see your brother. Don't be mean to him. Yeah, jump on the table. Let me move the dragon for you.
That's a story idea. There's a dragon sleeping and there's a giant kitty coming up, and so the dragon must be moved for the giant kitty. Decoy. I much prefer standalones, but I feel like a minority in that when I see all the universe tags. And the reason is that I like knowing all context to the story in the 350 words. If I find a story that's tagged difficult to follow, I'll likely blame the fact that it's in a larger universe and that something vital is in some other piece, even if that isn't actually the reason it hasn't come together. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. And, like, I don't know if you're a minority, because, like, I have skimmed through, and I think most of the responses on the Not So Private Chat are standalones. I think it's just a thing of people like to write larger universes. I don't know if people like to read them. You know? Though granted, with Bitzer and Mako, they both like to both write and read them. And granted, in my case, I also like to both write and read them, and we'll maybe say that to the end. I don't know. So I don't know if you're a minority, but that's fair that looking at all the universe tags, you're like, all right, here's my standalone, you know? But that's very fair of like, like this, when I see a universe tag, it's basically like tagging the story as difficult to follow, and that might hinder your desire to want to read it. And then if it's difficult to follow, then maybe you might feel like, oh, should I critique this? Because if I critique it, are they just going to say it's part of a larger universe? But the thing is that I feel like that's very much still a worthy critique. Like on my story, if you read it and you're like, I didn't understand this, I want to know that, because I want to know, you know, what people don't understand. And like, you know, maybe that's kind of, I mean, I'm sure I've asked this in midstream questions before, but that's kind of the, fourth question? How do people who write larger universes make their stories stand alone better? Because all our stories are meant to stand alone. They just don't always succeed. And I do think that part of the problem is that when you're so immersed in your universe, you don't know what's confusing. Like to me and the mirror thing, right? Where I'm like, oh yeah, it's clear because he's in front of a mirror that this is him. He just doesn't recognize himself. But to others, it's like, no, actually, that seems like a different person. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, so that's definitely fair. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, so please feel free to still critique people who write in larger universes and for being confusing. Like, I think that they want to know when something is confusing. Spring is all about daffodils, tulips, bees, birds for me. I'd go with that there. And for the third question, setting up an Easter egg hunt for my nephews. Aw, that's great. That sounds very fun and sweet. Foolish. I would have mentioned bees, but I hate bees. The big old fat carpenter bees are everywhere here. Are those the black bees? Don't love those.
Oh, baby cat. Oh, baby cat.
Oh no. Click on. Steven, I think I'm with Decoy on the standalone versus in-universe for pretty much the exact same reasons. I guess also because I don't have any broader universe projects of my own, so standalones are what I'm writing every time. I'm spending my first Easter in the Southern Hemisphere. It's autumn outside, but all the packaging has lambs and chicks on it. I don't know what Easter is anymore. I'm eating fresh baked hot cross buns and doing my art course. Yeah, I have never been, I've never been outside the US. Well, I've been to Canada, but that's it. And so, like, yeah, if I ever one day do go to the Southern Hemisphere, it's gonna be a trip. I remember, maybe I need to make it clear for other events too, but for like the Christmas event, I was like, it needs to be Christmassy or winter. And then someone was like, but what if it's Christmas but not winter or something like that? And I was like, Christmas but not winter? And it took me a while to go, they're in the Southern Hemisphere. Christmas isn't winter for them. And I'm like, right, this is a thing that exists. That's crazy. Oh. And do people in the Southern Hemisphere feel that way about our holidays? Are they like, Christmas in the winter as opposed to the summer? What? Yeah. Marks, for Easter we're making Easter nests, which are chocolate-covered Rice Krispies and a cupcake tin with chocolate eggs on top. Then we'll have a nice lamb dinner. Then night 2 of WrestleMania. That's great! That just built up like, alright, I'm gonna make some super cute and fun little Easter nest desserts. And then we're gonna have a nice lamb dinner and celebrate the holiday. And then we're gonna put on wrestling! I love that. wrestling, the most festive of the Easter things you could watch. But I'm gonna copy that down because my mom might like the idea of the Easterness. I'm also apparently gonna be having lamb. I also have never had lamb before. I'm scared. I'm scared both taste-wise and ethical-wise if I'm just gonna be like, I'm grossed out. So, I don't know, wish me luck or wish me ill, depending on how you feel about it. Norman says lamb with tzatziki sauce is tasty. Nice. Decoy, a question for people who write in universes. Do you find yourself having to reinstate basic parts of the premise often? Yes! Hugely! Yeah, like, I mean, that's kind of what I talked about with my story, right? But, like, I usually mention that he used to be a wolf, but didn't that time. I did at least mention that he became human, and then it's that balance of like, yeah, it's that balance of, like, how do I convey that he hates his body and convey the sacrifice and stuff like that. I don't know, I feel like I've gone off the rails. The answer to your question, at least in my case, is yes, that very often I feel like I'm repeating myself. Mark, so we have mint sauce with our lamb, and pretty much only have lamb on Easter. Fair. Hello, Electric Rose. Welcome, welcome. We are a writing group. We submit microfiction to the Discord, and then I read some of it here on Twitch. And Mark's, yep, you have to reinstate things fairly frequently. The amount of times I've had to say that Matt is the horseman of death. Yep, totally. Sometimes you don't have to say that, though. Happy Easter! It's Sunday now in the UK, where I'm loving the weather for once. Aw, nice. A nice sunny Easter for ya. You've been to Canada? Nice, yes. Let's see how quickly I can find my cute little souvenir. Time me. The answer was no. Shelves said no. I was reminded just how much I've always loved wolves and huskies because it's a little husky plush. And I was like, okay, go to the wolf, go to the husky box, and then you'll find him if you just, take some of them out. And then I was like, wait, there's another husky box. Wait, there's another one. Wait. And so I didn't find it quickly enough. Autumnal Easter is odd. Height of summer Christmas is just plain weird. Fair. No, and I haven't seen most of Canada, and I live there. Fair. Eddie, Christmas but not winter. Hi, Kaylie. I don't write as often as I used to, but I'm here. Fair. Eddie, we 100% understand the idea of Christmas in the winter here, because we all look at Santa weird for wearing so much wool. Easter and spring does throw some people for a loop sometimes, though. Interesting. Christmas but not winter, Brazil, Africa, and Australia. Gotcha. Decoy says lamb is so nice. Mark's lamb is really good. Bitzer, lamb is nice with mint sauce. Electric Rose, lamb tastes amazing, but my autism doesn't let me eat it. Fair. I love that. I wanted to do this thing, but my autism didn't let me. now I'm just imagining, like, oh, hey, you want to go to that, like, party tomorrow? Like, sorry, no thanks. Oh, why? Autism. You know, it won't let me. He's over in the back, like, he made the decision, you know? I've had goat, which I've heard is like lamb but stringy. And I like goat. It was a smidge gamey. Gotcha. Thank you, Dustin. Electrico says, I can't handle certain textures. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't like fatty, gamey foods, yeah. Mako, do you often feel like you repeat information? I try to avoid saying anything about my world and characters if it's not immediately relevant to the story at hand. Sometimes that sends me into a spiral. For this week's story, for example, I mentioned Jostica studying magic and froze, wondering if I needed to explain that, and if I did, how much. I opted not to, since it was not, in fact, important. That's always the struggle with universe stories, because it's like, okay, I should only mention the universe context that's important and not mention what's not important. What's important? You know? Yeah. I went to a wild game supper recently. What is that? And had squirrel for the first time. Norman, I didn't know anybody ate squirrel. Yeah, same. Eddie, I want to do this thing, but my autism won't let me as my life, especially the party example. Nice. I mean, maybe it's not nice. Shoulder angel, the shoulder devil, and the shoulder autism. I feel like it's more shoulder angel, shoulder devil, and autism here on the head. Also just ate a bear for the first time. It's so good. Ghoulish. I mean this endearingly. You are the wackiest character sometimes. Because you're like, I've never had lamb. What a strange dish. Also, I had squirrel and bear yesterday. Do I hear a meow?
Hey, cat. What are you doing? And where's the other one?
There she is. Oh gosh. Maybe it's not nice. It's not nice, but it does allow me to make a crap ton of jokes. So when he says smiling with tears behind his eyes, wild game summer potluck, but it's all game meat: deer, boar, squirrel, dove, wild turkey. Gotcha. I don't think I'd bring squirrel to the potluck. Squirrel sounds reasonable as game meat to me. Never had, because Straya? What's Straya? Bear? I don't know about that. Alright, let's go back to the not-so-private chat. Now I'm understanding why I start with the not-so-private chat often, because the chaos ensues in the public chat, in the Twitch chat. Oh, Australia. Oh, gotcha. Norman, I will say that for a long time I stayed clear of writing sequel/larger universe stories, because I think to some extent they inherently leave the reader at least partially in the dark. Which is sort of the worst thing you can do, leave the reader confused about what they've read. At the same time, given that I'm in the minority on this server when it comes to writing standalones, the other writers here and their propensity for sequel and larger universe stories have inspired me to dabble in writing more sequel stories. many of which I'm really proud of. So I don't know. I'm conflicted. I want a story to be self-contained and have the necessary context, and I want to write sequels when the inspiration to do so hits me. If the piece is good, then I guess that's the most important thing. For sure, yeah. And that's very fair. I'm like, I myself always say, like, the only hard and fast rule, but you're talking about rules, that I have is your writing shouldn't be confusing. And so, like, that's going along with that, of, like, that's just about the worst thing you can do is leave the reader in the dark and, like, do universe stories, at least leave all readers partially in the dark. That is an interesting point. And then that's fair about, like, but I'm kind of interested in writing sequels, though. And you're like, I don't know.
There's the bow. You want to sit with me?
Well, I spent all this time building this world, and you're gonna like it. Me writing about Kosh again. Me too. It shakes hand. That's a mood.
Come here, baby. Boo-boo. Come on.
Come on, baby.
Come here. Come here, baby boo.
Well, I'm gonna keep reading. Massa, there he comes.
There he is. There's the bow. Oh, sneeze. Oh, sneezer.
So I definitely prefer to write in one of my settings for sure, and usually rely on one-offs when I can't think of something else. As for reading, I think I sometimes get thrown when a writer in the group writes a one-off when they usually write in universe. I'm just used to reading about certain characters or worlds. For the record, learning new universes is also difficult for me, so if a writer changes things up, I can also get thrown off. I suspect I'm on the spectrum, but I haven't gotten it diagnosed. No idea for backdrops for streams. Hopefully others can have useful suggestions. Sadly, I'm working this weekend. We may do a dinner on Monday at the Genre Break house, and I know one of the housemates brought chocolate for everyone. Nice. Bella, hey!
Bella, don't be mean. Here. Let me get you. Oh, let me get you.
She was going at his tail. Well, she was noticing his tail and seemed like she was about to attack.
Oh, yeah, the boy.
Are you still in attack mode? You better not be. Well, so the latter is basically how I operate in my writing group. I write in settings and shape a world in feeling rather than relying on a continuity. It gives me a lot more wiggle room for prompts and allows for more outside of the box ideas. Also, I initially started most of these settings as RPG settings, so I wanted something to convey the feeling and vibes of a setting, but not overly hand-holdy. Spring backgrounds, pastels, wisteria, dogwood trees, sakura trees, birds, American robins, northern cardinals, ruby-throated hummingbirds, bob-white quails. I'm going over to my aunt's for a steak dinner, likely gonna spend a good bit of the afternoon over there because everybody is gonna get the itis. The itis?
What do you mean the itis? Hi.
You're cute. Wisteria's an interesting thought. But yeah, that's interesting, the idea of, like, writing in a universe, but instead of it being like, I have a full-on plot and continuity, it's more vibes. It's like, this is the same universe, but it's just vibes, whenever the vibes hit me, you know? Like, it's kind of one-offs in the universe, you know?
Baby, you're cute. Baby, you're so cute.
Writing a new world for microfiction means either explaining everything or explaining nothing. Where those words go is an ongoing issue for me. As you can tell, very fair. Also, the itis has a scientific name, postprandial somnolence. I still don't have a closer idea of what that is, other than some kind of sickness. And you have no preference for one-offs or continuous universe, though I do get annoyed when reading stories that aren't fully self-contained, especially more fantastical settings. As well, besides me joining the writing group relatively late compared to some of the veterans here, meaning I lost a lot of the early stories, I also tend to not really have patience to read too much in a single sitting, so I don't read as many stories per week and try to spread out who I read rather than just showing favoritism for the same 1 to 2 people. And honestly, this even makes it hard to critique stories because I keep questioning myself. Wait, did I not get it because it really is confusing, or did I not get it because it's expected to be known for this universe? Well, it kind of goes back to what I was saying before, that, like, for whatever reason you didn't get it, still feel free to critique it. Still feel free to say, I didn't get it. And then the writer can know, oh, hey, like, either it genuinely was confusing, or, oh, hey, I needed to explain that part of the universe. It's still helpful either way. And that is, like, a large part of why I created the Universal Archive. And granted, the not wanting to read a lot in one sitting is a problem for that, but is to give people, because, like, if you just have the stories, you know, across the board, not everybody has transferred their stories to the previous forums, then it's just like, I don't know where to start and where to go back. But if you have a Universal Archive, and you have them, like, explaining, hey, this is the summary, and here are the stories in order, then you could be like, I'm going to read these 5 today, and then these 5 next week, you know, that kind of thing, and actually get to know, even if you arrived late, kind of thing. I do enjoy when things connect, and I think that feeling of, oh, so that's where this goes in this universe's canvas, that's a pretty way to phrase it, is almost a universal source of pleasure, but due to aforementioned points, that doesn't really happen much for me, which is a big part of why even my few universes here are made almost entirely of self-contained stories that others can try to figure out where they might fit. Because I sure as hell don't know. I never bothered thinking in those terms. I just want to make people laugh. Oh, that's cute. The other questions don't really celebrate holidays, so it's just a regular weekend here, with the exception that Monday is a holiday here too, coincidentally. So I have more time to relax. And regarding Castlevania background, well, except my own avatar, do hit me up if you want to brainstorm some ideas along that line. Let's just say that. His avatar is Alucard, if you don't know. Well, if I enjoy creating context clues personally, fair. Yep, it's still the Heartbound soundtrack. Oh yeah, I think... Oops. Well, hey, we can just show it. Yeah, so we were on Remy, and so we listened to Space Lasers, Fern, Seto, Chicken, Cave Wave, Throne of Frost, Throne of Fire. These are probably the ones you're referring to. Office Dad, Baron's Heart, Fungal Sprites, Tree Spirits, Forest Shadows. I think Middle Management is where we started in the break. Road, 10 Below, Towering Shadows, Elevation, Oscar, Joe Regular, Fat Cat Swings, and Dad Robics. Dad Robics is where we started at the beginning. Oh, there's the ad. Oh, okay, so they're not necessarily the full-on black ones, but they're still a chunky bee. Eddie, can I call that a big butt bee? I'm gonna call that a big butt bee. I'm into it. That's not inaccurate, Eddie. They're pretty chill unless you have something made of wood that they chew through it. Oh, so now we got bees who chew through wood? Don't like that. Baby got back. Nice. And you heard an owl hooting in the middle of the afternoon today. Is this the owl who lives outside your window? I love that. I like Big Buzz and I cannot lie. You other apians can't deny. And when a bee walks in with an itty bitty sting and a round thing in your face, you get stung. I want to pull up the tough. Because you notice that Buzz was stuffed deep in the abdomen she's carrying. I'm still gonna can't stop staring. Incredible. A+. The hot take over the fictional world sounds like you're exerting your will over a fictional world that already exists. That's even more accurate. Let's see, well, I am attempting to take over the world with my fiction. The way I said that just sounds like, thank you for noticing. That is what Kaylie does with fairy tale inspired stories in a way. Yeah. Just to say, watch out, Middle Earth, you're next. I don't think Middle Earth is public domain. Most lamb you buy at a grocery store is mutton, so you can worry a bit less on the ethical front. Oh, interesting. I thought that lamb was specifically the baby and mutton was specifically the adult. And so do people at stores package the, call it lamb, but it's actually the adult? Bella's in attack mode. Attack 500, defense 300. Bella, affect beast. Whenever Bella enters the field, make the audience go, "Aww." Nice indeed.
Oh, kitty, oh no. I didn't move for that reason. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna sit on you. Oh. Oof.
There's wisteria growing here on the sides of the road. Interesting. And trumpet creeper. Doesn't wisteria, have to grow on something? I guess, yeah, it can be a tree, too, though. I overlay Bella and Mo to exile. I see some Bella and Mo drive by cats. That is kind of pretty. I assume it's some kind of weed, but it's pretty. The neighbor howl, yes. Wait, we have bees that eat wood? Always have. Amazing. That is one of the most perfect memes I've seen. Morning glory, yep. Oh yeah, I didn't answer the question myself. I'll answer it during the ad. Not everyone will hear me, but it's okay. So I tend to, you probably hear it. I mean, I guess you guys can tell me what I think from what you hear on the streams, but I feel like very often when I read a one-off, I'm like, but more though. When Decoy wrote about the kitten on the catwalk story, I was like, but sequel though, I feel like I'm often like that, where I'm like, this is great. I want more, And so I totally understand the dilemma of, larger universes being confusing. But I guess, it's kind of interesting how I'm the stream master. So yes, exactly. So I read, not all... two of my favorite memes that are actually the same meme. I love it. But yeah, so I like both universes and standalones, but I think I often feel like a standalone, it just isn't enough. I just want more about these characters. And though I guess that's part of it too, where it's do I want to know more about these characters? Because sometimes it can be more about the setting, or something like that. I feel like that's often where I'm like, yeah, I'm content with what I have. But when it's I like these characters, I like their interactions, then that's when I'm like, more please, Decoy, I do take it as a huge compliment when sequels are requested. Fair. I vote that we make Big Butt be another friend of Amita's. Amazing. Our carpenter bees and, first of all, I was going to say our carpenter bees and Atlas moths from the same area. But I also want Amita to be an archive moth that's kind of an actual atlas / a book. And so, if she's an archive moth, then explicitly she would not like the big butt bees that eat her archive. I think the big butt bee would be the villain in Amita's story. Oh, really? Middle Earth really should be public domain, since the decision to remove it from that status in 1994 was kind of like BS. Interesting. Behold, the stream master! Amazing. Alright, well, it's time to move on. I think Yeah. If I let you out, you're just gonna want back in again. I don't want to get up. I think I really should. So let's see here. So 8:30, 9:30, 9:30, 10:30. No. See, this is how you can tell I'm tired. Listen to that math. 8:30 to 9. 9 to 9:30. 9:30 to 10. 10 to 10:30. I don't want to get to 11. So I guess, so if I do 20 instead, then that's just an hour, and that would be 9:30. So yeah, let's put our alarm as 20 minutes per story. And he has math and, yeah. Nah, she's not misbehaving. She just wants out. But if I let her out, she will want back in 5 seconds. We need to have, like, an Amita collaborative universe or something. I mean, kind of we do, because, like, I mean, if you write something or you bring up something that becomes a meme, then you have contributed to the universe, you know? Arith's flesh horse, and then Reginald the jellyfish, and Wolf calling this the Azure Throne and stuff like that. So, Amita itself kind of is a collaborative universe, but in a different way. Palamo are the true rulers of that room. This is just a regular Saturday. Yep. Alright. Oh, I don't think Katie's here, but if you are here, then let me know how to pronounce this name. Is it Cileo, Cileo, or something else? I'll give you a minute, and then I'll start reading.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
But sequel, though. Exactly.
Bella. Bella Bean.
She likes to stare off into the distance sometimes. Yeah, they can be, but I think the cuteness outweighs it. Google search says pronounce it like it's French. How do I do that? How do French people pronounce these letters? Cileo? Cileo. Okay. I'm gonna trust the man who looked it up. Cileo. Hope is found amongst the ashes. Flames of hope. Cileo and Lilith. It's Stardustfaire. 350 words. My swords, perfectly balanced and masterfully crafted, sit heavy in my hands as the brick building crumbles around me, echoing across the empty courtyard. Fingers, after hours of strenuous combat, tremble and struggle to keep purchasing on the hilts, worn and tired. My entire body screams for rest, to lie down in a warm bed and dream of tulip fields. Ash and smoke burn my eyes and cloud my lungs. No reprieve yet. I'm standing in the ruins of the largest orphanage in Gardena, Colorado, struggling to catch my breath from what was, without a doubt, the toughest battle of my career as an adventurer. There's a child at my feet, about 6 years old. Her clothing, the orphanage uniform of a gray t-shirt and pants, hang off her little body in tatters. Bright blue eyes, slit pupils, and tiny horns protrude from her skull. She's an other. Monsters who eat humans. In the last 200 years, I've killed and slaughtered these beings without mercy or hesitation. The group of 5 others, which laid siege to this orphanage like it was a castle, fought with the ferocity of caged animals, scratching and clawing at my back up. We lost 2 rookies in this fight. I destroyed 3 of them, cleaving them in half with precise and heavy strokes. They kill without hesitation or exception. Others are adults, though, hundreds of years old. I've never encountered a child before. Tears roll down her cheeks as she looks up at me, red ringlets dulled by soot from the fire, her frame shaking with sobs. Her eyes scream at me to help, to not leave her to die. I hesitate to kill her, because the other I just killed was hunting her. Another first, and the weight in my hands becomes unbearable as I listen to her sobs. Her tears must be stopped at all costs. Throwing down my weapons, I scoop her up. She clings to me. I'm about to betray the oath that I swore all those years ago. Destroy the others and protect humanity. My new life is nestled in my arms. Throughout those lots of monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. I'm sorry about the cat. Bella. And my nose. Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. Hi. Come here. Alrighty. Stardust said, well, I've been going through a bit of a revamp in my personal life, trying to capture how it felt when I look at my little fencers. A bit melodramatic, but these kids really are like a second family to me. Just give me a general feedback, conclusions you drew from the piece. What do you think of the narrator? What questions do you have? Thanks for reading my story. So I greatly enjoyed the story. I will note that I got misty-eyed the first time I read it, which can be kind of rare. So I think you did a really great job with this. Let's see. I guess I'll talk about this first. So I love that the swords are this physical symbol for the decision that she makes. I think I wrote it down here. Oh, yeah. They're the physical symbol of the choice that, like, she starts holding them and, like, it's hard to hold them. Like, they feel heavy in her hands. And, like, that sets up where the story's gonna go, that the weight of taking a life is heavy. And so she throws down her swords, and that's the physical symbol of her making the sacrifice. You could do this story just, having her swords already down and having her looking at the kid and then deciding to pick her up or something. Or you could have, like, not used the sword imagery super strongly. But the fact that you start with, like, hey, I just did a battle, like, these swords are my life. They are, like, a part of me. And they're very heavy right now. And then she ends up laying them down. That very much is the physical manifestation of the sacrifice that she's making. I think that's great. Kind of nitpicky, but pretty much all the critiques I have, I think, are going to be pretty nitpicky. This is fine, but there's a slight oddness to it, because if you're, like, holding a bunch of swords, then the swords are sitting in your hands. Or, like, just like this. If you're holding them like this, if you're the sword caddy, then, then they sit in your hands. But if you're actively holding them, then it reads less like the swords are sitting in your hands, because you're the one keeping hold of them. But small thing. Oh yeah, and so why was the building destroyed? Is it superpowers we're dealing with? I would venture to guess so, because we have these demon-like creatures. But presumably you wouldn't have to destroy the whole building, to get at Cileo. I kind of like the oddness of, like, starting with fingers, after hours of strenuous combat. That's pretty, I don't know, I like it. And then I think it works setting up the scene and how she's feeling and stuff like that. She can't take a break. There's a little bit of, I don't know if awkwardness is the right word, but Colorado changes the tone. Because we start and we're like, oh, like it's this great battle. It's this fantastical world. Oh, interesting. Well, we're in the middle of Colorado here. You know, that's like, oh, we're in the backyard. You know, that I don't, it's really hard to describe because I've been trying to think how to describe the vibe. Because, like, it's an urban fantasy. You're allowed to write urban fantasy. You're allowed to have fantasy happen in Colorado. That's fine. But for some reason, just the way that it's thrown in here is like, oh, okay. You know, that changes my view. Also, does Gardena, Colorado have a lot of orphanages for this to be the largest one? It's very fascinating that she says this is the toughest battle, without a doubt, of her career as an adventurer. I'm wondering why that was the case. You know, I think some other battle would, I don't know, I'm trying to think. I don't know, a battle over land or, I don't know, just a battle at an orphanage. Seems like a weird time for that to be the toughest battle she's ever experienced in 200 years. It's cool, it's interesting, I like it, but I'm also like, but how though? But why that though? Great introduction of the child. I really like that you start with oh no, it's a child after the battle. Oh no, sympathy. And then her uniform is in tatters. Oh no, sympathy. And then after all that, then you get to bright blue eyes, split pupils, and tiny hordes. Then it's like, oh wow, she's a person. We care for her. Oh wait, she's different. She's another, you know, Yeah, I think that's great. And that takes us exactly through Lilith's thought process of like, hey, this is a child, but this child is an other. You know, this child is a child that I need to have sympathy for, but this child is an other. I'm supposed to kill others. I think that's great. I'm very curious how Lilith has lived for 200 years. Because you said that others are hundreds of years old because they're others. They're not human. They're strange creatures. But if you're a human, if you're protecting humanity, how do you live for 200 years? Very interesting that they were attacking, you know, this orphanage. I would guess that they're trying to get at Cileo. Fine. I'll leave it cracked for but it's possible. Well, no, yeah, because you did say that they were hunting her. So that doesn't necessarily mean that's the full reason that they were at the orphanage, but at least it's one of the reasons. Maybe there were other children that got killed in the crossfire. Maybe, yeah, there are other reasons. Or maybe that was the entire reason. I don't know. But very interesting. And then also creates more intrigue and questions about this was the toughest battle she's experienced as an adventurer, and it was because they were going after this girl. What's up with this girl? You know. There's a little bit of clunkiness in the fact that it's okay. So like they, oh baby. Okay, they fought with ferocity. We lost 2 rookies. I destroyed 3 of them. Them goes back to the last subject. The last subject we had was rookies. And so it kind of seems like you destroyed your own rookies. And then they kill without hesitation. The rookies? You know, so I think just saying, like, I destroyed 3 others, you know, would work. And then I like, you know, what she's reminding herself that well, like, I actually didn't say that. I think the story does a fantastic job of giving you exactly the context that you need for the universe. So take notes after that question we had. Yeah, see, she's back. That, like, you know, we can kind of guess, like, oh, this looks like a demon sort of thing, but we don't know for sure. And so, just flat out telling us she's another. Monsters who eat humans. That's the context we need. And not only that, it works in her character because, like, yes, this is obviously something that Lilith knows, and, like, in a different story, sure, maybe it would seem a little weird that she's telling herself this kind of. But in this one, it really works because she's telling herself that. She's going like, hey, this is a child. And then she's going, but she's an other. They eat people. You know, that she's reminding herself this to try and hype herself up like, I need to kill her. So I think that works very well. And then, like, this is great too. Great info. I really like showing the difference between what's familiar and what's not. I love the clarification of like, wait, but they're adults. Not only adults, they're hundreds of years old. But this is a child. I've never encountered a child before. And good clarification, because we might be wondering, well, you said you've slaughtered others without hesitation. Surely some of them were children. And then she's going, no, they weren't. And so that's really interesting. And then I do really like this image of her eyes scream at me, that instead of her begging for help, she's just as like staring at her and doesn't even have like the strength to beg. There is an element of, wait a second. Oh yeah. So are there no orphanage staff left alive? I mean, it is crumbling, so I could understand if literally everybody else is dead. But it does kind of feel like if all the civilians died, that should be mentioned. Like, it's not just that you lost 2 rookies. The more important thing is that every other child and all the staff of the orphanage died. Like, that's very worthy of mentioning. And so we're kind of left to believe that is what happened, even though it's not mentioned, because otherwise, surely Cileo could go to one of the orphanage staff instead of the demon hunter. And then why is her plea, don't leave me to die, rather than please don't kill me? Didn't Cileo see Lilith killing all of her species, you know, or does she not know that she's another? But yeah, so that's definitely a question. And then I do like this too, of like, I'm supposed to kill her, but I hesitate. And then this is a great clarification, like I said, very intriguing, and like knowing that others were hunting her gives us reason to believe it might be the right decision to save her. Like, this could be a horrible decision, but we have at least some evidence that it might be a good decision because there's at least some evidence she's not a normal other. She's not just a normal other who's just going to eat people, potentially. Because others were hunting her, you know. Oh, hello, Stardust, you're here. And then I love, you know, that the weight, you know, becomes unbearable, that we bring it back to the sword image brought up at the beginning. That she wants to hold on to her oath and who she is, but the weight of that is too much in the face of this child, and so she throws it down. I think that's beautiful. I like her tears must be stopped. I do think that's a really sweet and beautiful thing. But there is kind of an element of, well, you could stop them by killing her. So, you know, I don't know if just saying, like, you know, yeah, I don't know how you could make that better. And then this is great too, about the universe stuff. I think this is great because, again, like, this could easily be something that might feel like you're repeating yourself or feel very exposition-y, but I think it really works, especially because, just like I said with the other one, it makes sense that she'd be thinking about this and going, am I really about to betray this oath, you know? And, but we, as the audience, need to know about the oath. It's helpful to know, you know, yeah, it's helpful to know about the oath to understand the story and understand just how big the sacrifice is. And that is something that 200 years helps with, too, that it's like, 200 years, never seen this, I'm about to, you know, destroy that, I'm about to betray that oath, you know, it works very well. I really love it's not her new life, because obviously her life is in Lilith's arms. But I love that it's my new life, that like this is my life now. Like I've betrayed the life I had, the oath, that oath was my life, and betraying it means my life can never be the same. She is now my life. She is, what? Oh, Kitty, yeah, I'm feeling similar. That, yeah, caring for her is going to be my life. I'm also very curious about the red ringlets, because as far as I recall, that's also how Lilith's, hair is described. And so, I mean, granted, this only just occurred to me now. It's possible that Cileo is the nose. I don't think I can take it anymore. I think I need to try and see if I can get it out. I'm back. So it's possible. Oh, sorry, cat.
You want to sit with me?
It's possible that Cileo is actually the hunter and Lilith is the other. This is the first time that's occurring to me, because in all the other stories I've read about Lilith, she has been a demon hunter. She's been an adventurer, and she does not have horns. At least that's not been described. But I guess that is possible, that she is a special other who is then trained to hunt, her own kind, or maybe she does something to hide or cut off her horns or something like that. That is interesting. But it's interesting if the hunter, the adventurer is Lilith, and the other has similar hair to her. It's kind of interesting, because I know that she gets together with another, and so another and so it's interesting either way. It's interesting if she herself actually is an other, and it's also interesting if this almost reads like this could be her kid, like her and Rin's kid, that it's an other, but it has her hair, So, yeah, very, very curious about all that. Did I not actually set the alarm? Apparently not. Has it been 20 minutes? Has it been over 20 minutes? I was like, oh, the alarm hasn't gone off. We're making good time, but maybe we're not. I don't know anymore. But yeah, I think this is very beautiful. I was very touched. I was like, please do not kill the child. And then I was so happy when they didn't, and it, like I said, it put tears in my eyes. So I think you did a fantastic job with this. I think you did an awesome job of explaining exactly what you needed to help us understand the story. So just good stuff all around. Another other tongue twister. Stardust has been lurking, gotcha. Mako, this story was really good. Gave me all kinds of feels, totally. Giraffe loose in Colorado. Oh, that's great. Aw, thank you, says Stardust. You're welcome. I wish I was more awake to properly give my praise, but it good. Alright, let us go on to our next story. Oh. And let's actually set the alarm. A Shark's Resolve. Still Sharks. And the Missing Link. 348 words. The photograph felt moist in Mary's hand. Whether by sweat or tears, she didn't know. But she couldn't convince herself the difference mattered. She let her hand fall limp back to the bed and stared at the fan as it plodded on, fighting in vain to cool the apartment. After for what felt like an eternity and a half, her alarm went off. She slumped out of bed, putting the photo back on the nightstand and fumbling around for her engagement ring. She passively turned on the news as background noise as she loaded the toaster. Her morning routine was interrupted by the doorbell. When she opened the door, the din of the cicadas hit her like a blast, coming in along a wave of hot April air. Mary's head throbbed with the noise, but Jerry closed the door behind him and hit the power on the remote. After giving her a minute to readjust, he smiled. Happy Easter, Mary. He pulled a chocolate bunny and some of those marshmallow candies out of a grocery bag and put them on her counter. He went to stand under the fan and wipe sweat from his brow. Before she could react, she saw him look towards the nightstand. Have you told her yet? He asked quietly. No. He nodded. I can't tell you how to handle your family. Just tell me if you need help. Her mother would expect to meet her at the church and go to another suffocating party with extended family. She just couldn't. Not anymore. She'd been pulling back for years, but she'd never be able to let go. Never been able to let go. They still love me, right? She'd always go back to thinking, but the more she said it, the less she believed it. She had perspective now, happiness. She knew what real love felt like, and she couldn't go back. They'd be fine without her, but what could she ever be with her mother chained around her neck? In a rush of courage, she picked up the phone and said her last goodbye to her mother. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it, but that's the only reason. It's alright, thanks for the notes. I'll go back and rewatch again later. Fair. Thank you for the cheers, Stardust. Alright. Speaking of universes, I enjoyed the continuation of the Still Sharks universe. I'm very happy to hear that she finds a man who loves her. I was very scared when the fiance came in. I was like, please don't tell me that you repeated the pattern with your fiance. Please tell me he's a good guy. And I was so happy that he's actually a good guy. All right. I'm not sure, like, this is one of those stories where I really like most all of the details about it, but I have one, like, overarching critique of it, and I don't know if it's better to say the critique first or the detailed praise first. But I usually go through the details, so I guess I'll just start with that. I like the image at the beginning of the photograph. I think that's a great way to start the story. I do feel like that the sweat or tears thing would have worked better if she was sitting up, because as is, when you're laying in bed, it's kind of hard to get the tears onto the photograph. You know, if you're sitting up and it's like in your hands, then yeah, like tears could fall down or your hands could be sweating. But if you're laying in bed, then like it's unlikely it was tears unless you're wiping your tears with it. But I like the starting image. I really like the image of it plotted on fighting in vain to cool the apartment. Plotted is a great verb. I like that image of like, yeah, I totally get that image of a fan being like, I'm trying. And it really isn't helping. I definitely relate to sitting there. Well, I mean, it kind of depends. I was going to say I definitely relate to sitting there and waiting for your alarm to go off. Granted, it kind of depends. I guess most days I am not awake before my alarm, but when I am, it's like, well, I shouldn't go back to sleep, so I guess I'll stare at the ceiling for a while. I'm curious about so she slumped out of bed, putting the photo back on the nightstand. I'm curious if the photo is framed or not, because I thought from the first image that it wasn't, because that would be how it would get moist. You know, glass probably isn't going to get moist. But back on the nightstand kind of reads like, yeah, this is a photograph that was on display. So curious about that. I think the mention of the engagement ring is great. That's a great way to, bring in the idea like, hey, she has a fiance. They might show up later. I'm curious why the fiance is ringing the doorbell. It's funny because, like, in most modern relationships, you would be living with your fiance. In fact, you'd be living with him as your boyfriend. And so it took me a second to be like, what? Why would he be ringing the door? Why is he not beside her? And then I was like, oh, wait, some fiancés don't live together. So, and then as for the doorbell, like, on the one hand, it feels like, you know, he should be able to just, like, kind of knock and go, hey, it's me, I'm coming in. But on the other hand, like, if they really don't live together, then maybe that does make sense. But I had a journey with that, at least. I like the image of the cicadas, very, very evocative. So is the wave of the April air. I like showing that her head is throbbing, you know, that she's a bit sensitive to these kinds of things. There's a little bit of awkwardness, too. Jerry closed the door behind him and hid the power on the remote. So that basically reads, like, as he's shutting the door, he's also not only at the couch, but actually has the remote ready to go and is turning on the TV. So that doesn't really work together for me, for it to be he's closing the door and also is way over in the living room with the remote. And especially because you don't really mention the well, I guess he turned off the TV because she turned on the news. Interesting. That's the first time that occurred to me. Yeah, so just a little more of a transition of, like, I mean, either more of a transition between closing the door and the remote, or just say, Jerry walked in and hit the power on the remote, you know. So I'm kind of mixed feelings on that after giving her a minute to readjust. Because on the one hand, it seems a little odd, but on the other hand, it's like, yeah, like, she's a bit, like I was saying before, she's a little bit sensitive to these kinds of things. I don't know exactly what, you know, mental health thing she has going on, so I don't want to, like, assume or anything. But I know she has something, you know, mental health wise going on. And so it does make sense that, you know, she might be like, oh, hey, person. That could also be why he rings the doorbell. It could be like, oh, person is in my house now, and he recognizes, like, she needs to take a second to be like, okay, you're here, you know, that kind of thing. So a little torn about that. You're the only story I saw that mentioned Easter, so that makes me happy that you mentioned Easter. And then very cute, of course, about the bunny and the candies. That poor bunny's gonna be a puddle, though, so it feels like you should eat him fast. I like the, you know, I like him going over to the fan. The atmosphere of heat is great around there. I mean, not great for them, but greatly described. And then I like that he, you know, looks over and he knows what's going on and stuff. And very sweet of him to be like, hey, I'm not gonna tell you how to do it. You do it on your own time, but I will help you if you want help from me. I think that's... she has brain sharks. Yeah, that is the only thing that's been explicitly said. So yeah, this tells us all we really need to know about him, that he's a good, sweet guy. And then, so I do like this section, but this is also where my critique is gonna come in. Cute kitty. So I do like, you know, the mention of, like, she's gonna want to meet at church. She's gonna want to go to another suffocating party. I can't do it. Not anymore. Like, I've been putting up with this for years. I can't take it anymore. And then I do think it's powerful of this question of, they still love me, right? You know, the innocent plea of a child, but she ends up not believing it. And then she has this fiance who actually loves her, and it's like, now that I know what real love feels like, I don't want to go back to fake love, you know? And then, you know, I like the sacrifice. I like that you used this for this prompt to show, like, this is not something that she does lightly. This is not something she necessarily even does happily. Like, this is something she needs to do for her mental health, but it's not necessarily it's still a sacrifice. She still is very aware that she is giving something up. And so I think that's cool. So my big critique is that I feel like, and people in the chat feel free to say, I feel like people who don't know the universe aren't necessarily going to get that her mom is abusive. Or I don't know if she's abusive for sure, but it's like something adjacent to that. Like her mom sucks, whatever it is, you know? So we have the beginning and we just have a photograph. And so it could be sweat, it could be tears. We get the sweat as the story comes on, but tears, okay, so is she feeling super sad? Is she feeling happy tears? Let's keep reading. And then, you know, there's limp plotted on, staring at the fan. So there's kind of this listlessness going on that seems kind of depressed, seems like the sad version. Okay, alarm went off. Okay, she got out of bed. Photo on the nightstand. Okay, her engagement ring. She's engaged. Okay, turns on the news, turns on the toaster. Okay, there's the doorbell. Jerry comes in, you know, with the air. He says Happy Easter. He gives her candies. All this time, we still don't know what the photograph was and why it made her presumably sad. Okay, and then we finally get to, have you told her yet? Okay, the photograph has something to do with a her. Who's the her? No. Okay. I can't tell you how to handle your family. Oh, okay, so it's about her family and they need handling. Okay. Her mother would expect her to meet at church. Okay. Sounds reasonable for Easter. And go to another suffocating party with extended family. Okay, I who have read this universe know suffocating means genuinely suffocating. Like, it means, like, this is not, that she's not going to have a good time and her mother's going to be actively suffocating about it. But anybody who doesn't know the universe might just think she's being judgy about it. Might think she's kind of being not really a rebellious teen, but like a rebellious adult, I guess. Or it's like, my mom, she's gonna want me to go to church for Easter, and then she's gonna want me to go to a party with family. It's like, what's wrong with that? Like, just on the surface, there's nothing wrong with mom asking you to go to a church and a party. And so, like, the reader, like, who doesn't know the universe really needs that context of why, that the party is genuinely suffocating and why it's suffocating. Okay, she can't do it. Not anymore. Why can't she? She's been pulling back for years. Okay, why has she been pulling back for years? Something's wrong, obviously, but what's wrong? And is it on the mom's end or is it on Mary's end? They still love me, right? Oh, well, that's a big question. She always go back to thinking, but the more she said it, the less she believed it. Okay, so which is right with that? Is she herself seeing things in too negative of a light? They totally do love her and she doesn't see it? Or do they genuinely not love her? The new reader won't know. She has perspective now. Happiness. Oh, this is the first time she's had happiness? Okay, well, that's a big clue. She knew what real love felt like. Also a clue. And she couldn't go back. They'd be fine without her, but what could she ever be with her mother chained around her neck? So I don't know if the happiness is enough to carry it. I don't know if saying she had perspective now, happiness, I don't know if that's enough to convey, hey, her mother's actively abusive. So I feel like the new reader will be like, okay, what's wrong with your mom? Like, what's going on here? And your descriptions at the beginning are absolutely beautiful, but a lot of them are not necessary to understand the story. And knowing the mom sucks is. And so I think, you could take out the whole thing about the news and the toaster, and then that would allow you to take out the mention of the remote later. You could just say, he pulled out some Easter candy. You don't have to be explicit about it. And there's a lot of little things that, like, I love all your descriptions, but we don't necessarily need to know about the cicadas and stuff to understand the story and stuff. So I would take a lot of that out and then use those words to show us, okay, what's in the photograph. I think you could do something like, that Mary sees her own dead eyes looking back at her, from last year's Easter photo. That it's like, yeah, last year's Easter photo with her mom, and she sees that she does not look okay. She herself doesn't look okay in it. I think that would really set up well what's going on. And then either earlier or down here, just conveying much more like, this is not Mary being judgy. This is not Mary being rebellious. This is actually a problem on her mom's end. I think would be very helpful to new people to the universe. But as somebody who does know the universe, I do really like it. I do think that this is very realistic, a very realistic way of showing somebody going no contact with their parent. And I do like the bittersweetness of it, of like, yeah, like her mom sucked. It's good to get away from her, but also there is a sacrifice. There is a loss there. Excuse me. And so I think that is well done. I like it. This might just be me, but despite loving the fact that this is one of the only stories that mentioned Easter, I also feel like it being Easter ended up being a detriment, because I'm like, yes, by all means, if your mom really is, as sucky as I think she is, go no contact with her. Yes. Don't do it on Easter, though, because, like, your mom might suck. But she's still a human being who deserves common courtesy. And so, like, ruining Easter for her for the rest of her life, because now it's the day that now it's the last day that she ever heard from her daughter. And potentially making her more mad and more likely to, like, lash out at you or come to your house or something because you did it on a holiday and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I don't see any good reason to do it on a holiday. And so presumably, like, she could think about this in the days or weeks before Easter and be going, she's gonna make me go to a party, I don't like that. And, like, presumably she could think about these things leading up to Easter and do this before. It might make the story a little less festive, but, to me it would work better in terms of not being more mean than she needs to be in saying goodbye to her mom. Because I get that she's, looking at this photo, she's thinking about her mom, she's thinking about going to the parties, so she can't do it. And so I get why Easter gives her that sudden burst of courage. But, yeah, it's just also like, I want to be fully on board with Mary. I want to be fully like, yes, go, say goodbye. I don't want to be thinking, oh, but that was a little mean. That saying goodbye at this time, not a great choice, kind of thing. Let's see. I don't really see much discussion here. Cileo is saying, now I'm reminded of the time my ex brought me Dr. Pepper for Valentine's Day after we broke up. So my brain went, nope. Gotcha. So you are talking about, like, yeah, on, something like that on a holiday. I was saying, like, so the Sweat or Tears was implying she's gone through that before. The two were looking into moving in together, but they didn't want to pay the money to cancel one of their leases. Gotcha. Yeah, I honestly didn't catch that it's meant to be this happened before. I think because it feels moist. And if this is from the past, it wouldn't feel moist. It would feel, how do you describe that? It would feel like dry. They get wavy when you cry on pages and stuff like that. They get, like, I don't know. I mean, I know a book. I know. Let's see how quickly I can get this. Oh, there's the alarm. You can even see where it is in the book. But I don't. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't have the the camera thing set up again, I don't think. We'll see. Oh, I do. Okay. But yeah, it's all, like, wavy. It's not making the noises. But, you know, there's specific noises that it, that's a little bit better. Yeah, so maybe that's why you didn't describe it that way, because I don't really know how to describe this myself. I want to say like crinkly or crusty or something, but I don't know. So I like that. I like that it's like something that happened before, that it's like, yeah, she's cried on this photo before, but it wouldn't be actively moist if the tears happened in the past. I quite like when fiction introduces elements later that add context to earlier beats. I think this particularly works for short stories, which are almost designed to be read and absorbed in multiple readings. So getting the photo is something that characters are emotionally connected to, and then unfolding what it could be and why. I think that works. Crusty sounds gross, yeah. That's why I was like, I don't think that works. That is fair. Like, I do agree there is something to be said about the beauty of that, and there is something cool. So, if you wanted to keep that and not explain what the photo is, then I do think that just down here going more into, like, hey, Mary's not the problem here, the mom is. Like, Mary's not being rebellious, you know, the mom actually is a problem. You could leave the photograph as it is. I just think it needs to be clear that the mom is really the problem. But anywho, very enjoyable story. Link. I'm very curious if you will continue the universe or if like this is the conclusion to it. But I definitely liked it. All right. Let's turn on the alarm. Sacrifice by Committee by Steve. 345 words. The mountain rumbled, as it had done for weeks now. The mountain had been fed goats. It had been fed gold-painted goats. Still, the mountain rumbled. In the shadow of the mountain stood a small village, and in that village stood a solitary figure before a small crowd of men. He wore an expectant look, and was their leader, to judge by his garb. I still don't know if she's appeased Glorm good, chimed in a member of the crowd. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. The solitary figure scratched his chin, peering to his left, where there lay a young woman, bowed and unconscious. What if we wrap her in our finest silks? Someone ventured. We used our best silks 3 girls ago. Did nothing. The great Glorm cares not for silks, the leader reminded them. What does he care for, then? Some guidance would be nice. I told you we wasted the twins. Should have waited until the full moon. Again, about the twins, Jarm? And maybe they would have worked if your chanting hadn't been off-key. Order! The leader bellowed. Infighting helps no one. Let's go over it again. Here we have Syrah, left-handed. Has to count for something. Virgin. A polite cough from the crowd. The leader peered up. Yes, Arog? Something to say? Well, she came to visit. Brought wine. Might have mentioned not actually wanting to be sacrificed to the great Glorm. Oh, for Glorms. The leader rubbed his eyes. Fine, cross it off the list. A younger man next to the fire hastily wiped Virgin off a chalkboard. So, left-handed, 5th daughter of a 5th daughter, buxom. What if we just ask Glorm? Someone offered. Just ask, the leader repeated, incredulous. Well, why not? Oh, great Glorm, will you accept our offering of Syrah? She's left-handed, buxom, and was, until very recently, he stared pointedly at Arog, a virgin. And we can put her in some quite good silk. A boom shook them all. A glow flared from the mountaintop, rolling down. Oh, Well, that seems positive. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Ghoulish, one of my favorite literary devices. Goats, gold, golden goats. Yes, absolutely love that. Norman, as a frequent writer of satire and absurdity, I appreciated this piece. Yes. Stephen, this is a wonderful reading. Thank you for bringing so much character to the dialogue. Aw, I'm glad to hear I could do that for you. Yeah, volcano emoji. Alright. I definitely enjoyed this story. Oh, and Stephen has a note. This one could probably exist in the same universe as my infinite typewriter submission from last week, if silly tone and stupid names can constitute continuity. No real questions. I struggled to write this initially because every interpretation of the prompt I landed on was very serious, and that just wasn't the energy I had such wanted to have this week. Happy with what I did end up with, if a touch rushed. As always, any feedback gratefully received. Aw, that's very sweet. That's always nice when someone's like, my thoughts were serious, but by golly, I forced them to be funny. We have another volcano gif. That might answer a question that I had about this story that gif does. Yeah, I should probably wait until the ad goes. You know, hey, maybe I'll try and blow my nose again while the ad's going. Alright, back over here. It didn't work. The bubbles look funny on this. As I feared, it's still coming up in my talking, but it doesn't want to come up when I blow my nose this time. Currently in battle with what? Your inner demons? Your outer demons? Your demons in a video game? What kind of demons are you in battle with? Flesh horse ho, in the name of Reginald, I shall smite thee. Oh, the lag goblins have launched a retaliatory attack. Currently in battle, flesh horse ho, in the name of Reginald, I just smite thee. I love this. Is Reginald our king? Is the flesh horse our god and Reginald our king in Amida? Because doesn't Reginald mean like king or something? Oh, and let's pause the thing. And oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, Google? Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Please. I started to have an answer, and then I evidently clicked something. There. Meaning advice of the sovereign, ruling with power. Yep. That is definitely a kingly name. I do love that idea of, like, a king, but he has to have his protective bag around him. He's always taken around with his bag. Google, I'm being funky! I have conquered the lag goblins. Yes, good. Alrighty. Okay. I loved the humor of this piece. The serious pieces this week were great, but I also appreciated a little reprieve from the seriousness. So I think you did a great job with your goal. First line absolutely sets up exactly where the story is gonna go. I think that's great. I don't know if saying, like, Glorm rumbled would have been better, or the mountain, Glorm, but I liked it. I loved the gold goats, gold painted goats. I think that was great. You probably didn't, well, actually maybe you did, because you were at 345. The mountain had been fed gold. It had been fed goats. Yeah, you could do that. So I do think that would be better. The mountain had been fed gold. It had been fed goats. It had been fed gold painted goats. Now I'm tripping on it. Maybe I'm wrong. But regardless, I really like that. And I think that's a great way to set up, hey, this is going to be a humorous story. I also love that they're gold painted. That, presumably, like, it's just like yellow paint. And then our view comes down the mountain. I think that the description overall works quite well here, though there's an awkwardness to judge by his garb, because even though sure this could be some omniscient or outside narrator throughout this, saying to judge by his garb is explicitly calling out the person telling you the story is like, I don't know for sure, but by his garb I think so. Which is a little weird, which is a little awkward, a little incongruous with the way the rest of the story is told, which is intimately knowing the village and stuff like that. Well, maybe not intimately, but, knowing it well enough. So, just a slight awkwardness to it. This would cost you your words as well. So maybe do this one, not the other one, as I just above. So I like this, but it took like 2 to 3 reads for me to understand it, because I wanted to like correct it and go, like, I don't know if she'll appease Glorm good. Is that what we're going for? But I think what you meant was, she's good. I don't know if she's appeased Glorm good. And so I think just adding, she's good. I still don't know if she's appeased Glorm good. I think that would clarify it perfectly and only cost you 2 words. And I do like that that's where we start, and everybody's like, yeah, don't know about that. And then I like the chin scratching, that's great. The silk thing, very funny. I love we used our best silks 3 girls ago. He cares not for the silks. I think that's great. Makes sense that they're all like, well, what does he care about? Because they don't really know. They're just throwing spaghetti at the wall. I wish I had more substance to say, but like the twins work very well, and it's like, you talking about the twins all the time. Let it go. Is funny in a dark way, and of course I love that it's like, the twins would have worked if your singing wasn't off key, again, because they have no idea what'll appease Glorm, because Glorm isn't actually an entity. He's a volcano. and so I love the absurdity, the modernity, the I don't know, the silliness of that. I think it's great. I don't know if I love the Order because, you know, Order is presumably not somebody who hasn't seen a modern courtroom would say, but maybe that's the humor of it. So maybe the critique of that is just personally that humor didn't quite land for me. I do think it's interesting that they're like, he likes left-handed. Like, left-handed's gotta count for something. When usually left-handed people are, like, demonized and treated like something's wrong with them. But it's like, well, it's unique, so maybe he'll like it. I love the way, you know, her not being a virgin is brought up, that it's very, like, you're not explicit about it, but it's still clear that it's like, you know, she came over. She brought wine. We might have had a good time, you know? I think that's great, and I love his, like, oh, for Colombe's sake. Like, this is cute and funny, too. Love that action. Chalkboard is a little bit strange, because, like, I don't feel like they would have chalkboards in this place and time, but again, maybe that's a joke, so maybe it's just a joke that didn't land for me. And then I love that they're like, yeah, just ask. Like, we need guidance. Let's ask him. And I love that the leader's like, what? Ask? You know, that's a good idea. Let's do it. I love the until very recently and the quite good. It's not our finest silk, but it's quite good silk. And then I love that, like, the volcano starts erupting, and they're like, oh, he's glowing! That's great! And stuff like that. I was gonna ask, you know, that I think that the lava always comes with smoke in an eruption, and the smoke is really huge and intense and bad. And I feel like that's gonna be pretty obviously bad. But the gift that Death Said used over here actually did have the lava go first before the smoke. Though, yes, there was smoke. And so this could just be the moment the lava spewed out. Right before the smoke came. And stuff. So, yeah, I wish I had more in-depth to say other than just, like, it's good, but I think it's great. It's really funny. A question I kind of have for the audience is, this is not the first time I've called you audience and not chat. So there's kind of an element to this story of, like, you know, this is very serious stuff. We're talking about sacrificing people, you know, killing people, but we're talking about it nonchalantly, you know, and instead of it like, you know, the twins might have been Jarum's twins, but instead of it being like, oh no, he's a poor grieving father, it's like, oh, this again. And so does that humor work for you or not? And there's kind of an element of, you know, this actually wasn't my thought. I guess I'll say, because it's a thing of moral excellence, that this was Mako's thought of, like, it kind of stopped being funny when there's a woman unconscious there, and I was like, yeah, I mean, that shows that you're a very moral dude, you know, if you're a very upright dude, that alone is enough to make you go, that makes it not as funny. So I'm curious if anybody else had that thought. And then, and then the thing is, this would have added words, so you might have had to, like, remove some of the other lines to get this in there. But it definitely would have added to the humor if, Syrah was, like, fully awake and just arguing her case. If she's just, like, what I wrote down, you know, that they're like, oh yeah, she's left-handed, has to count for something. And she's like, actually, I've heard that Glorm doesn't like left-handed people. And then they're like, she's buxom, and she's like, Tiffany's larger, you know. I think that could be really funny and would definitely negate that potential problem of, like, don't like that she's unconscious. Like, that's very clearly, realistically, a bad thing that's happening. And so if, like, you know, the bad thing that would usually be happening, where the woman is either unconscious or is, like, screaming, instead she's like, well, I'm in on this conversation, like, then that might negate that issue. And then the thing is, this would have added words, so you might have had to, like, remove some of the other lines to get this in there. But it definitely would have added to the humor if, Syrah was, like, fully awake and just arguing her case. If she's just, like, Oh yeah, it has like Monty Python or Douglas Adams or Terry Pratchett vibes, which are great vibes to have. Then Glorb said it's Glorb time, and it Glorbed all over the place. Totally. Oh yeah, I should say, I totally thought that Glorb was actually gonna talk. I was like, we should just ask Glorb. I totally thought Glorb was gonna talk and be like, actually, I'm not really a fan of, like, sacrifice in general. Like, live your life, dudes. That would be really cute and funny. But I also like what you have of, like, no, it's just a volcano. The volcano be rumbling because it's a volcano. And nothing is working because it's a volcano. Another prompt idea. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this also reminds me of one of my favorite games is Don't Starve, and I especially love Don't Starve Shipwrecked. And in Shipwrecked, there's a volcano, and there's an altar in it called the Altar of Snackerfice, and you can throw stuff into the altar, and if it appeases the volcano, then it'll either make the eruption happen faster or, bring it down and make it not erupt. And so, like, this totally feels like somebody in that world just, like, throwing stuff, people at the altar and seeing what works. Yeah, Glorb. I just want lasagna, John. Like, I don't know about a chalkboard as we think of it, but they might have a slate of some size. Yeah, a slate would work. This may just be not being super knowledgeable about volcano eruptions. That's fair. I mean, the story be silly and absurd. It's fine if it's not totally accurate to volcano eruptions. I don't know what the both are accurate is. Oh no, Dessa's gonna miss the end of the stream. I'm sorry to hear that. Steven, I very much do not expect us to grieve for the villagers and their imminent death by Glorm. Amazing. Apparently the modern chalkboard, like at the front of the classroom, didn't come into existence until 1801 in the US, but small ones go back to the 1500s. Interesting. Historically, there were slates, like literal pieces of slate and bits of birch bark, thanks to Onfrim. Onfim? I don't know what Onfim is. Interesting. Gilded goat's gratuitous growling. Ah, nice. Alright. Very fun story, Stephen. Very much enjoyed it. Let's go on to Spectres. I think my timer worked. 42 seconds. My timer's working. It's not 11. Alright. I don't know if I should try to blow my nose again or power through because it's not going to work. You're welcome, Steven. Alright. The Listener. Mortal Kin. Timber. Thy Spectre. 348 words. I tried. Mistakes line the hallway. Faces, names, portraits, landscapes, mirrors, all bearing down on Timber, the haunting, brutal, crushing weight of the world. She walked over the warm carpet, her bare skin sinking in the red cloth. Her knees felt weak, like they were about to buckle under the invisible weight. I tried, okay? I tried. I keep trying. Timber found it hard to speak. Her own voice sounded like the desperate rasping of a child, begging for its breath. Again and again, she heard the voices of the ones she'd hurt, the ones she'd abandoned, their judgment and accusation staring down at her, running cold in their eyes. Okay. It's bothering me too much. I have to stop. I have to at least try and then reread it. I think it's ruining the reading. I'm just gonna stop it in the middle this time. Still not much. Okay. Oops. Let's retry and hope things are better after I've tried at least. The Listener. Mortal Kin Timber. Thy Spectre. 348 words. I tried. Mistakes line the hallway. Faces, names, portraits, landscapes, mirrors, all bearing down on Timber, a haunting, brutal, crushing weight of the world. She walked over the warm carpet, her bare feet sinking in the red cloth. Her knees felt weak, like they were about to buckle under the invisible weight. I tried, okay. I tried. I keep trying. Timber found it hard to speak. Her own voice sounded like the desperate rasping of a child, begging for its breath. Again and again, she heard the voices of the ones she'd hurt, the ones she'd abandoned, their judgment and accusation staring down at her, burning coal in their eyes. It stung like branding irons, their words engraving themselves on her skin and bone. Too much. I tried! Timber fell to her knees, heavy with guilt. She wrapped her arms around her, fingernails digging deep into her skin. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks, her wolf's tail shivering. Enough was enough. She wanted to scream. She tried her best, but she kept making the same mistakes over and over again. The weight of everyone bore down on her. Lifting her head became almost impossible, and yet she did, determined to throw something back at the accusatory stares above her. Threads from the carpet shot up, wrapping themselves over her mouth and around her face, forcing any word back into her throat. Timber woke with a start as someone shook her shoulder. It took her a moment to get her bearings. It was night, and she was lying on a grassy floor among the wagon trail of her fellow mercenaries. You were screaming, Seniron said, kneeling beside her. I'm fine. Are you sure? If you need to talk. I don't do the talking around here, Seniron. Timber snapped. I do the listening. People come to me with their problems, not the other way around. This was your third nightmare in a week. Seniron's voice was gentle. You have just as much a right to a listener as everyone else. I wish that were true, Timber thought bitterly. Those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. I do think that was better. I say, getting congested on the hat. Oh, that's a cute little meme. Alright. I enjoyed this story as well. Spectre's questions. Was anything unclear, or were you able to follow the piece? 2. What do you make of Timber's dream? I try to imply a lot of things she struggles with without saying them openly. Mainly that she feels responsible for everyone around her without giving herself any grace. 3. I know that the "it was a dream" ending often gets called a cop-out, but I did have a purpose with it. I wanted to show Timber's mental state. Did that come across? 4. Any other comments, critiques? Alright. I really like the repetition of I tried. I like the emotion of it. I'm not sure I fully get the actual meaning of it in this case, but we'll come back to that. And then I like the image of the faces and stuff. I think it's cool because, like, it's realistic enough that you're like, oh, I guess this is like a hallway, you know, of portraits and mirrors and stuff. But it also, especially because it's faces and names all bearing down, haunting, brutal, like, it does make it seem a little bit weird and ethereal. And I definitely was like, like, I'm not sure I fully get the image, but I think I get it enough. And then when it's a dream, that makes sense. That it's kind of this combo of, like, it's realistic enough, but it also is, like, weird and ethereal and, like, something's a little bit wrong. And, like, portraits are blended with, like, actual people and stuff like that. I think that's great. I like the faces, names, portraits, landscapes, mirrors, haunting, brutal, crushing. You know, I think that's great. I love the mention of the red cloth. That's going to come back later. I like the description of her voice, that she sounds like a, not just desperate rasping, but a child desperately rasping. I guess I'll talk about this here. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I think I'll just go through my praise and then do the critique at the end. This is similar to what I had about Link's story. Burning coal, very evocative. Branding irons, very evocative. Engraving themselves on her skin and bone, even more evocative. I think that's a great way to show just how bad the guilt is and stuff. And then I definitely vibe with that, you know, a small amount of self-harm. I've done that before where I dig my nails in too deep and stuff. I think that works very well for what's going on, that she feels, you know, she feels so overwhelmed with emotion and guilt and stuff. I don't know how I feel about the wolf's tail, because on the one hand, like, that shows that it's shivering, she's not doing well and stuff, and so it's fine. It's a part of her body, you know. But on the other hand, it's fantastical. It doesn't necessarily have to be mentioned, because it might, like, you know, I don't know if it would confuse people, but it might be like, okay, you know. I'm curious why you didn't have her scream, because she is screaming when Saniron wakes her up. And so I'm curious why, instead of saying, like, she tried to scream but couldn't hear, that you said she wanted to, but she didn't, you know. I'm guessing maybe it's because that would have revealed it, that if she tries to scream and can't. And then I love-hate the thought of, like, she tried her best, but kept making the same mistakes over and over again. Like, I totally understand that feeling of, like, I just keep making the same mistake, and, like, you're actually just being way too hard on yourself, you know, kind of thing. And then I like, you know, how the weight is so crushing that she can't even lift her head. She wants to say something, and before she can say something, the carpet wraps up. And I was kind of thinking, I was like, this is a magical world. Carpets really could do that, but this is seeming really weird. And then it's a dream, and then I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That was, like, just a little bit too weird. So I think that worked very well. Nitpicky, I think floor should be ground here. And then the conversation with Saniron is great, you know. Totally makes sense that he's just like, hey, if you need to talk, I'm here. And she's like, I don't do the talking, I do the listening. And then, of course, I love his response of, you have just as much a right to a listener as everyone else. Very beautiful and true and stuff. So my critiques for the story are, so let's see. She heard the voices of the ones she'd hurt, the ones she'd abandoned. So I don't feel like I really understand what she did and if it was actually a problem or not, because it could be she hurt and abandoned her family. It could be, like, her family are still alive. She just, like, left them to join the mercenaries, and they don't hold it against her. It could be she literally killed her family, you know? It could be about her friends. It could be more recent. It could be, like, she tried to save a village, but she couldn't, and she left the village, you know? There's so many different things it could be, and I just don't feel like I fully understand. And not understanding, you know, what actually is going on. And that goes back to the I tried thing. It's like, what did she try? You know, that does kind of hinder my ability to understand and enjoy the piece a little bit, because I'm like, I definitely get the guilt. Kind of going back to what we were talking about before. I get the emotion of it. That comes through very strongly, and that's very relatable and stuff. But I don't really get what she did and if she actually did anything wrong or not. And then, perhaps more importantly, at the end, when she says, I wish that were true, I don't get why she's saying that. I don't get why she thinks she doesn't have a right to a listener. And even if it is just kind of like her being too hard on herself, I still don't fully get that. Because the thing is, like, if she's basically the camp counselor to their mercenary group, she's kind of, in a weird way, like, disqualifying herself as a counselor. Because a counselor should know and, you know, tell people that everyone has a right to a listener. And so for her to say, oh, I don't have a right to a listener, though, it's kind of like, do you actually understand what it takes to be a counselor in a weird way, you know? But that's kind of like a in-depth wacky thing. But yeah, so I'm not really with her and like, as far as I know, that's the sacrifice, that to be a listener, she can't be listened to. But I don't understand why not. Like, are her SIDS so bad that, you know, like, did she kill her family? And she's like, if I told you, you would hate me. Like, I cannot tell you. Or, again, or is she just feeling hard on herself and is literally like, I'm just a listener. I don't have a right to a listener. Yeah, I definitely feel like that's important to know is, I'm sorry. The whole week, my nose is fine. It doesn't have a problem. And then I start talking for the stream, and then it decides to be a problem. Oh, nobody said anything about it, unfortunately. Oh yeah, going back to the questions. Yeah, so I think just what I said were the things that were unclear. And then a similar thing for the dream. Like, I definitely could get that she feels responsible and she's not giving herself grace. I saw that more in the conversation with Siniron. As is, this doesn't quite read as, oh, I just feel responsible for my friends. Like, if that's all this is, then I might take away the ones she'd hurt, the ones she'd abandoned. Because that does read like something happened. Whether she's just like hyperbolizing it in her mind and she thinks she hurt and abandoned people, but they wouldn't say that, or she genuinely hurt and abandoned people, that's different from, I feel responsible for my mercenary party. And so, yeah, I'm not sure how exactly you could convey it. I guess you could do, like, a parroting of what they said. Like, someone's like, I feel this, and another portrait's like, I feel this. And so you can get the impression that's like, oh, this is what her fellow mercenaries would say to her when she's listening to them. And stuff like that. So I got the emotion, but not the specificity. I really liked the dream thing. And this is another one of those things where it's like, it's a cliche because it works, because it's cool. It can be used poorly, but I think, like, there's two main ways where it can be a problem. Like, I mean, one is if it's, like, the first chapter of your book, but even that can work well. Another is if the whole book, a character goes on a journey and then it's a dream. You know, I think that's the main one that people don't like, you know. But in this case, it works. That it's like, oh yeah, like this is showing her mental state. It's exacerbating how she's feeling. I think that works very well. Eulish, I think this is a case of a caregiver archetype. These types of characters often sacrifice unnecessarily to provide for others or neglect their own needs in order to fulfill the needs of others. Yeah, that definitely came through to me by the end as well. Like I said, it seems like there's more going on than just that from what you have here, but I totally got that, and I enjoyed that aspect of it, you know. Enjoyed, but it made me sad, you know. That, yeah, she is caring for everybody else, but not herself, you know, very relatable and very real in a lot of ways.
Right, kitty?
Yeah, that went by fast. There's another aspect I could talk about, but I'm getting tired and it feels like a weird transition, so I think I'll just go to the prompt thing. I like the story. Siniron's very sweet. I hope Timber can give herself more grace. I think it's very evocative and well done. Alright. I love the bubbles on this screen. Okay, it's time to announce the prompt for next week. In third place, with 16 votes, we have The Beauty of Being Broken. You know I enjoy that one, but not our prompt for this week. Our second place winner with 17 votes is The Darkest Hour. Very dramatic. Dramatic. Our winner is a tie, each with 18 votes. We have Why'd You Open That Door? And Putting the Romance Back in Necromancy. So, something to say before the Wolf creates a poll about it. Because I think we'll need a poll either way, but I wanted to discuss our options. Because usually, at this point, I just have Wolf make a poll, and then whichever one wins, that would be our winner. But I had a thought. I actually had this thought, I think, like last time there was a tie or something. Which is a question of, are you guys interested in, when a tie happens, just doing one and then doing the other one the next week? We'd still need to have a poll to figure out which one we're doing first. But is that something you're interested in? Because I often find that in a lot of ties, I like both. And I want to do both. And sometimes when we like have the winner, the other one genuinely doesn't come back. And I'm like, no, but that one was great too. And so would you like that to have, you know, one of them this week and then the other one next week, and, you know, and then we can figure out which one to do. Death Set is a flat out no. Ghoulish is not really. I usually want one or the other. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, what? I have a thought for this, but I can't figure out how to articulate it. Because, like, there's a reason that they both won, right? There's a reason people like both. And so, like, you might be like, I really like this one. And then some other person is like, I really like this one. And so, I don't know. It feels like a loss to me to do one and then the other. I mean, to just do one. Especially if it never comes back. But, you know, like, this is not how we've done it. And so, like, truly, if you're like, no, sure, they both won because they're both good, but I just want one to win alone. And then, like, cause like both of us can continue to submit the prompts and can continue to see if they win and stuff like that. But yeah. No, we cannot have them run simultaneously. That would not work. So we have no, not really. Mari said, I'd be cool with doing one and then the other. Arith, I would also be fine with doing one and then the other. Who said, I'd be okay with going back into the running as an option. I mean, that's probably what it's gonna be. If that's just, you know, how it would be. If it's, I mean, I guess you're saying, are you saying, like, it automatically goes into the running for the next, the next stream, as opposed to, like, the person has to actively submit it again. Interesting. Well, how about we do that poll first? Why don't we make the first poll, like, do one, I don't know how you could phrase it concisely, but do one prompt and then the other versus no, only one. You know, we're only picking one. And then after that, then either way, we're gonna need a poll to see which one is first or which one is our only one. Now at this point, I just have to wait. Yeah, okay, both and just one. Yeah, that's simple enough.
Oh, sorry, cat. Oh, I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't know you were that deeply asleep. Oh, baby kitty. Baby kitty.
Oh, that was the alarm on Spectre's story.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I don't know if Wolf's on it or... There we go. Alright, consecutive prompts for ties or put it back into next week's. I feel like that phrasing is confusing, but hopefully people understand. One and then the other, just one. Yeah, there we go. Consecutive prompts is just like 1 week and then the other, yeah. So you've only been here for 4 weeks, so definitely don't have as much skin in the game, but I think giving the losing prompt preferential treatment the next week, like it skips to the final vote, seems fair. Fair enough. Well, I don't know, like, to me, I'm like, what do you lose by doing both? Like I said, they're both good prompts. Obviously, they both are winning for a reason. And so, like, you only lose submitting prompts for that next week. And, like, granted, I have a different perspective because I'm the leader, but I don't feel like that's a big loss to lose, you know, submitting for the week. But that prompt being great and everybody being like, yes, I love this one, I'm into this one, and then potentially it never coming up again because, you know, it lost that week, that could be a huge loss. That could be really sad, you know, for a lot of people. So I feel like there is less, there's more to gain by doing them consecutively and less, and more to lose by only doing one. But I may be the minority. If I would love to hear your reasoning. If you're like, no, actually, I think there's a lot to lose by doing them consecutively. Like, do tell, you know? Do tell. Other possibility for the next week. Sometimes it's just what draws attention for 1 week and then just dies. I'm not I feel like we must have such different brains because I don't even understand like what really you're saying. Like those possibilities are still there, you know, for the next week. But the winners here may never win again, you know? I know I'm drinking a lot, but I don't know what else to do. Make sure you vote. We have 3 for one and then the other, and 4 for just one right now, so make sure y'all are voting, even lurkers. I guess I can vote too, but if I vote right now, I'm gonna make it tie. Okay, it's not tie anymore. I guess I'll still vote, but still. Oh, that made it tie after all. Whoops. Now you tiebreaker on the tiebreaker. Something I guess what we could do. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say if it ties, then like we could decide next week, but we can't because we would need to set up the prompt. So I guess we could make a poll on Wednesday being like, hey, do you want to do the one that lost or do you want to, you know, submit prompts? I guess that could work. I had to vote. Is this what power feels like? Only a little bit left. Yeah, I think if it ties, I'll just do that. I'll just on Wednesday basically have another vote for it. Documans. I'm about to start D&D and thought I'd pop in. Documancer, make your vote in the last few seconds. Do you want, with the tie, one prompt and then the other the next week? Or do you want just one to win? But yes, we're still on. Just one prompt. Okay, that might be our tiebreaker then. Oh, no actual. Okay, what do I do with it? What do I do now? The vote itself tied, but Documancer voted for out loud for just one. So, not an actual vote, just a thing. Magistrate, and I had voted. What do you mean? Oh, I'm popping in from work. I'm off the floor. And I had voted. Looked at the right time then. Who is that? Oh yeah, Kaylie yell. Yeah. Well, let's at least make our vote of the prompt. So put the two prompts up, and we could actually do that vote, whatever we end up doing with it. But I still want to know, like, I really don't understand the perspective of just doing one. I really want to know why. Like, it seems like, even though that it tied in the chat, that seemed to be the winning perspective. So why though? Like I said, like, I feel like you have a lot to lose by doing just one and a lot to gain by doing both. So I really don't understand. Let's say Doc is the tiebreaker for simplicity's sake. Fair enough. Okay, so we'll just do one. So your vote has a lot of power here. Vote for the prompt that you like, and the other one might fade into obscurity forever. I guess I'll try and talk about both, because it's gonna be, like 5 minutes with the vote, so I can talk about both ideas. So let's see, I'm trying to figure out which one to start with, though. I guess I'll start with putting the romance back in necromancy. This is my prompt. This is something I've been submitting for many a week. So I would really appreciate if it won, because this is the first time it's actually gotten this far. So I'd appreciate if it won too, because I can stop submitting it and move on to something new. But it was inspired by Arith's piece a while ago, where I think he used the word necromantic, and it was the first time that I recognized that the word romance is essentially a necromancy, minus the E, the Y instead of the E. And I was like, that's a really interesting idea of the relationship between romance and necromancy. So you could write about somebody reviving their loved one, kind of the bride of Frankenstein's monster sort of situation. Or, maybe it's literally just wife died, bring her back. It could be a necromancer just has a hot date and is like, I don't know how to be romantic. My zombies, how do I be romantic? Sort of thing. You could also use romance in terms of like romance poetry kind of thing. I can't remember all the definitions of that. If it wins, then I'm sure somebody will post that. But there's also that use, I know that I posted something about it. Oh, it's here. Let's see if I can find. Oh, there's all the polls. There's Ibrahim. Oh, man. Maybe if I did necromantic, it would come up. Rah. Nope. Oh, that's necromantic. Automatic necromancy. Necromantic. Oh yeah, so I said that. Necromancer trying to date, necromancer trying to revive a significant other, necromancer making a romantic gesture towards their spouse. It also could be a couple trying out necromancy as a date idea, zombies in love. It could be... oh, I just lost it. It doesn't have to be romantic love. You could write a necromancer being hopeful and bright instead of brooding. I think that would work. Yeah. Okay, we're halfway through, so let me talk about the door prompt. So as for the door prompt, so you could have it be about like a literal door where it's like, ooh, there's like this spooky door, you know, where it's said that monsters lurk behind it, you know. And like never open it, but somebody opens it, you know. Maybe they open it out of ignorance. Maybe they open it intending to bring the monsters out. I know that like both Mako and Marks have like opening the door to hell literally in their stories. It could be about that. But it also could be metaphorical about excuse me, about like why'd you open that possibility, you know? And it makes me think of like a romantic relationship. Like, why'd you open that possibility for us to have a romantic relationship? Or, you know, but it could be any kind of possibility. Like, oh, why'd you open up that possibility to happen? It could be somebody that has like choice paralysis and is like, oh, why'd you open up that possibility? I was all in on this possibility. Or it could be like they're now down the road of this possibility. It could be looking back on your choices and being like, why'd you open that door? Somebody could be talking to themselves and be like, oh, like, I don't understand why you opened that door and went down this road. It could be the, you know, what is it? Like when God opens a door, he closes a window, or when he closes a window, he opens a door kind of thing. Why'd you open that door, God? You know, that kind of thing. It could just be kind of literal that, like, you could be like, why'd you let the dog out, you know? Or why'd you open the door when I told you not to? Or, oh, there was a bunch of stank in that room. There was a bunch of stank in the bathroom. Why'd you open the door? Alright, it appears that necromancy won after all. There we go. Okay, so it sounds like, what was I going to say? Are we going with the idea that now the door one will just automatically go through whether Mark submits it next time or not? Okay, so somebody submit the definition of romantic, or romance. I will have an Ibrahim story of romance and necromancy means. Oh yes, hell yeah! Does Ibrahim have a lover, or had one at one point? Putting the romance back in necromancy, a guide to the world of dating. Yes. Mark says, mine was just me wanting a prompt. That was basically, why did this thing happen? And playing with different wordings. Then I looked and actually had a story idea where a character says, oh no, I should have opened that door, should I? And it was born. Oh, that's great. Do you know how hard it was not to put Bring Me to Life reference on the poll? Nice. It's just, why'd you open that door and wake me up inside? No, and I was thinking of that episode of Doctor Who where there's a room in Amy Pond's house that's being plagued from her perception. Yeah, totally. It could be a story about the Honey Hall problem, which was explained to me down here. I'm thinking of Squidward in the Training Day episode of SpongeBob when he's trying to take Patrick's order for the door prompt. I don't know SpongeBob. He's on an Immortals dating app, and yes, I love that. A lich dating app, that's great. And the question is, would all the babes be like matching with him, or are they not into his style? Yeah, Marks, I'm a character dating death. So many ways I can go with this. Absolutely. Alright. Oh, there's like seems like a Vocaloid song that's called Necromantic. That's great. Here's the definition. Thank you. Well, a feeling of excitement and mystery associated with love. An exciting, enjoyable love affair. Oh wait, this is all. So, a love especially when it's sentimental or idealized. An exciting, enjoyable love affair, especially one that is not serious or long-lasting. Huh. A book or movie dealing with love in a sentimental or idealized way. A genre of fiction dealing with love in an idealized way. 2, a quality or feeling of mystery, excitement, and remoteness from everyday life. 3, a medieval tale dealing with a hero of chivalry of the kind common in the Romance languages. 4, a work of fiction dealing with events remote from real life, especially one of a kind popular in the 16th and 17th centuries. 5, a short informal piece. Verb 1, court to woo. Seek the attention or patronage of someone, especially by use of flattery. Engage in a love affair. Another term for romanticize. Adjective relating to a group of Indo-European languages descended from Latin and principally French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Catalan, Occitan, and Romanian. Noun, the Romance language is considered as a group. Oh, wouldn't that be wild? Like, doing an actual, like, ritual to bring Latin back to life. Wouldn't that be awesome? Oh, but yeah, there's actually way more definitions than I thought. So first of all, it says love, and like, oh, I was gonna say, it's funny, because of course my mind goes to, it doesn't say romantic love, though. It's like, of course it doesn't, you know? So I don't know if that means, I don't know if this means, like, any kind of love works as a romance, like, even, like, familial love is still, like, romantic. I don't know that that works, though, because, like, if you say romantic, you're gonna mean a particular kind of love in our modern-day English society. So, it probably doesn't really work for any kind of love. Yeah, so there's a lot of talk of idealized love, you know. So a quality of feeling of mystery, excitement, and remoteness from everyday life, the beauty and romance of the night. So that's interesting. So that very fitting for a necromancy, you know, that of course there would be mystery, excitement, and remoteness to it. A medieval tale dealing with a hero of chivalry of the kind common in the Romance languages. Yeah, so you can combine a knightly tale with a necromancy tale. A work of fiction dealing with the events remote from real life, especially one of the kind popular in the 16th or 17th centuries. Elizabethan pastoral romances. I'm not sure I understand that one enough. I'm not sure I understand what those stories mean. A short informal piece. Well, that would be pretty interesting to use in a meta way. Though FYI, unless you do something to call attention to it, I would not say that it works just to write your short informal piece solely about necromancy. I think I'd still say, where's the romance? Unless you called attention somehow. Yeah, and then the languages and stuff. Necrobromancy! Oh, that's great. That's fair. I mean, hey, like with the medieval tale one, Califrac works pretty dang well with that. Arith, I might just rewrite my setting to shift back to Arith as a necromancer as he was in the Aethrin setting. Or just go back to writing for that setting? I don't know. I love that people are like, I don't know if this works in my universe. And then Arith's like, I just might rewrite my whole universe to make it work. I mean, you could, first of all, like, you could just like say it's an Aethrin story. Who's to say that part of the magic that Arith devoted his time to wasn't necromancy? Why can't he do charms and necromancy? Why can't he major in charms and minor in necromancy? And, you know, are there other necromancers that you have in your universe, too? There's also the romantic call of adventure. Uh-huh. For sure. Oops. It's called Joining the Catholic Church. Reviving Latin. Yeah. It does sense out. You were here for a lot of it, though. Alrighty, Roo. Well, thank you for voting for my prompt. I'm happy that it finally gets its day in the sun, and then I can submit something new next time. What's it gonna say? Who do you want me to raid? If you were not read on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. And it's first come, first serve, so go ahead and submit your stories to the backup queue, and you'll be first if you submit first. You can submit your story to read to everyone. You can have somebody else read to everybody your story to everybody. You can just lurk. I'm very out. Once the prompt was announced, my energy depleted. Join us or else spend your natural new life alone. Yes. Yeah, we could do Miss Owie. I'm tired. I need food. Alrighty, Roo. But yes, good times, good stream. Hope you enjoyed it. We applesauce brain. That's right, for sure. Are we ready? I didn't even notice the raid was ready. I mean, the prompt itself is already kind of a catchphrase sort of thing, but yeah. I'll see you all next week, where we all put the romance back in necromancy. I don't know. See you next time. Goodbye.